stating that the coven was served by, and indeed served, an emissary, an ancient spirit with something of an appetite for sacrifice. From that, allegedly, their power came. There is a passage in the Blackwood describing how the coven delighted in a rather gruesome practice of... Rhodes pauses, his eyebrows rising over his glasses. Of dismembering their victims and removing the skin or bones prior to a cannibalistic orgy. All rather distasteful. And their Sabbaths involved dreadful inversions of Christian services. You can feel the author holding back on specific details, and he loses his impartiality by vehemently condemning the accused and, would you believe, taking sides with the inquisitors. Hart moves around on his seat, uncomfortable and unable to feel the benefits of the radiator's warmth. But what is also extraordinary about this case is the leader. These weren't the usual unfortunate crones on trial here, no. The leader of the cult was a woman of noble birth. It was her influence that must have prolonged the coven's activities. Her name was Kashparak, I think. You see, it was some time before the church put an end to the activities of her coven. She'd had something of a field day until the ecclesiastical authorities were compelled to intercede. Forced to, because of the monstrous nature of her crimes. The head inquisitor, a fiend called Kalasvar, called Kashparak a devil and a whore, amongst other things, at her trial. In fact, he didn't consider her to be human, nor did he ever cease to be amazed at her resistance to torture. It was only when the astonishing beauty of her face was threatened with a hot poker that she cracked. And it was from her confession that so wide a range of diabolical crimes has been recorded. It's why I can remember the case so well. Her testimony, and it's all in the Blackwood, detailed the seizure and consumption of, I recall, some 50 infants and youths, over a period of 6 years, including her own son, would you believe? The other 8 in the coven were burned alive in a mass pyre, but Anna Kashparak survived the flames, on account of her title. But she was banished from Hungary. I think her lands and wealth were confiscated too, but one can't help but think she got off lightly. Rhodes takes a breath and rocks back on his heels. Hart sits still, increasingly distressed at the thought of what Elliot has been meddling with. He wants a drink, and feels utterly humbled by Rhodes Hodgson's encyclopedic knowledge. Blackwood, however, pursued her to Germany, where a similar group surfaced. This would have been 50 years later. Rhodes begins to smile. Impossible, I know. But she allegedly recruited a new coven made up of rebellious nobles, and again they acted according to the will of their familiar, their emissary. The coven was known as a Varwolf Society, something Blackwood attributes, like other scholars, to the werewolf legend. This time their notoriety arose from their wearing of human skins, usually those of abducted youths, in the form of raiment. There was the same pattern of forbidden rite and unholy mass as in Hungary, preceding all manner of social ills again, though this time they seem to have added to their dark talents. The Varwolfs had mastered the ability, while in a trance, to provide a new mobility for their deity. It allowed the spirit to move at night and wreak a rather grisly fate upon a chosen victim. A bishop, I seem to recall, became their nemesis in Germany, and once more the coven was ruthlessly exterminated. The leaders, too, this time. Blackwood's story then leads to the 1500s in Poland, and yet another emergence of a similar cult. In Poland, they called them the Upir, which Blackwood believes to have evolved into the vampire myths. The Upir's blasphemous and murderous activities were so widespread and of such a magnitude, they were described as a plague. Hart runs his fingers across the smooth surface of the table. A coincidence? Anyone visited by the Upir at night would succumb to fevers and what have you, sometimes with terminal results. Once again, there was a plague of bloodletting, the disappearance of infants, and cannibalism. Their goal? The absorption of their victims' souls into their god's corporeal body. A blasphemous inversion of taking Christ's body and blood into the body by devouring parts of the victim, in order, you see, for their deity to exist and for their powers to continue. The Church believed the Upir to be a direct inversion of Christian sainthood. And this was the crux of Eliot's argument. He believed the witch, werewolf, and vampire traditions were one and the same thing. Different places and times afforded them different names, but the familiars became crucial. A hangover from pre-Christian times. There seemed to be some pretty compelling evidence, too, that these things actually existed. Rhodes pauses to look at Hart. I'm sorry, I must be detaining you. Hart clears his throat. No, it's very good of you. Please, go on, really. Rhodes refolds his hands and resumes his pacing, unaware of how painful some of the material is to Hart. The Upir, it was discovered, entered their trances after taking opium or datura. The drug enhanced their professed abilities to direct the familiar and allow it to attain corporeality elsewhere, so it could perform its foul business, either at the home of the bewitched or at a more convenient location where the victim would be transported and devoured. Once an opening had been attained in one household, it was said the relatives of the initial victim also became susceptible to attack. Hart's eyes feel like they are burning in their sockets from the strain of watching the steadily pacing and relaxed bibliophile, while he struggles simultaneously to maintain his composure. Rhodes moves behind Hart, leans across him, and begins leafing through the Blackwood tome. His eyes light up, brighter than ever. Right here, Chapter 7. It gives details of how Cardinal Kossa rescued the large Polish town of Lublo with his pitiless persecution of the Upir. The plague ended with large-scale burning, beheading, and skewering, I believe you'll find, over a 2-year period. Nearly 300 people died. Mercenary soldiers were even employed to execute the church's decree. In each case, the heart of an Upir was removed and burned, after the removal of the limbs from the torso. Hart rubs at his face. These are echoes from Guatemala and the Amazon basin. Rhodes pauses to glance at his watch. Oh, I say, I really must be getting back to my work. But I still have the copy of the Wilkins. Must think about sending it back to its home in Massachusetts. Been waiting for Eliot's say-so. I'll mark the relevant section. You really must read it. The story emerges right here, on our doorstep in St. Andrews. Thanks, Hart says. Thanks for the information, Mr. Hodgson. It clears up some of the more difficult things that Eliot has been telling me. Quite all right. I really miss working on the project. You can see why it stuck in my mind. And do please tell Eliot to get in touch. I've given up calling his office. He never seems to be there. And then I heard he was ill for some time. One doesn't really know what to do in these situations. No, Hart agrees. But did Elliot actually believe these things, the familiars, existed? Rhodes laughs cheerfully before answering. I shouldn't think so. But why did he research them particularly? The librarian raises an eyebrow. You have me there. Mythical figures, perhaps. And he was an expert on Agrippa, of course, and something of an authority on Crowley. Both men allegedly summoned a familiar that never left them. Hart swallows. Did he ever mention his paranormal group? Rhodes appears pensive for the first time. He referred to it once or twice, and I know there was a bit of a stink over it. Never went myself, but his assistants did. They came here with him sometimes. Hart leans forward. You remember them? Oh, yes. There was a very pretty girl who came at the end of last year, I believe. Or was it earlier this year? I can't remember when, but I believe she was helping on the project with his regular research assistant, Ben. Rhodes pauses, looking almost guilty. That poor lad. Ben Carter. I heard about that, Hart says. He died on the beach. On the sands. The West Sands, Rhodes answers, obviously reluctant to continue with the story. But Hart presses on. But the girl, she all right? I presume so. Never really knew her. Beth was her name. Elliot was very fond of her. Was she really tall? With bones like a supermodel? Dresses all in black? That's a fair description. You don't know her? No. But I've seen her around. After Rhodes Hodgson leaves the reading room to potter in a distant confine of the vaults, Hart remains in the basement with a copy of the Wilkins volume, A Geography of the Black Arts, open on the table before him. And, as Rhodes warned, Wilkins' passion was for Scotland. The first marked chapter begins with comments about the Scots' ability for second sight. Even as late as the 18th century, Boswell and Johnson were documenting the phenomenon amongst ordinary people, not to mention the reverence attributed to those in possession of an extra sense. And psychic abilities, thought to belong to the region between death and resurrection, had been highly prized and cultivated by the witch covens of Scotland since the Dark Ages. Hart begins to enter familiar ground. Oblivious to the passage of time, Hart settles into the warmth in the basement, his eyes soothed by the clear yellow light. Stretching out his legs, he resumes reading about the proliferation of the brown man myths, legends that draw him further into Elliot Coldwell's world and to a remarkable set of coincidences. Parallels to what he has so far uncovered in the town. When Wilkins writes of St. Andrew's birth in 870 as an ecclesiastical centre, he mentions the uneasy alliance of the barbaric Pictish religion and Christianity. Wilkins guesses that the strange fusion of Christian belief and Pictish myth occurring at this time created a subversive undercurrent of pagan belief, but one fused with Christian superstition that fostered witchcraft. More importantly, it led to the continuation of a profane worship of the brown man. Historians placed the figure as a strange amalgam of the Greek god Dionysus, the deity of Athens called Melanigus, or the Black One, and Pan, the leader of satyrs. Elsewhere in Europe, the Gallic stag god Cernunnos was cited as an influence for the brown man, while the Romans, busily building Hadrian's Wall to keep it and the Picts out of England, wrote of it as Dispater, god of the underworld. And by the time the papal bulls were brought to the town, the Roman Catholic belief in good and evil associated the deity and the worship of it with the devil. Wilkins detailed the survival of the brown man cult with a plethora of quotes from bishops and officials,
defaming its dreadful rites. In the 7th and 8th centuries, attempts to suppress the mumming dancers only succeeded in forcing the cult underground. The mumming ceremonies involved the ancient ritual of dressing like the figure in order to rejoice and exult in its honour. The witches, as Wilkins referred to them, would drape themselves in the skins of cattle or the cerements of the dead and literally become wild animals. Others would dance naked, but daub themselves in darkly coloured clay. The feverish dances and ecstatic worship would become orgiastic, in the hope that a union with the god could be achieved. At the Sabbaths, it was believed every conceivable perversion was performed, including cannibalism. Sacrifice of the young was particularly popular and was always preceded by a strange backward dance. Back to back, hand in hand, the witches would skip backward and shake their heads in a frenzy until an animal madness was induced to prepare the coven for the arrival of the brown man. Wilkins's next chapter takes heart to the Reformation and the height of the Scottish witch persecutions. In 1643, both John Kincaid of Trinent and John Balfour of Corehouse, master prickers and witch-finders, were summoned to St. Andrews. Their business? The celebrated interrogation and trial of one Lady Anne Muir for her wickedness, impiety, and heinous abominations. In Anstruther, Dysart, Culross, St. Andrews, and other regions on the Fife Coast, her name was associated with chaos, fear, and every expression of black magic. Barley and oats had rotted for successive harvests. Cattle were said to have been cursed, and calves were stillborn. Ships were wrecked and their crews perished. People in the towns became inexplicably ill with fevers. Anne Muir and her malignant carline, or dark familiar, were believed to be responsible. In due course, she was, therefore, cleansed of impurity by pain and fire. It seems that Anne Muir, in Wilkins's version, was a gentlewoman of great beauty, and had masqueraded as an epitome of nobility and grace. And only when her titled rivals at court began to protest against the nocturnal visitations of a misshapen thing in rags was she charged with witchcraft. The investigation soon discovered a coven of persons, 8 women and 3 men, all in her service and allegedly responsible for the devilry in St. Andrews. Hart knows ordinarily he would find the reported hysteria and language in the text vaguely amusing, but he finds it difficult to even read parts of the story. Those passages detailing her suffering at the hands of her inquisitors are particularly distasteful. After an immersion with her followers in the witch's pool, Muir suffered an inexorable agony under the implements called the turkers and the boots. Her fingernails were removed with pliers, and pins were inserted to their heads in her fingers. Soon after, the boots were put in place on her legs, crushing and bruising them until they were deemed unserviceable. In Wilkins's summary, it was claimed that the devil had entered her heart so deeply that even her blood was unclean and black. And yet, no confession was forthcoming, even after the pillywinks were attached to her already tortured fingers. It was, however, the binding and wrenching of her head that destroyed her excellent beauty and broke the resolve of Muir. Apparently dead from her injuries, she was partially torched and then buried in consecrated ground. Her coven were burnt at a stake till they be dead, and their ashes were scattered to the winds. After their demise, the brown man, who had been known to drag the sleeping town youths from bed by their hair, was not seen again. It sounds like a typical reaction from zealots, ridding themselves of guilt, confusion, and fear at the expense of an innocent woman. An example of the town's puritanical malice. But the information is frighteningly coincidental and matches his night terror research at a fundamental level. What's more, Eliot wanted him to see the material. And Ben Carter killed himself as a result of studying it. And would it sound so implausible to him, Hart muses, if he heard about it in Africa or the Amazon? Perhaps Enlightenment, technology, and secularization haven't cleared Europe of the oldest science of all, the occult. The appalling fate of so many witches gives him a new perspective on the town, too. He finds it hard to comprehend the sheer scope of brutality and injustice occurring within a stone's throw of where he currently sits. Despite the veneer of tranquility in present-day St. Andrews, he begins to imagine a power of unrest beneath the solid rock of the town's magnificent structures and ruins. Could such stains ever be removed? When he nears the end of the long and detailed accounts of merciless torturers and seemingly ridiculous accusations, Hart finds a specific commentary on the brown man of St. Andrews. It seems almost certain that the witch, Anne Muir, was in possession of a familiar. From a covenant with the devil, she owned or was owned by a spectre. The worryings, molestations, and nocturnal hauntings were thus made by her brown man in the town of St. Andrews. Cloaked in invisibility and projected through sleep, it inflicted severe and sometimes mortal wounds upon its victims. There are suggestions that the spectre grew in corporeality, clothed in the fear and blood of the poor wretches visited. Similarities can be drawn with the terrible black dwarf called Filius Artus, the familiar of Lady Alice Kittler of Kilkenny, and the black thing called Grimold, that accompanied Cromwell after his initiation with the rabbi Manasseh ben Israel in Amsterdam. Anne Muir's brown man allegedly resembled the satyr, terribly emaciated and thin-legged, with a coif or cowl for its scant raiment. It was said to have accompanied Muir to every social function. At the Bishop's Palace, after the estates had met in Parliament Hall, certain guests, among them Mary Campbell, who we can only assume was gifted with the second sight, were filled with a suffocating anxiety and unease upon Anne Muir's entrance. Mary Campbell's faint and the unnatural epilepsies of two serving girls were believed to have resulted from a sighting of the brown man in all his glory at Muir's side. It was said to have assisted in the churchyard Sabbaths, and was even noted to sit behind her in church service, its smile matching hers, as they mocked Christ the Saviour and the sanctity of the church by their very presence. In the street at night, it was seen behind her, and there were several sightings of its abominable face at the windows of Muir's residence. Even King James VI of Scotland, in his famous Demonology, has written, "To some of the beasts are sort of them, he obliges himself to appear at their calling upon him, which he shows unto them either in likeness of an ape or such like other beast." It is quite possible that the brown man is also connected to King Arcan, as described in the anonymously authored and frightfully illustrated An Elizabethan Devil Worshipper's Prayer Book. Arcan, drawn from life, was pitch black and long-toothed. But even that is not as upsetting to Hart as the final passage detailing Anna Muir's trial. It seemed that Muir was defiant to the point of death. When he reads of her final cries in the cathedral where she was tried, he goes dizzy. She cursed the town as she was led to torture. Her work had been postponed, but her last words promised that the dies irae, the day of wrath, would still destroy St. Andrews. After Hart closes Wilkins's Geography of the Black Arts, he sits for a long while, unable to move. The profoundest fear he can remember seems to pull his shriveled balls up inside his body. It is difficult to even see straight. Hazy but irrepressible images of something thin and brown prance through his imagination.
"Still here?" Rhodes says, breaking Hart's trance. "Nearly 2. We close the archive soon, you know. We'll be open later this evening and again tomorrow, but I'm afraid I'll have to turf you out now.
Hart turns his ashen face to the old librarian.
Was it of any interest?
Rhodes asks, looking concerned.
A real page-turner,
Hart rasps. Rhodes sniffs and nods toward the book.
Grisly stuff, huh?
Yeah. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Hodgson.
Quite all right,
he says, distractedly, and begins rummaging along the top shelves of the reading room. Hart says goodbye to the elderly librarian and then makes his way back up the stairs to the ground floor. If Elliot sent Hart to the library to find the truth, then the town faces the biggest threat yet in its long existence. Unable to face the door to his indefensible flat right away, Hart goes looking for a drink. After a morning of revelation in the library, he needs to be among the ordinary people who walk the streets. He needs to breathe the cool air of the everyday world and buy whiskey. Choosing a pub at the end of Market Street, he orders a beer and a double Scotch chaser and disappears into a quiet corner. What is he to make of the information? Perhaps Elliot's obsession provides the only answer. The man may have eaten too many rotten mushrooms and sunk his mind into too many occult histories to be sane. Did he sway the students' minds into believing they experienced visitations from the brown man? Maybe he used hallucinogens on his paranormal group, and everybody was suffering from psychotic delusions. But what about Beth? Can there be a coven? Something Elliot started and maybe lost control of? Through hypnotism, maybe Beth believes she is Anne Muir. But Hart has a hard time trying to convince himself, and ultimately fails. Elliot's passing beyond sanity, and his move outside the boundaries of taste and common sense, as with so many shamans Hart has studied, may have led to a connection with something even older than the town. He just doesn't know enough about Elliot. His Banquet for the Damned was a defiant cry against too great a dependence on empirical thought, and Christianity's increasing departure from practical spirituality. It was dismissed as some half-assed Hindu phenomenology about seeing a meaning in everything, about raising your consciousness to a level where a man could see new truths. A novel, but quickly repudiated attack on the passivity that eroded the true scope of a person's inner life. And Elliot belongs to a school of thought that believes a certain proportion of the population, when properly trained, can harness what amount to psychic abilities. That must have been the purpose of his group. If Wilkins is to be believed, Scotland would have been perfect for a scholar of second sight. But to practice black magic? Mike mentioned something about Elliot communing with the dead, and Kerry said his group went underground. Isn't that how it always starts? When the world loses faith because you can't produce results, crude and often disastrous shortcuts are pursued. So many shamans basically do the same thing in a misguided attempt to regain favour with their tribes. Eventually, they unwittingly give life to something unholy. Hart begins to wonder if he can risk digging any deeper. He buys another scotch. He thinks back to the phone messages and the girl across the street with the white face. Whoever has taken a sudden interest in him, if indeed it is Beth, knows where he lives. For the rest of the afternoon, he only feels comfortable in the society of others. The rain continues to fall on the town, and only the excitability amongst the students, who arrive by the hour in a steady trickle, alleviates his gloom. He feels peculiarly sensitive to the cold, and finds it hard to keep his concentration on anything. Lack of sleep is catching up on him, but he still wants to delay going home. After eating his first hot meal in St. Andrews at a Chinese restaurant, He finally walks back to his flat at 9 in the evening. 1 or 2 cars move up and down Market Street, but the weather keeps most people inside. Outside his street-level door, he pauses. Could someone be in there, right now, waiting for him in the dark? Hart unbags the whiskey bottle he bought from the supermarket before it's shut, and creeps up the stairs. If anyone moves inside, he'll use the heavy bottom end of the bottle to bust their head. But nothing comes at him when he climbs the stairs, nor when he opens the door and quickly slaps the lights on. He creeps from the lounge to the bedroom to the bathroom, trying to swallow his heart that beats against his Adam's apple. Cupboards and drawers are opened. The bed and couch are looked under. Nothing has been touched since he left that morning. Hart stows the groceries away and then slides the heavy wooden couch against the door to barricade himself in for the night. If they try to burn him out, he'll leap from the window like Arthur Brown with a singed beard. Chuckling to himself, Hart secures the flat and congratulates himself for not running out on the most daring and insane experience of his life. But the moment he's finished, the phone rings. Chapter 26. Silence on the line. Every molecule in Hart's body stops moving. Who is it? No answer. He strains his ears. In the distance, from the other end of the connection, he hears a car pass and what sounds like a door slamming shut. The call is coming from a public phone box. Come on, speak to me, he says, hoping to sound friendly, but the strength is gone from his voice. The phone clicks down at the other end. Pawing his beard, Hart lets the phone receiver go loose in his other hand. He becomes conscious of the silence in the flat. No cars pass in the street below. He wants to hear at least one. There are no gurgles from pipes or drip, drop, drip, drops from taps in the bathroom. Checking his watch, he sees it is 10 after 9. He thinks back to the pale-faced creature he saw outside yesterday. He rushes to the lounge window. Through the curtains, he sees the street is empty. But as he looks out at the town, he starts to feel strange. A curious discomfort. One that grows until it overwhelms him, taking control of his movements, emotions, and thoughts. Dizzy, he feels as if his body weighs nothing. He sits down, like he's just stood up too fast with no blood in his brain. Then his temperature plummets, all over and down and into his boots. His scalp prickles. A feeling of acute nausea rises up the back of his neck and makes the top of his skull icy. You can feel them, he thinks. It is a struggle to get his breath. He stands up and tries to move about, half blind through the lounge. The only thing he concentrates on is breathing fast enough to keep up with his heartbeat. Maybe closing his eyes will relieve the attack or the spasm or whatever it is. But the moment his eyelids shut, concealing the room from his eyes, he is afflicted with an unexpected vision. Like an unwanted slide slotted into a projector in error, he sees a woman in a dark room, its heavy wooden door shut behind her. She is bent over a deep crib fringed with lace. Dark drapes are pulled over the greater part of the cradle. She wears a bodice and long skirts, but he cannot see her face. Laces crisscross up the front of her chest to her slender neck, where a spray of fine red dots speckle the marble of her throat. No, Hart says aloud, and opens his eyes. Did he hear the sounds of breaking gristle and the slide and crunch of teeth on the thin bones of a child? Jesus, Hart says, and leaps away from where he's been standing, as if that part of the floor is responsible for the imagining. But on they come, the quick flashes of things he has never seen before and would never have imagined independently. Shaking his head, he tries in vain to remove the canopy of dark sky, heavy with rain, that now stretches through his mind. Beneath it stands a triangular pyre of kindling, some of it green and fresh and wet, through which thick plumes of black smoke try to grow from red innards of fire. Tied to a roughly hewn post of wood is what resembles a doll in white rags, dirty with smoke. Then he sees its face, wet with tears, blackened and crimson like bacon. And he sees its head, hairless and partially bound in strips of linen. Hart falls down. Across a white beach, where the sand looks like salt and the sea like oil, comes a figure fast. Low to the ground, moving at such a rate that speed and distance are impossible to judge. Agile as a monkey, it kicks up puffs of sand and comes at him, driven by a motive he takes for hunger. The vision passes. Hart scrambles to his knees and then his feet. He whimpers and uses his hands to snatch at things for support, a sofa leg, the top of the coffee table. A glass hits the rug and bounces onto the wooden floorboards. Something smashes, but it isn't the glass. Turning toward the sound, he sees the lens on the wall clock is broken. A long crack runs through the glass and then divides at the top of the case. Hart seizes his jacket and runs to the door of the flat. He heaves the couch away and descends the stairs 3 at a time. Down on the desolate street, he shivers. A cold breeze sweeps up from the west and blows a piece of litter across his unlaced boots. His head is suddenly, mercifully clear. The nausea and dizziness pass, but his every nerve hums like a live wire. Tucking his head down, Hart runs across the road, away from the flat, at a slanting angle toward Greyfriars Street, the nearest exit from Market Street. He drops to a crouch at the corner of Greyfriars, inside the canopy of a building society. He zips his jacket up to his throat and looks for somewhere else he can hide. But there isn't time. A car approaches from the top of Market Street by the monument. There are no headlights warning of its approach. It becomes a long black saloon that crawls to the curb outside his flat. The door to the flat is still open, and he has left all the lights on upstairs. He can see the orangey glow they make from the top of the staircase. He pushes himself as far inside the entrance to the building society as he can. The tiles on the floor freeze his hands. The glass feels cold enough to stick his face to the windows. He can hear the engine of the car idling. There is the sound of 2 doors opening and being slammed shut, followed by a scuffle of heels on the pavement. An age seems to drag by, and Hart remains still and silent, shivering with cold and the fear he can taste like a mineral in his mouth. Whoever is now inside his flat is taking their time. He begins to wonder if it is the police. Maybe he's been turned over to the law and plainclothes detectives are tossing the place right now. He tries to force the theory to make sense. He's been spouting off about missing students, and it is only a matter of time before the disappearances of Rick, Mike, and Maria are investigated. He's met Mike, interrogated Rick's roommate, and spoken to Maria and her boyfriend on the phone. Every path leads to him. But why didn't the police come straight away? And are the local constabulary capable of psychic attack? Because that's what it was, up there in the flat, where he thought himself safe with a couch against the door. He tries to banish the residue of the visions that assaulted him inside the place he knew as home. Thank sweet Jesus he left when he did. Hart takes one tentative peek out of the doorway, but draws back quickly at the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs of the flat. They scuff off the tarmac and scurry around the car. He hears a door open and then slam again. The car's suspension springs creak down from the added weight of a passenger. but the car continues to idle at the curbside. Wondering why it doesn't drive off, he peeks back at his flat. His breath catches in his throat, and his body tightens to a cramp. The tall woman he saw earlier watching him from the street has paused before she climbs into the front passenger seat. If Hart isn't mistaken, the bleached face with the closed eyes is sniffing at the night air. No longer able to feel his legs or hear anything save the thunder of his heart, Hart eases his head back inside the doorway and closes his eyes. He remains in the same position for another 10 minutes after the car has driven away. 2 taxis pass by, and the cold begins to ache in his ankles. He can't stay outside all night. He has to go home. Unsteady on his feet, he stands upright and then drifts across the road, longing to cradle an assault rifle over one arm. Carefully, he enters the unlit staircase. The lights are off upstairs, but the door that opens into the lounge is still open. Creeping up the stairs with his teeth set in a mad grin, he nods his head up and down and blows short breaths out of his mouth in an attempt to calm down. Another shock, and he is sure his heart will go bang. Peeking around the door frame into the dark lounge, Hart stretches out a hand, flicks the light switch on and shouts, "Police!" He ducks back from the door and prepares to flee down the stairs in expectation of something in pursuit. With all of his remaining courage, he waits for a few seconds to pass. There is no sound of movement from within. The flat remains quiet, and nothing comes loping from the door he hovers outside. He enters the lounge. Bastards! Whoever forced entry and then searched the flat has been thorough. The cushion covers have been turned inside out and the couch is on its side. The Ecuadorian rug has been thrown into a corner. Drawers have been yanked from the desk and turned upside down. The computer is smashed. The tape recorder spews coloured wires and his dictaphone machine has been stomped underfoot. Even more alarming, his books, papers and cassette recordings are gone. Hart staggers across the room. Bits of black plastic from the obliterated answering machine crunch beneath the soles of his hiking boots. Things are just as grim in the bedroom. Mattress against the wall, split pillows, tossed clothes. Stooping down, he pulls his rucksack out from beneath the iron bed frame. Motherfuckers. His passport and traveller's checks are gone. The bathroom follows suit. The pink candlewick mat is in the tub, and the medicine cabinet doors are wide open. He walks back through to the lounge and slumps on the floor. Holding his head in his hands, he looks up to see if the phone is still intact. But his eyes never move any further than the large map between the mirror and floor lamp. Every red pin, from the little plastic pot he keeps them inside, has been stuck haphazardly across the map. Hundreds of tiny red balls cover St. Andrews, from the western sands to the eastern harbour. At the top of the map, on the blue strip representing the bay, someone has scrawled the words, Dies Irae, in what he hopes is red lipstick. Chapter 27. Although the most active part of the illness is gone, Dante still moans every time the Land Rover bounces over a pothole or bumps across a ripple of tarmac while he drives, alone, through the town toward the sea. Despite the cold of night, a light rash of sweat creates a sheen on his forehead, and there is something tattered about his breathing in between the occasional coughing fit that leaves a taste of cigarette tar and blood in his mouth. He makes the usual vow to give up smoking and to appreciate his health once he's made a complete recovery. And that will be at a time, if he can remain resolute through the impending confrontation with Beth, when the debacle of his journey to Scotland will be a few hundred miles behind him. Once he passes the old course and clubhouse, now darkened and deserted, the silhouette of St. Andrew's town, spiky against the sodden blues and blacks of night, glowers down at him from up on its perch, as if it too despairs at the scruffy sick man in the beaten-up truck. Which is precisely what he thinks of himself, as he glances at the distant spires and towers through the driver's side window, watching them grow smaller between the far-off trees, where they rise behind the walls on the cliff tops. Tonight, the town seems especially unforgiving, as if it relinquishes responsibility for those not shielded within its stone and beneath its timbers now the sun has waned. Its rocks and foundations have survived revolutions and atrocities and weathered countless storms, and he doubts if he has ever felt so vulnerable as he does now, away from sanctuary and alone. Once his business with Beth and Elliot is finished, there is no option left for him but to flounder away, back into a pitiful, transient life in England. Despite the initial hiatus of his arrival, his awareness of yet another defeat has been ever present and grown stronger since the first meeting with Elliot. It is just the way things seem to happen in the life he's made difficult for himself by choosing to be a musician. What has the trip north achieved? He's doubted his mentor, deceived his friend, and run from shadows. Nearing the place selected by Beth, he suffers a fresh pang in his stomach. What a mess. What a fucking mess, he says, in a quiet, flat voice to himself. He passes the seawall and slows the Land Rover down to listen to the ocean waves pause and sigh before the roar when the waters are suddenly confronted with stone and sand again. He always wanted to live by the sea. Maybe he can go and sell pasties on a beach in Cornwall, or work in a bar in Spain, now that Scotland is finished. On the journey back, he'll make sure to drive right past Birmingham and not even stop for cigarettes, in case he becomes caught in the city's magnetic field and sucked back to the very place he started from. Definition in the landscape ebbs away from around the Land Rover as Dante passes the last outcrop of buildings connected to the clubhouse and putting green of the old course. With both hands on the wheel, he swerves the war wagon around snaking bends and makes it hiccup over the speed bumps near the last car park at the start of the West Sands. The narrow road then straightens, with the golf links on one side and the dunes on the other, and carries him away from town and closer to the oblivious sea. A final glance in the rearview mirror reveals the town lights as mere dots about the now indistinct sentinels of St. Salvator's and the castle. 1/4 of a silver moon adds a bright light far up in the sky that fails to illumine much on the ground. Ahead of him, the coastline slips into a depth of night that throws the weak beam of his headlamps back at his eyes, and the dunes huddle together in the cold, like the bowed heads of giants with tufts of grass for hair. And over their hunched shoulders, the sea at high tide is as black as pitch. Dante wonders how he will find them. The beach road stretches for at least another mile toward the Eden estuary. Beth instructed him to meet them where the dunes flatten, near the river mouth. On the map there is an observation point there, before the road ends, but no street lights. He thought the beach was lit at night. Anxious about passing it in the dark, as his headlights only light up the tarmac in front and not the sides of the road, Dante slows the clattering and wheezing Land Rover down to a crawl and pulls his window all the way back in the frame. Shit! Something runs across the road. He stamps on the brake. The Land Rover fishtails on the sandy tarmac before coming to a stop. Breathing hard, he peers out of the cabin. Whatever the hell it was has vanished. The headlights cast only a brief smear of light onto something running across the front of the vehicle, low to the ground, with its head turned away from the light. A black dog or a dark freckled deer, perhaps, disturbed from the undergrowth by his lights and the sound of the engine. fleeing animals always add a sense of urgency and immediacy to the dark when they run through high beams. That's all it was, he tells himself. He drives on, shaken. Now, all he can concentrate on is his recollection of the scream, heard on his second night in town. And then he thinks of his last visit to the sands, and how the discovery of an arm prevented a return to the shore. The thing that ran across the road makes him regret leaving the flat. What was he thinking? He trusts neither Elliot nor Beth, and they want him and Tom out here in the middle of the night. What can they say or show him only at night and not during the day? He thinks of turning around and driving back. Anger forced him into this reckless journey. His impetuous need to end the Scottish adventure brought him out here alone. And, if he is honest with himself, was it not also a desire to see Beth that brought him to the sands? And does she not know that he will come? He swears at himself. Moving forward, slowly, he looks left and right, backward and forward, until his neck begins to ache. After another 100 metres, the left side of the road opens out to a wide grass verge, which in turn is gravelled to serve as a car park. This has to be the place. Turning off the tarmac, he rumbles over the loose stone chips scattered over the hard mud that has been grooved by tyres when wet. His visibility is limited to 20 feet on all sides, so he keeps the engine running and the headlights on. It's gone 12, and if they are here, they can't fail to see his lights. The only lights this far out. With the engine idling, he fumbles with a cigarette. His nerves hum. His voice is ready to break into soprano, and his foot twitches to plant the accelerator pedal against the metal floor. What the? There is a boom and a crash close to his ear. Something slams against the side of the Land Rover's fiberglass hardtop and nearly shuts his heart down. Dropping the lit cigarette, Dante twists in his seat to gape at the passenger side of the vehicle that has been struck. Echoes from the crash still resound in his ears. For a moment, he is too shocked to focus, but when his vision clears, there is nothing to see but the silent darkness beyond the grimy glass of the windows. Depressing the clutch, he pushes the gear stick into reverse. Just as he is about to rock it backward, a figure appears between the headlamp beams. Someone stands upright, swathed in black, with their head bowed. Dante jumps. His foot leaves the clutch and the Land Rover kangaroo hops to a spluttering stall. He peers at the dashboard. His fingers scrabble for the keys and the ignition button. When he dares to look up again, he stares into Beth's smiling face. Dante swears aloud. She is playing a game. His heart thunders like a drum kit inside his chest. Sweat dries to shivers. Beth turns her hand, palm upward, and beckons to him with her index finger. In the distance, the grin on her white face strikes him as both sly and superior. Something inside of Dante reacts against it. He feels foolish and angry. It wasn't funny, her startling him like that. And the noise of her hitting the Land Rover was horrible. It sounded like an animal. The whole vehicle rocked from side to side, and the noise was deafening. And where is Elliot? Is she alone? He thinks of his fright in St. Mary's Court, and his anger turns to caution. He restarts the Land Rover. Beth's smile vanishes, and a pleading enters her expression. She tilts her head to one side and then mouths the word, please, at him. Her black overcoat falls open. A satin slip shines against her breasts and hip bones. Against the dark material, the beam of his lamps reflects off the white of her throat and the pale cleavage below. Never has she looked so beautiful, so dead, so eager. Dante opens his door and steps out. When his boots touch the gravel, He struggles to remember how he came to be standing there. He just obeyed her. There was no choice. The silence on the beach is deeper, the air heavier, and only the cold against his cheeks helps to earth him. "Beth," he says. Raising her chin, she arches one brow above a mad eye and pouts her dark lips. And then, for a moment, her face trembles with rage before she throws her head back and laughs like a hysteric. She must be drunk. He stays by the open door of the Land Rover with his hand tight on the handle, but Beth's laughter ceases as quickly as it began. She dips her head to smile at him, sweetly. Then she walks toward him. Slender legs, booted to the knee, but left pale to the hem of her slip, steal his gaze from her eager face. His feeble resistance dissolves into the dark. When she is no more than a single step away, her expression turns fierce. He flinches, but she is too quick. Clutching his cheeks with her hard fingers, she kisses his mouth, tearing at his lips with her teeth. He cries out, tries to pull away, but she pinches the skin of his face hard, immobilizing him with pain. The scabbed wounds on his lips break open with a ripping sound he feels more than he hears. It makes him feel sick. He tries to breathe through his nose as he chokes on the perfume clouding his face before it slips up his sinuses and dulls his mind like morphine. When his body goes limp against her, she withdraws her face to laugh. Unwinding her arms from his back, Beth steps away from Dante, leaving him tottering on the spot and wiping at his lips. "Oh, precious," she whispers, her expression now that of the little lost girl the first time they met. But her eyes remain wide, disabling his ability to look away. He tries to speak but can't remember how. His face is numb, his mouth traumatized. "I told you to wait," she says. "Why couldn't you wait? You didn't trust me? We were wrong about you." He feels a sharp pain in his stomach, which becomes a desperate need to placate her, to make her want him still. But she turns on her Cuban heels and marches away across the gravel, out of the headlight beams and through the grass to disappear amongst the dunes. "Beth! Wait, Beth! Wait! It's not like that!" he shouts. But she's gone. Dante leans against the Land Rover. "Beth!" he calls, weakly. "I'm not well. Don't make me chase you." Sulphur smoulders in his lungs. His desire to stray no more than a few feet from the Land Rover grinds with his need to see her again. Her quick and savage introduction arouses a lunatic desire in him. It blinds him, douses his fear. He feels reckless and trembles on legs that feel especially thin and useless as he calls her name. She never answers, so he crosses the gravel part way, slowing down when the sensation of loose stones beneath his boots gives way to the cushion of dune grass. And soon he is shouting with annoyance. His resolution to stay near the war wagon is broken, forgotten. He stumbles over pieces of driftwood and twists an ankle on the uneven ground where the dunes begin to rise. Ascending the first hump of sand, he falls into the harsh grasses growing through the damp sand. They stab at his face and poke an eye, and he is reduced to sitting with a hand pressed against a wet and stinging eyelid shut tight. But at least the pain revives him, helping him to think straight for the first time since she kissed him. Back on his feet, he climbs to the top of the nearest dune. Bending over, he swats the sand from his knees. When he straightens, Beth is standing in front of him. "Jesus!" he cries out and staggers back. And he is about to shout at her when she removes her long coat. She looks down her body, her face concealed by her hair. When you left the court, we were punished.
What?
Dante asks. You were told to be patient and not to ask questions.
Can you blame me?
He asks, baffled. Beth makes a little muffled sobbing sound in her hair.
What's going on, Beth? Tell me.
There is another, Dante. He wants to meet you.
Who?
Beth raises her chin and shakes the hair from her face. A creak of tears shines on her cheekbones. She sniffs and then turns around to show him her slender back. She slips a tiny strap of her slip off one shoulder. The silky garment slides down her pale back. There is a shadow under her scapula. Dante moves closer, and the shadow becomes a large bruise. He winces.
Shit.
As his eyes accustom themselves to what thin light the moon transmits, he catches a glimpse of something that resembles a giant black orchid with a smattering of red petals around it. The evil flower covers half of her back.
Who did this?
He says, his voice tight. From his bad eye, tears stream hot and sting his face. One whom I love, she replies, a tremble in her voice.
Elliot.
When she answers, her tone changes again. It is soft and hushed, as if she is speaking of someone of great importance. Pain can be a reward. Dante swallows but stays quiet. He has no idea how to react. What she says seems to diminish him. There is nothing in his experience to compare with the seductive horror of her suggestion. Are you afraid, Dante, of offering yourself to something greater than you could ever be alone?
He wants to say, you need help, but is afraid of setting her off and making her violent again. She is ill. This is clear to him now. Schizophrenic even. These mood swings explain it all. There are at least two distinct personalities active in her. She switches from this young and vulnerable girl to something sadistic and out of control. And Elliot is responsible. He keeps her and controls her and beats her. He lures impressionable students into his twisted games and then uses them as playthings. It is all starting to make sense. Maybe he uses narcotics and some kind of suggestion to beguile and then control his victims. It explains the illness. He must have been drugged. No wonder the hebdomader tried to warn him, and it is no surprise that Janice reacted so strongly to his association with Elliot. The hebdomader mentioned all of this at the orientation, and he failed to connect the clues because he was so smitten with Beth and in awe of Elliot. But now the penny is finally dropped, and he'll go straight to the police, and he'll take Beth along as proof. We thought you were the one for him, but you couldn't understand, she says, adrift in her own world. Shut up, Beth. Cut the crap,
Dante answers, his voice quick.
I know more than you think. I know what's been going on, and I want you to come somewhere with me tonight. I want you to trust me on this.
Beth glares at him. Her teeth are revealed in another mad grin. Do you think Elliot is my master? She laughs crazily at the sky. Dante looks over his shoulder at the silhouette of his Land Rover.
Beth, you're coming with me. I've had enough of this.
Fool, she mutters behind him, in a deeper tone of voice.
He is shocked to hear her speak like this. It contradicts her youth, spoils her beauty, is incongruous, as if her face and body are a facade to conceal something far uglier.
There are greater ones to serve than broken men, who only now begin to realise what has begun. And you are privileged. Our Lord is hungry. He will take you in his arms tonight, and you will truly know him. She comes for him without a sound, closing the distance between them with one step. Her arms are colder and thinner than ever as she embraces him. Her hands disappear beneath his shirt. Fingernails tear into his back. Dante cries out in pain. He tries to pull himself free, but she smashes her face against his neck. Immediately, her teeth become busy on the soft flesh. With her fingers locked behind his back, close to his spine, she prevents him from pulling his arms free. And when she begins to squeeze him with her bony arms, the breath is forced from him, and then his ribs began to shift and groan. Overwhelmed by her unnatural strength and a fear of suffocation, he stamps about in the sand, trying to shake her loose. But his desperate staggers only succeed in toppling them to the ground. As they roll in the sand and wet verdure, he kicks his legs about and tries to call out, but his squashed and winded torso can produce no sound beside a rasping noise that vibrates in his throat. Blind with panic, he is sure he will pass out. When her grip suddenly loosens around his chest and he is able to draw some air into his lungs, she begins to lap at the deep abrasions on the skin of his neck. Her tongue is dry as a cat's, and she makes a snuffling sound as she suckles his throat. The sound is worse than the pain that preceded it. And then she breaks away from his throat, moves off his body, and sits crouched down beside him. She stares into the dark nearby. Unable to move from shock, Dante looks in horror at the lipstick and blood smeared about her mouth and chin, making her look slovenly, like the insane hybrid of a harlot and a clown. "He comes," she mutters, then tilts her head back, with her eyes closed and her dark mouth open. A desperate scream issues from her mouth. It pierces his inner ear, and he rolls his head from side to ease the pain. Beth falls silent, and she looks like a young and pretty girl with chocolate around her mouth. "He's here for you," she whispers, and then lowers her lips to his forehead. He flinches. She kisses him, tenderly. Dante peers up at her, still too shocked to speak or react, and too stunned to avoid the hard punches that soon rain against his face from left and right, Beth making soft grunting sounds as she strikes him, and through the blood and confusion that whirl about his head, he hears her knuckles crack. When the storm of violence concludes, Beth is gone from him, leaving him numb and half-conscious in the sand. Through his concussed haze, he hears the noise of her feet as she runs away into the night-blackened dunes. And in the distance, he hears another sound. Faint but growing. A sound that makes him feel an instant and profound chill. It is like a sail billowing and snapping against the rigging of a ship when struck by a sudden gust of wind far out at sea. But it grows louder as the sound travels through the night at speed toward where he lies in the dirt. His mind wants to collapse, to flicker out like a candle's flame before a draft. Only some basic instinct for survival motivates him to move his arms and legs. He rises to his hands and knees as his senses collect to deliver a terrible conclusion. She's blooded me. She's prepared me. The sound is close now. It is all around him, circling just beyond his vision, carried by a frozen wind that skims off the sand. Remembering the sound of old bones flung through St. Mary's Court, he clambers to his feet and staggers about on the spot, fighting for balance. The blood deserts his brain and he nearly falls as he stumbles toward the Land Rover. Beth screams from behind a scream of anticipation and wild animal excitement. Dante runs with tears in his eyes. The pain in his chest from where she squeezed him makes him move slowly, barely able to stay upright. When he reaches the gravel of the car park, he notices a movement on his right side. The motion is joined by a faint sound, not footsteps, but a suggestion of something being dragged or dragging itself across the ground. It stays level with him, keeping pace, content to stalk him from a close distance. Screwing up his eyes, he sees a shape or a long shadow crouching near the turf before the grass drops away to the beach. He thinks of breaking into a sprint, but knows the idea of the shadow moving more quickly in pursuit will stop his legs with fear and possibly his heart too. Hysteria gains momentum inside him. A sound squeezes out of his throat, a thin note of anguish that trembles and threatens to grow into a scream. Should he shout? Who would hear him? "Beth," he says in a weak voice. "Beth, call it off. For Christ's sake, stop this," he cries, as if he is being menaced by a dog while the owner looks on. She laughs again, like a lunatic pleased after performing some awful deed with a child and a sharp implement. "Our Lord is here? He's here for you, Dante. Just for you." In the distance, just audible above Beth's voice, Dante hears a car engine. He looks over his left shoulder and sees headlights approaching down the beach road. Is the only sign he needs. Forsaking the Land Rover, knowing he will never reach it, Dante suddenly breaks into a sprint toward the road, adrenaline neutralizing pain. As he runs, he shouts and waves both arms in the air. But no sooner has he begun to run as fast as he is able than a wind of pursuit flares up behind him. "No!" he cries out and stumbles. He looks back, only once and quickly too. It is sufficient. He sees the silhouette of something long and thin, close to the ground, coming after him. Ahead, the car turns from the beach road to the open area he runs across. Hope surges. They've seen him. Hope peaks. He wants to cry out. Hope dies. As if he is whacked by the boom of a boat, something hard thumps his back and knocks him down so quickly his hands never have a chance to break his fall. Before his face hits the earth, his ankles are clutched and slapped together. In the next instant, he is being dragged backward toward the sea at an incredible speed. Whatever holds his ankles runs twice as fast as a man. His arms flail and his body skims over the stones and litter and bits of broken turf as if he is being dragged behind a horse. If he is taken to the sand, he knows he is finished. Using all the might of his lungs, Dante screams. For a moment, his body is airborne. He seems to be flying, feet first, backward and through the air. In both hands, he clutches handfuls of grass from the turf he's just departed. When he lands, face first in the sand, the air is forced from his body, and consciousness is slammed from his head. Chapter 28. The voice is coming from a distance. For a while, it is as if someone is talking to Dante in a dream he is just about to leave. But when he wakes and opens his eyes, he realizes the voice is no dream fragment. It is being spoken in the real world by a woman with a quiet but firm voice who is pointing a torch at his face. "He's awake," she says to someone standing nearby. The light hurts his eyes. Pain erupts all over his body. He stays still, terrified to move in case the pain gets worse. He clenches one hand. Damp sand crushes in his palm and slides between his fingers. With the other hand, he shields his eyes from the torchlight. "Dante," the woman says, "it's all right. You've had a fall. Can you tell me if you're hurt?" He groans. "Tell me where it hurts," she says, her voice soft. "Sure he's no pissed," a man's voice says from behind her. "Can he smell anything on his breath?" she answers the man. It is now that the full impact of the night's events crash into his mind. He suddenly remembers Beth's attack, the thing that prowled around him, the chase, being dragged to the sea, and then... nothing. But he is alive. Dante sits up quickly, but immediately grips the sides of his head. The pain is so great his eyes water. "I'm not dead. Drunk. Not drunk." It sounds like he's sleep-talking. The initial wave of agony subsides inside his skull. He keeps his head still. "Who are you?" he asks, speaking slowly, feeling the shape of the words on his tongue. Anxious, the man and woman move away from him. "We're police officers," the woman says. The torch beam shines in his eyes again. It blinds him. "We saw your vehicle from the beach road with the lights on." Dante puts a hand to the patch of stinging skin on his throat and winces when his fingertips touch something wet. He looks up and squints until the male officer lowers the torch beam from his face. Now he can see their silhouettes. She's a head shorter than the man, and neither of them wear hats. "What happened?" the man says, his tone brusque. Dante closes his eyes. His ribs hurt and there is something else bleeding on his back. He can feel his t-shirt sticking to the skin where it stings, a cut from when he was dragged across the ground. But what can he say to the police? His first feeling is an overwhelming gratitude. Inadvertently, they've saved him from the sea, from death out there in the dark and cold water. He shivers. His arm would have been found in the surf, eventually identified from the tattoos on the upper part. Tom would have identified it. "What were you doing out here?" The woman's voice hardens with suspicion. "I came out here to meet someone." He pauses. They wait. "It turned nasty." "You saying you were assaulted?" the man asks, his accent strong. Dante nods. "By who?" the male officer asks, losing his patience. The two officers exchange glances. "Up on your feet," the man orders. "Come on!" He stretches an arm down. Dante fingers the sleeve of the man's jumper. His arm is limp and it feels as if there is no strength left in the muscles. Impatiently, the policeman seizes his elbow with a tight, practiced grip and pulls him sharply to his feet. "You been drinking, pal? Hey, drugs maybe?" The woman stands to one side. She's leafing through his wallet, which is how she must have learned his name. "Says here your address is in Birmingham. Long way from home, son." "Yeah," he says, and smiles with relief at her reminder of a place that is familiar to him. Another world, away from this madness. The smile is not returned. Their expressions remain severe. She is pretty, but her face has gone tight and her eyes are hard. "What are you doing here, pal? And who assaulted you?" the male officer asks. Dante panics. What can he say without sounding like he's been taking drugs? What if they make him take a blood test? He and Tom have been smoking weed since they arrived. "It's difficult," he mumbles. "What's difficult?" the man says, his torch in Dante's face again. "You telling me you don't know who assaulted you? I'm not inclined to believe you, pal. We find you lying on the beach in the middle of the night. What are you doing? Staking out your plot before the tourists come down tomorrow? Many take a similar line with him on account of his long hair and appearance. People's first reaction is distrust, their second, ridicule. Not caring for the man's tone, which has become not only sarcastic but condescending, Dante says, "No, pal, nothing like that." The officer stiffens at the tone of Dante's voice, and the mimicry implicit in his answer. "You're well enough to backchat me, son. You're well enough to come in and do some talking." Dante's right arm is seized behind the elbow. Okay, he says, and struggles to untangle his arm. The iron fingers clench tighter. "I'm sorry. I don't want to argue. It's just that I've had a shock. I've been unconscious." His arm is released. "Just let me get my bearings. My head is killing me, please." The woman moves closer to calm things down. She looks at her partner, who takes a reluctant step away from Dante. "I'm not a troublemaker," Dante says, and his voice trembles. He looks at the sea, and then down the wide expanse of sand, still dark and indifferent to what has befallen him. A place to die, where the wind and water and sky will carry on in their circle of tide and rain and day and night forever, unconcerned. He is frightened again and can't think straight. "You came just in time. I want to thank you." His weak voice fails him. "That's all right," the woman says, and touches his shoulder. Dante wipes his eyes. She smiles. "Let's go up to the car and have a wee chat. How's that sound?" Dante nods. All three of them climb away from the sea toward the patrol car parked beside his Land Rover. Dante stands in the bathroom. He grips the wash basin to stop the shakes. Rinsing his face under the cold tap revives him, but does little to calm the storm inside his skull. It's all an illusion. It must be. This can't be real. It was just a big guy, someone strong that finished Beth's dirty work. Unconvinced, he then slumps down to his knees and closes his eyes. "I'm losing it," he whispers. Something raggedy and long flings itself through his mind. Immediately he opens his eyes. He is back in shock. He takes deep breaths. He tries to kill the image. An illusion? Something was expecting him on the dark beach. Whatever it was, it came with Beth at the end of a night they intended to be his last. A final rendezvous at the climax of Eliot's plot where, all along from their first exchange of letters, something in St. Andrews has been waiting for him, or has been promised him. But murder? No way. That happens to other people. "No," he says. Gripping the lime green bathroom mat with both fists, he flicks his wet hair out of his eyes and says no, again and again, until his voice rises in a feeble attempt to erase the image of the thing that stalked him by the sea. Through the wall he hears Tom stir, a muffled and far-off rustle of a sleeping body turning in bed. Dante winces and kills the flow of water still streaming from the tap. Tom will have to be told, even if he ends up thinking his best friend is mad. Looking at his watch, he sees it is 4 a.m. There was an hour at the police station on North Street as he tried to talk himself out of a night in the cells. And then the next 2 hours in the emergency ward, having his cuts and bruises attended to, finished off the most harrowing night of his life. 3 stitches on his neck from her bite, and a weight of salve-soaked dressings on his back and stomach, courtesy of her companion. "Superficial wounds," the doctor with the slender face had said, with the cheeks scrubbed and pink under the hospital strip lights. "Just cuts and grazes." Because of the injuries, the police officers had been forced to take his story seriously. He was Elliot Coldwell's research assistant, or so he told them, and had begun to see one of the lecturer's students out of hours, a girl called Beth who seemed to be having problems. When he met her late that night, she and a third party, an unknown assailant, attacked him for no reason he could gather. There had been no provocation, although she claimed he had disappointed her terribly by expressing concerns about her mental health to Elliot. Not a convincing story, he thought, looking at the unconvinced faces of the police officers, but it was all he had. Although he was desperate to inform them that the unknown assailant wasn't even human, he held his tongue, fearing a drug test. They took it all down in a notebook, but the male officer was clearly unimpressed from start to finish. But what mystifies him most is the time immediately after Johnny Law rolled up. Where did Beth and her companion flee to? There was no one around when the police found him. The male officer went off and searched about, flashing his torch here and there amongst the dunes. There were no other cars out there, no buildings to hide inside, and not a single soul had been sighted. They had vanished. They, the male officer said, sarcastically, must have been long gone by the time we found you. No, Dante insisted. It was your interruption that saved me. From death, he wanted to add. But it was just him they found, alone on the sand, and they were sick to death of students wasting their time with their drunken foolery and noise and rooks in the streets with locals. They only enjoyed a brief respite over the summer months when most of the students left the town, but recently things had been as busy as they were in Raisin Week. What was that? He asked. What was Raisin Week? A festival, the policewoman said, and she rolled her eyes at the very mention of it. Then they took Elliot's address at the School of Divinity. Questions would be asked. But Dante was unsure about pressing charges, and was still foolishly wary of implicating Elliot, out of an unshakable, stubborn, and infuriating sense of his greatness. All he wanted, he said to the officers in conclusion, was to grab his mate, get out of town, and drive home. This seemed to please the male officer, but they would still need his town address, should further inquiries be made. When he provided the flat's address on the east scores, the officers exchanged glances. What? He asked. Do you know the man who used to live there? The woman cop asked him. No, he replied, and gave them the date of his arrival in town. The male officer looked at him with suspicion. So, you have no connection with a man called Banquet? He asked. Dante shook his head and wanted to know why this caused concern. They believed he was telling the truth. He could see it in their faces. But neither gave him an answer to his question. The male officer said it was probably best that he was going back to England after all. Some strange things have been happening, he added, more to himself and for his partner's benefit than for Dante's. You're telling me, Dante said, to prompt them. I turned up the day they found that arm. At that, both officers looked uncomfortable. Know whose it is yet? He asked. No, they said in unison, and the interview was over. Then the grumpy male cop took him to the hospital for repairs, staying silent all the way and not even looking him in the eye when Dante said goodbye outside the entrance to the emergency room. Casualty wards in Birmingham were dreadful places in the early hours. On 3 occasions, he either took Punky to Casualty for a stomach pump, or collected the drummer from Casualty after a stomach pump. He saw fistfights, nurses assaulted by drunks, hysterical women, kids wheeled to and fro with blue faces. But in St. Andrews, at the Memorial Hospital, it was a different world. He was the only patient, so the staff, a young doctor and a sweet nurse, saw him immediately, and were careful not to question him too closely about his wounds. It was obvious they assumed he'd been in a fight. With his tattoos and messy hair, they thought he was a brawler, the type that attracted and caused street violence. It would have been no good trying to explain otherwise. A dog and angry girlfriend story was too lame for a repeat telling. From Casualty, he then took a cab to North Street and drove the war wagon home from where it was parked outside the police station. Regaining his feet in the bathroom of the flat, the stinging pains on his back cry out again, tender body parts harassed by the simple touch of his shirt. The bite on his neck is not as deep as he expected and doesn't trouble him greatly, even though the teeth marks immediately went septic. "Dirtiest mouth on the planet," the young doctor said, swabbing his throat. "Did you know that even the dog bite is cleaner than the human?" One of his cheeks is bruised, and he has a fat bottom lip from Beth's punches, but his face has slipped into a welcome numbness since he swallowed the painkillers he was given at the hospital. Even his ribs that Beth crushed offer nothing more than a tender sensation when he inhales, but his back continues to give him hell. The doctor spent some time inspecting his back. "You were bitten. What did the other fellow do? Pick you up in his mouth and run with you?" "Nasty," he added. Curious and anxious about what he might see, Dante slowly removes his shirt. A trickle of sand falls to the tiled floor of the bathroom. He turns around and peers over his shoulder at the reflection of his back in the bathroom mirror. Then he peels the corner of dressing off the part of his skin that hurts the most, stretching from his waist to the small of his back. "Jesus," he says. Standing under the electric light, he moves from side to side to fully reveal the extent of the flesh wound. He keeps his eyes in a squint because he can't bear to see it clearly. His sallow torso now resembles something on a mortician's slab. It is as if he was thrown amongst a legion of small beasts during a feeding frenzy. Small incisions, encrusted with coagulating blood, are surrounded by others that are still raw and fresh. It covers his entire lower back. Spattered between the cuts and evil bruises is a series of painful blue indentations pressed into his flesh by fingertips. Bony fingertips. But it is the marks over his kidneys that make him dizzy with shock. He grips the sink, steadies himself, and then looks back at his reflection. Teeth marks. It looks as if a large mouth has dislocated its lower jaw to clamp his skin between sharp incisors, wanting to break through and kill. Around the entries the teeth have made into his skin are what resemble long and inflamed bruises from where his skin has been stretched. It is like the doctor suggested, that he's been picked up in a mouth and carried. Down on the sands, the last of his fever, his anxiety at meeting Beth, and her manic behaviour may have transformed the evening into something surreal and dreamy. But here are the physical scars, again, resulting from a few minutes in her company. The attack was savage, the assailant determined and merciless. There have been no illusions in St. Andrews after all. It is for real. Beth is insane. Not weird, kinky, beautiful, a mystery in furs and leather boots like he wanted to believe, but insane. She hypnotized him or drugged him back at St. Mary's. Same again on the West Sands, where body parts wash ashore. Only down by the sea, where it is more remote and easier for her, for them to work, she tortured his helpless body in some kind of blood sport, a perverse, sadistic rite, a prelude to a snuff movie, where the tide and wind swallowed his cries. Awe-stricken by the weight of his thoughts, he stands mute, displaying his broken skin to the mirror until his legs weaken and he can look no more. But even when his cuts are covered again, the bandages only conceal his battered nudity. The flesh itself still harbours the sensations of thin fingers and dirty teeth. Dropping his head, Dante fights to hold the tears back. When was the last time his mind was clear? When he was able to think and act rationally? He needs Tom, who will shake his perfect head and smile before suggesting a fresh escape and a new plan. An involuntary shiver racks his body, and Dante thinks of his bed. Will sleep remove her terrible scream from his mind? It still seems to echo around his skull, tainting his thoughts with its awful sense of excitement. And beneath the painful abrasions on his skin, the virus might still be groping about, looking for a chink through which to rise. "Elliot," Dante whispers, as he creeps across the quiet hallway to his room. The man he wants to immortalize with music has deceived him. How many years has he spent quoting from the book, feebly transferring its message to half-drunk musicians? How many times has he rescued it from second-hand bookshops and offered it as a gift to someone he thought would benefit from Elliot's wisdom? Elliot wants him dead, mauled by Beth, and then offered to the thing in rags. The first glimmer of anger begins to smoke and then flare through him. When the bedroom window is closed and latched, the front door and patio door locks secured, Dante slips into bed. He winces as he lowers his punished body to the cool sheets. He'll pack up first thing and hit the road before 10. It is the only thought that offers any comfort. But sleep brings no relief. There are other things that demand his attention under the cover of slumber. Chapter 29. When Dante's eyes open, something lies beside him in bed. His desperate need to flinch and turn away is denied. A numbing paralysis weighs him to the mattress, damp beneath his skin. It is the extreme attack of pins and needles again, shutting everything down except for his shallow breaths and faltering heartbeat. His eyes flick left, right, up, down. He can see the pale ceiling of his room and the simple light shade corralling a bulb he wishes were on. The bare walls appear distant and barely reflect the faint traces of yellow streetlight creeping through a tiny parting in his curtains. An attempt to clench a fist fails. It is no longer there. The hand seems to have vanished from his tingling wrist, like a blind man who has groped off the end of a pier. Beside him in bed, a head turns on the pillow. Droplets of sweat freeze against his scalp. The pillow dips beside his right ear. There is a faint exhalation and then silence. Something rests against his cheek. A head. He can feel the outline of a large face, a flat forehead with eye sockets and no nose beneath, just the edges of something dry and sharp. A petrified cry escapes from his throat. Panic slaps around his skull, like a dizzy child crazed with terror in a burning house. The bedfellow stirs, and the movement of its limbs creates a rustle beneath the sheets, black snakes in long grass. Suddenly, it sits up. Dante's eyes flick to the right, a frightened rabbit, trapped in a tunnel beneath a large shadow, expecting the end. Upon narrow shoulders, an indistinct face opens its mouth and utters a rasp of delight. Something long and thin reaches across his body. Hard fingers grasp his arms and hold them tight against his body. Then the shadow rises and moves across his vision before it settles down, spider-like, covering the bed. Dante closes his eyes and stops breathing. Like a sack of sticks, he hears its creaks and rustles. Outside his clamped eyelids, a face lowers itself. The embrace becomes a crush. Dante's naked body hits the rough texture of the carpet beside his bed, and he wakes with a scream. Moments later, the door blows in and the overhead light is swatted on. Tom stands by the bed, panting, dressed in just his shorts, his hair tousled and his eyes wide with shock. "Jesus Christ, I thought you were being murdered!" Tom slumps against the wall and tries to catch his breath. They stare at each other, Dante pallid, his face stricken, Tom about to speak but in shock. They stay silent. Gradually, the horror of Dante's bruised and lacerated body is comprehended by Tom. He raises his eyes and pleads with Dante for an explanation. Dante begins to sob and covers his face. "Tried to kill me," he gasps. "The window? Must have come in through the window." He stares at the locked window. The curtains are still. "Dante, look at you." Tom's voice is unsteady with emotion. "You're all cut." Rising to his feet, Dante looks about the pastel-shaded walls of his room. He touches the furniture. Everything is solid, real, in its place, and he is alive. He wipes tears from his eyes. Twisting around, he checks the bed. Slapping his hands down on the crumpled bed linen and mattress confirms the departure of the uninvited companion. Dropping to his knees, he peers beneath the bed, half expecting something to reach out and grasp his head with long fingers. Nothing there. 100-watt bulb and the yellow of sunrise bring reason back to his mind. But his recall of whatever made him scream in sleep dims infuriatingly. Something was beside him. But what? Tom's hands shake. He is angry now. His tanned face whitens. His head cocks at an accusatory angle. "Where the fuck did you go last night? I heard the war wagon's engine. I checked your room. You went out." Dante sits back on the mattress, catching his breath in the early morning charm of sunlight and cool air. He glances across the broken skin on his torso. "Jesus, look at me." "I want fucking answers, mate," Tom shouts. "I know what makes those marks." Dante closes his eyes and sighs, so thankful to be awake, so grateful to be alive, to see Tom again, and hear a milk bottle swept off a neighbour's doorstep, to hear birds and the distant shutting of a car door. "Say something," Tom says, exasperated. Dante reaches for his jeans. He has to get up, smoke a fag, drink some tea, shower in hot water, force the small routines of living into the sick and drunken haze he's been wading through for days. Tom moves into the room, watching his friend's poorly balanced struggles to get dressed. He stands close to Dante, his eyes warning him of a serious fracture in their relations. "Just a smoke and a cuppa, Tom. And then I'll give you the lot. The mess that I've got us both into." Speech is such an effort for him. His entire coating of skin now stings or aches after every movement. When he tries to walk around Tom to get to the bathroom, his friend places a firm hand on Dante's shoulder and shakes his head. "No more bullshit, Dante. I want to know what's going on with you. You're covered in fucking bite marks, for Christ's sake." Dante nods. "Just let me wash." When he finishes washing and sobbing, he finds Tom waiting for him in the living room. Tom smokes a cigarette and watches Dante take the easy chair opposite the sofa. Nervous, Dante begins the confession. 10 years of living in each other's back pockets produces frequent conflict, usually only resulting in slight confrontations. But at times, something else will take over, something blood-hot, and they stop just in time and bite back on the words at the last moment to save their bond. On this morning, however, it seems as if the very foundations of their friendship, supporting them for over a decade, are under threat. For once, Dante muses, it is because he is in the wrong. "You kept that from me," Tom says, incredulous. after Dante nervously recounts the fuller version of his liaisons with Beth. I can't believe you never told me. I've been kicking around this flat day after day, jerking off, looking after you, going insane with boredom. You know, I started to think that this whole deal in Scotland was a mistake. We don't belong here. I only kept going because of you, keeping all of my doubts to myself because this was Dante's trip of a lifetime. He was going to meet Elliot Colwell. Tom, I know it sounds bad. Damn straight it does. For Christ's sake, Dante, all this time you've been fucking about with Elliot's wife. If anyone was going to commit adultery up here, I thought it would have been me. But it was you and some tart into bondage. Look at the state of yourself. You don't have a fucking clue. How could you do it to the guy that wrote Banquet? You've read it 100 times and turned it into lyrics. He's an old man with a young girl and you fuck her. Something hot flinches inside Dante. Tom, forget sex. It's not like that. Tom refuses to look at Dante. Sure. Tom, I'd never met anyone like her before. Beth was like that muse I was always telling you about. I thought she was the one. Instantly. She seemed so beautiful and so weird. And it was Beth who asked us up here. The letters, the research, job, the flat, she claims that everything was her idea. She read Banquet for all the same reasons I did. We seemed so alike. How could I have resisted her? I didn't know what I was getting into. Elliot manipulated the whole thing. He wanted us to get together for a reason. You have to understand how I was pulled in. Tom looks at the ceiling, shakes his head in disbelief. Try and understand, Tom. I couldn't tell you. I had to know where we were standing, if we could pull this thing off. I didn't want to worry you with all this in the first week. I mean, we're here 5 minutes and I get fucking typhoid or something and... Dante pauses, swallows. There's more, Tom. It gets worse. How could it get any worse? Hear me out. I don't trust Elliot, let alone Beth. I don't know how to say this, but I doubt if Elliot asked me up here to assist his research. What? It's crazy, I know, but being his assistant was just a ruse. Something is going down that Elliot started. I don't know what, maybe some kind of cult. And I'm their fucking sacrifice. It's all starting to make sense to me and I'm frightened, Tom. I'm not kidding. I want to leave St. Andrews. Today. You're out of your mind. She's made you paranoid. You never could handle your emotions with a girl. Please, just listen. What about these nightmares I've been having? I thought it was because of the virus, but it's not. They're connected to Beth. The dreams are like a prelude, an introduction to something. Same with the time I met her in the court. They're offering a glimpse of someone I'm supposed to meet. You're the only fucking nightmare, Tom cuts in. Tom, you're not hearing me. Beth told me something about a third party and she acts all weird whenever she speaks about him. And I don't think this other party is a person. I mean, it's not a man. What the fuck are you on? It sounds crazy, I know, but I saw it last night. Or part of it. The thing from my dreams that I can never remember properly when I wake up. Don't you see? It's all connected. At first, I thought I was seeing things, being ill and susceptible and somehow dreaming the whole thing, but now I know it wasn't. It's real. That's why she asked me out to the sands last night and in the court. They have something, Tom. Something up here with them. They were going to give me to it. Tom closes his eyes and dips his sleek head between his legs. I've heard some bullshit in my time, Dante, but I never thought it would come out of your mouth. He looks up. We came up here to get away from the crazies, remember? I don't know what the fuck that woman has done to you, but she's made an arse of you. A real arse. Do you think you can sneak off behind my back and shag some crazy bitch and then fob me off with this shit? Knots of frustration tighten inside Dante until they produce a burning sensation in his chest.
Is that all you care about, Tom? All you ever care about, the allocation of female affection? That's why you're pissed off, isn't it? Because for once, I got the girl without you getting in first, without taking over and rewarding me with your cast-offs like I should be grateful. You don't care about everything falling through, or the fact that we've been deceived and that I'm ill and in trouble. You just can't stand the thought of me meeting someone first. It offends your vanity. I've never been more serious in my life, and you call me crazy. I nearly died, for fuck's sake.
Tom's face colours. You selfish bastard. Why did you bring me here? Because without me, you'd be isolated. You might think you're some kind of radical outsider, but you're not. You're a misfit and a fucking dreamer. You meet some arty bitch, some brainy beauty who gets off on being the centre of attention, who craves it with some weird-ass psycho sex shit going on, and you think you convince yourself she's the one. You betray Elliot and you ditch me. You've been single for so long, your desperation is calling the shots. Dante knocks his mug of tea over.
Fuck you! How can you talk of betrayal? You knew how I felt about Imogen and you just had to have her. You took her when you could have had any girl in or out of the rock scene, and then she became everything that was good for you, and you still chucked her. And now you try and judge my problem by the yardstick of your fucking bitterness, by your inability to ever accept even a smidgen of imperfection. Your own friends, best friends, can't trust you. You fucked Punky's girl and it killed the band. She was no good and you know it, Tom blurts out. I did him a favour. If it wasn't me, it would have been the next guy that made a pass. She was going to dump him anyway because of his drinking. Bullshit. You know how he felt about her. That's why he was drinking. The kid always had problems, but he loved that girl and he worshipped the fucking ground you walked on. You just couldn't resist flexing your power, proving that you could have any girl going, even a mate's. Everyone knows you're beautiful. Every girl wants you, but you always have to prove it. You're poison. That's why the band has 2 musicians left. You fucked it up. The straw that broke the camel's back. You're fond of gazing into mirrors, mate, but the one I'm holding up reveals a little more than your fucking bone structure. Enough, Tom says, clenching his fists. Say another word, and I'll break your jaw. Dante turns his face away. A thick clot of something cold closes his throat down. They do not speak or even see each other for the remainder of the day. Both guitars remain silent, as if neither man can bear to touch any symbol of their companionship. The melody and rhythms are gone. Tom stays out of the flat all day, and only returns for a brief spell in the early indigo-tinted evening, before Dante hears him leave the flat a second time, taking the Land Rover with him. He will go on a bender, that is for sure. After wandering around the town all day in a sulk, he will drink himself stupid and end up breaking a window or blarting in the street. After laughing humorlessly, Dante speaks aloud in the empty flat. We are truly pathetic. A pair of teenage girls. We ought to be ashamed. Only stopping himself when he longs for an opportunity to share the notion with Tom. Unable to concentrate on anything in his room, Dante shuffles about the flat. Whether messing with a snack or slouching on the couch, the cuts and bruises on his body refuse to let him concentrate on anything, or relax, or forget. Every time he sees Elliot's collection of books, stacked into the small wooden bookcase in the lounge, he wants to boot them all over the floor. They seem to mock him, a symbol of adolescent delusion.
All he wants is to leave. There is no way he can spend another night in the flat. Chapter 30.
"Where are you, buddy?"
Dante calls out. But the wind snatches his words from the air and throws them away like a handful of sand. He wanders around the east sands and harbour. There has been no sign of Tom for 24 hours. The beach here is not as spectacular as the west sands, but the thought of going back there fills him with dread. He just needs to be outdoors, to clear his thoughts of conspiracy and the fretting and paranoia. But even nature seems to have turned against him. Screwing up his eyes against the salt spray, he spits a tendril of hair from his mouth and replaces it with a cigarette. Out at sea, the water is a dull grey. It stretches between the rusty shallows to the thin, dark line of the horizon. The clouds look like dirty snow and move sluggishly to erase any peak of brightness above them. The late summer has given way to skies that remain dark after sunrise and brood throughout the day as if impatient for the return of night. The change in the weather occurred suddenly. It is as if he was deceived on his arrival by the bright sun and blue skies and their false promises of eternal spring in this coastal sun trap. Now the weather shades the morning brightness and swallows the afternoon light, threatening a long and terrible winter. And somewhere under these unfriendly skies, Tom also walks alone with his thoughts. But where? He took the Land Rover and only returned yesterday evening to take his share of the money, something Dante only discovered before he left for the harbour this morning. To his lasting shame and Tom's equally enduring indifference, neither of them possesses a bank account. Following the non-payment of his student debts and Tom's irregular employment history, at the age of 26 it has been deemed by banks and building societies that neither of them can be trusted with a cash card. Hidden inside a guitar case, their stash of paper notes was to have been carefully meted out in Scotland until the second album was finished. An early division of their means was never envisaged when they left Birmingham. He's paid no attention to their troubled friendship since they arrived. But after everything that has happened so quickly and unexpectedly, how can he blame himself for the confrontation? In truth, it has been brewing and threatening to spill over for years. Tom's relationship with Imogen loosened the pin from the grenade destined to go off since they began living exclusively in each other's pockets for the 5 years following Dante's graduation. Perhaps it isn't natural for two grown men to have grown inseparable. Has the band been an excuse to spurn an ordinary life, he wonders? Was it a sophisticated refuge for two misfits? Does it represent their failure at life? And even if they have talent, what does it mean if they are now destined to lose their friendship and songwriting partnership? If only Tom understood what he's seen in St. Andrews, what he alone has experienced, then it would be different. They could escape together. 3 tornado jets crack the sky and break his trance. They shriek beneath the clouds like black, spiky dragons and then drop down, beyond the town, into the narrow crevice of the Eden estuary. Dante turns his collar up and walks back along the beach toward the pier. The wind pushes at his back, like the hand of an annoyed guardian, determined to hurry him along. Resisting it, and increasingly angered at something else he is at the whim of, he deliberately makes a slow drift toward the town until the weather responds by launching a new offensive against his bowed shoulders. Rain adds a serrated bite to every gust of the punishing wind. By the time he reaches the fishing vessels bobbing inside the Oxbow harbour, he has little idea whether it is the sea spray or the rain that proves most effective at slapping his numb head and stinging his exposed earlobes. Following his first and reluctant night alone in the flat, he packed their bags and then cleaned the flat of their nervous occupancy, a means of keeping himself busy and a reinforcement of his decision that he and Tom quit St. Andrews without delay. But he waited alone in the flat, staying awake all night and dozing through the morning that followed, occasionally disturbed by the sound of an engine more powerful than a car rumbling down the east scores, at which he had rushed in vain to the front door, hoping to see his Land Rover idling at the curb. At times he would stop his agitated pacing about the lounge in his room, overcome by an urge to laugh madly at what's befallen him in Scotland. But he never dwelt on his stay for long before the unpleasant images blew into his mind, ragged and animate fragments from dreams and darkened beaches, flung forward from where they had been banished, before he stopped the train of thought, clutched his face, and, by an act of will, forced them back whence they had come. In the past, when times were hard, playing the guitar was good therapy, and he was always able to withdraw for days and reach inside himself for a song. Or reading a book could be useful in counteracting his tendency to wallow in doubt or fear. But not now. Those distractions seemed trivial. A struggle between life and death, between friendship and abandonment, occupies him completely. This is the biggest challenge of his life, and he can focus on nothing but the imagined return of his friend. Buffeted and whipped by the wind, and slipping over twice to muddy his knees, he climbs around the bottom of the pier and makes slow progress up the grassy hill to the cathedral and the scores. Never has he felt so insignificant, a plaything at the mercy of an old place that shuns the outsider. The sea spits at him, the wind shoves him, and the town now refuses to please his eye since it has swallowed Tom. Its graceful lines become the edges of cruel defences. The crumbling walls of the castle and cathedral a promise of ruin. Windows are empty black sockets, the wide streets an arena for him to stumble and trip through as he is persecuted from the pavement. All the doors are shut to him. Back in the town, scant drifts of people look past him as they hurry by. No one will meet his eye. Shop assistants look askance at his drawn and bruised face. They serve him quickly to encourage him off the premises and on his way. His only consolation, and a blessing he counts hourly, is that there has been no further sign of Elliot or Beth. If he had seen either face again, now having grown in his mind to detestable proportions, he is sure he would have fled to the nearest railway station, guitar in hand, and leaped upon the first train bound for England. And what more can he do but wait for Tom to return to the flat? The thought of going to the police and filling out a missing persons report makes him feel both afraid and foolish. And there is always a chance Tom has driven back to Birmingham. For years, Tom's impulsive behaviour has driven Dante to either quick-fire rage or silent exasperation. But his annoyance has always been a transitory thing, and their reconciliation was always inevitable on account of their fears of losing each other. They have no one else. There is no safety net in his estranged and disappointed parents, their collective of resentful lovers, or the casual rock scene acquaintances picked up over the years. But who can Tom go to? He must have fled to someone. Of that, Dante is certain. Tom can never exist on his own for long. And that only leaves Imogen. In a phone box, on the westerly end of North Street, he finds himself overcome by a sudden anxiety. He raises the receiver and replaces it 3 times. If he is honest with himself, separating himself from Imogen was a major motivation in his desire to leave Birmingham. Just hearing her voice on the phone still causes him pain, and watching Tom and Imogen together was, at times, unbearable. He still blames Tom for conveniently shelving his guilt over breaking up the band by launching himself straight into a new distraction with Imogen. But if that was Tom's motivation, then it was his own too. Tom seduced her before he had a chance to assert his own designs. They both saw Imogen as an escape from the mess Sister Morphine had become, and Tom's effortless triumph fueled most of his animosity. He hates himself for it. It makes him sick with guilt and a sense of chronic immaturity. Mistakenly and sullenly, he'd presumed Tom was set for life with Imogen, which bore the consequence of them parting anyway, at least from the suffocating and increasingly quarrelsome bond that had developed between them. Ironically, he even began to fantasize about a new start in life without Tom or the dregs of the band, in the form of a new and solitary vocation somewhere near the sea, a new musical trajectory under Elliot's direction. And when Elliot's unexpected invitation arrived, it had to be an act of fate, creating a chance for him to escape his muddled and resentful life. But everything is clearer now. His departure from Birmingham was partly founded on his desire to hurt Tom for securing Imogen as his own. Back home, as the war wagon was serviced, his bags packed and his goodbyes passed around the rock scene, his friend could only watch, unsmiling, never participating, saddened. And just as they were about to shake hands, it was then Tom changed his mind about their girl and decided to tag along. "Things aren't working out with Imogen," he said. And it was all he said. Suddenly, as Dante also secretly hoped, the relocation to Scotland did not have to be faced alone, and Tom no longer had Imogen. No matter how hard he chided himself, he was unable to prevent himself secretly rejoicing over Tom's decision. Revenge was his, but now it seems manipulation and self-pity ask a heavy price. Rubbing his stubble, Dante stands in the phone box and listens to the rain rattle against the tinted glass. His double standards aside, can he phone her after she denied him the chance to say goodbye? Blaming him for dragging Tom away from her, Imogen hung up the moment she heard his voice the day before they left for Scotland. "Fuck it," he whispers. Less than 2 weeks later, with his life in tatters, Dante punches out a familiar number on the telephone's metallic keypad. He swallows when he hears the distant sound of Imogen's phone ringing. What can he say? "Imogen, it's been a nightmare. Tom's binned me after a fight and I can't find him. Elliot is a dangerous necromancer. I contemplated an affair with his young girlfriend, thinking she could provide a replacement for you, and she tried to feed me to the Grim Reaper on our first date." He begins to grin, humorlessly. The truth is ludicrous. "Hello?" Imogen says, her voice distant, and made more so by the noise of passing traffic outside the phone box. Dante closes his eyes. "Hey, kitten." There follows a silence, permeated by a clicking on the line, somewhere out there in the distance of wires and poles standing in the rain. He expects her to hang up, then decides to end the silence and his discomfort made unbearable by it. "Imogen, I'm sorry. I know you're still pissed with me, but it's an emergency." "Really?" she says, instantly dismissive. "Tom's the reason I'm calling. I need to know if he's come home." Silence. "Is he there?" he prompts. "Why would he come here?" she answers, an inflection of hope in her voice. "Has he been in touch then?" "No, and I doubt whether I'll ever see that bastard again. My choice now, not his." "I know you're still sore, but..." "Don't patronise me with sympathy." Her voice trembles. "You're as much to blame as him for what's happened." Dante swallows. "Imogen, I never wanted to stir things up again, but I had to phone. I had no choice. About Tom." "Why should I care? I wouldn't give a damn if he dropped dead." "Funny you should say that." Imogen speaks in a thinner, breathless voice. "Oh, God, Dante, something's happened to him." "I don't know. He's disappeared.
Yesterday morning we had the biggest fight of our illustrious friendship so far, and he took off in the wagon. He still hasn't come back. I just wanted to make sure he hadn't turned up in Brum before I sue him for stealing my granddad's motor.
Don't scare me like that. Been having some dreadful dreams since you left. And I started to feel that something had gone wrong.
Dante stiffens.
Dante, are you still there?
Imogen asks, concern in her voice. Yeah, still here. Something you said threw me a bit.
What did you say to make him take off?
Dante sighs. A few home truths.
Time someone did.
Yeah, but now I wish I could take it back. I'm such a hypocrite with him. Always have been. It was the last thing I should have done. Everything just got on top of me. Things haven't worked out in St. Andrews. In fact, it's been a nightmare from day one. Let's say this place has opened my eyes to a whole new world.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Long story.
You're not making sense, Dante. Where's Tom gone?
I have no idea. He just took off.
Disappointment enters her voice because Tom hasn't run to her. Well, as you're the only person he ever listened to, it's your problem. I've washed my hands of him. Your friendship was always unhealthy. It's no surprise he's left you. It was bound to happen. All that coercion has finally backfired, Dante. But don't worry, you won't have gone far. He'll be shacked up with some bimbo who doesn't answer back, and when she's up the stick, he'll come flouncing back to you with some idea about a tour of Australia. Then you can have him all to yourself again.
Imogen's voice falters. She stops talking and starts crying. Earlier that day, he doubted his spirits could fall any further. He was wrong. You okay? Is all he manages to say.
No, I'm not bloody okay. How would you feel? I have 1 year left at university, my whole life ahead of me, and he just deserts me. It was all a mistake. I wasn't trying to entrap him. He knew my feelings about abortion.
Dante can no longer feel his legs. What?
How can I bring a child up on my own? I live off an overdraft. I still haven't told my mum and dad.
It is as if the blood has stilled in his veins. Dante clasps a hand to his forehead. Shit. Imogen, I didn't know. He can hear her sniffing over the static on the line. He swallows the lump in his throat. Tom never said anything. Oh, I just can't believe it. You poor sweet girl, he wants to say. We deserve everything we get, he wants to shout. Guilt chokes him. And beneath that, and not for the first time since he's befriended Tom, he feels like a rueful parent, summoned to a headmaster's office after school hours because his child has been disruptive again. I don't know what to say, he offers. I really don't. Oh, this is so fucked up. Why didn't he? But everything makes sense now. Their argument must have upset some brimming vat of remorse inside of Tom. What are you going to do? He quick-fires without thinking.
How do I know?
She sobs back. Oh, Jesus, this is just too much, he says to himself.
Don't bother yourself with it. It's not your problem.
Dante clenches his jaw. Don't say that. When I find that fuck, I'll really kick his ass. Do you think I'd have let him come up here if I knew you were pregnant? Jesus, Imogen, you know me better than that.
I didn't know what to think.
I promise you, he says, I'll sort this out. I'm going to find him and slap him awake.
I don't want him back, Dante. I mean it. I couldn't stand him dragging his heels. He'd never be faithful. I'm through with him. I told him before he left.
It's going to be a beautiful baby with you two as parents, he thinks, stupidly. Look, Imogen, my money's running out. I don't have any more change.
I'll get in touch again soon. I'll send... Oh, shit. Down to 10p. I'll send a card with the address on if you need to write in an emergency, okay? Imogen sniffs. I'll sort this out, I promise. Just hang in there. After a series of infuriating beeps, the call is terminated. By the time Dante is called in at a dozen guest houses on Murray Park, his clothes are sodden. The rain hits his head from all sides as he darts between the tall and sombre Victorian buildings. Carried by whining gusts of wind, it whips through the hard valleys of the streets, as if seeking him out to slap his face whenever he turns to stare its fury down. Ringing the doorbells of every guest house, he watches the owners shuffle through their warm receptions warily to peer at him through the glass or crack in the front door. Trying to smile with water dripping off the end of his nose, he asks over and over again if anyone called Tom has made a booking within the last 2 days. Each time the answer is no. He struggles from one house to another until his jeans are plastered to his legs and his waterlogged leather jacket has doubled in weight. Anger at Tom pushes him up the left side of the road. Desperation pulls him down the right. The futility of the venture grows after every disappointment, but he has to stay busy, to provide a focus for the maelstrom of thoughts dizzying him. He begins to suspect Tom may have travelled to one of the outlying fishing villages, or even vanished into Dundee or Edinburgh. It's a gut feeling that tells him Tom is no longer in town. In the very last guest house on the street, an old woman, holding a large dog by its collar behind the glass of her porch, shouts, "No vacancies!" 3 times before Dante forces his aching jaw to move so he can ask the familiar question. She then wanders back to her guest book and leafs through the rigid pages, while the dog watches Dante as he stands swaying and dripping on the front steps. When she finally turns and says, "No," Dante experiences a weary glow of relief. At least he can go home. He runs up North Street, past the cinema and arts centre, to take a shortcut through the quad and rejoin the scores. Tight jeans rub the tops of his thighs and his underwear clings inside the crack of his buttocks. With an aching back and wet socks wearing blisters on the rear of both heels, he cries out with relief at the sight of the craggy castle and entrance to the east scores. Nearly home. Through a murk of rain and fine sea spray thrown up from the cliff base, he passes the School of Divinity and turns the gentle bend before the winding coastal path begins. When he next sees Tom, he wonders if it will come to blows. "Bastard!" he shrieks the moment he sees the war wagon parked outside the flat. He breaks from a jog into a breathless sprint. He flings himself against the front door. His numb hands fumble with the keys and he drops them twice before the door is unlocked. "Tom!" he yells as he staggers through the warm hallway. Silence. He rips the clinging leather jacket from his back. It has become like a diver's wetsuit, and one arm, turned inside out, catches on his watch strap. Swearing, he stamps on the other empty sleeve to remove the jacket completely. A spasm of pain erupts from the cuts on his back. He grits his teeth against the discomfort. Banging down the corridor, he throws the 2-bedroom doors open. On each mattress, the bags he packed that morning are still huddled together, awaiting the evacuation. There is no sign of Tom. Clawing wet tendrils of hair from his face, Dante runs into the lounge and then the adjoining kitchen. Neither offers any evidence of Tom having returned. Confused, he races back to the bathroom, yelling, "Tom!" at the top of his voice. But in there too, everything remains as he left it. Clean, empty spaces around the toilet and bath with its misty shower curtain. He plods back to the lounge and slumps on the floor, panting with emotion. He clenches his teeth to suppress the imminent and explosive rage he is sure will wreck the flat if it breaks loose. The Land Rover. It strikes him then. Maybe Tom left a note in the war wagon. Through the fog of anger and frustration, he leaps to his feet and then winces as his sandpapered thighs scream at the contact of wet denim on raw skin. Wasting no time, He pulls his sopping jacket back on, squelches down the hallway, and throws himself back into the storm. It is perfume. Faint, but still present. Among the smells of petrol, oily metal, and damp seat leather, Dante can smell perfume in the war wagon's cabin. It lingers on the driver's seat. Tom has not driven the vehicle home to the flat. A woman has. He immediately thinks of Beth and sinks back into the seat in despair, his head empty, his ears only hearing the patter of rain against the cabin roof. But no, this is not Beth's scent. You would know that anywhere. Dante sits forward and sniffs. This fragrance is different. It's not something he would associate with a young girl. There is no reply. He bangs the door again with the side of his fist until the wood rattles in the doorframe.
Elliot, I'm not going until you open this door.
Yanking at the handle again, a strange sound erupts from his throat, something sharp-pitched and animal. His black hair hangs in spiky streaks across his wet and pallid face. He's not in there. Spinning around, Dante sees Janice. She stands at the other end of the basement corridor by the stairwell door. Despite her elegant presentation in black, the senior administrator is nervous. The makeup and hair are immaculate, but there is something especially pinched about her already thin features, and something frantic about her usually cool, dismissive stare. Dante walks toward her.
Where's Elliot? I want to see him now.
He won't be coming back. His contract has been cancelled, she answers, her chin raised.
What the fuck does that mean?
He's been fired. Dante rests a hand against a wall and stares down at his boots.
This is too much,
he whispers. I doubt if you'll see him again. Dante looks up sharply.
Who? Elliot or Tom?
Janice's expression signs a confession. She swallows.
He's with Elliot, Beth, and God knows what else, isn't he?
I don't know what you mean.
Bullshit!
Janice flinches and takes a step backward to the foot of the stairs. Her body shrinks into the dark. Dante follows her, trembling with frustration and rage.
My mate Tom has vanished, just like I was supposed to. You know what I'm saying, don't you?
Janice turns to run up the stairs, but Dante catches her by the arm on the first bend. Let go, she shrieks, but he grabs her other thin arm and presses her body into the wall. She tries to raise her knee and stab it at his groin, but her tight skirt restricts the movement, providing Dante with the opportunity to push her flat against the white plaster of the wall. The weight and force of his tensed body trap her fast. Their noses almost touch. Her eyes are wide with fear.
I'm not as dumb as you think, lady. Elliot and his screwed-up girlfriend tried to give me to something. Did you know that?
She turns her head away, her features crumpling.
I didn't work out, he says, and so they've turned their attention to Tom. Gullible, impetuous Tom who can't keep his dick to himself. Beth will take advantage of that, won't she? He's been gone since yesterday, Janice. You can understand why he needs my help. Or are you a part of Elliot's little coven too?
Stop it!
No! I saw the way you looked at Elliot way back on that glorious day when the great man shook my hand. You and Elliot have history. I don't care what kind of crazy shit has been going down in this quaint little town, but my patience has run dry. I want answers now.
I warned you. I told you not to come back.
But not loud enough. Elliot's out of control, and I found out the hard way. What's he done, Janice?
I don't know.
Liar!
Janice begins to sob. The strength drains from her arms. She collapses against him, her thin wrists going limp in the tight fetters of his hands. I saw Elliot with your friend. Yesterday.
Where?
In Elliot's study. Your friend went down there.
2 guilty boys, a sheep and a wolf.
Dante pauses to breathe deep. And? I don't know. They were still here when I went home. I haven't seen either of them since. He watches her eyes keenly for the slightest flicker of deceit. You're lying. Janice stops crying. Her glossy lips part, and she bares her bright teeth in a snarl she speaks through. I don't know anything else, you little shit. And there are at least 5 members of staff in the building, so if you don't let go of me, I'll make sure they hear me scream.
Yeah. And we can both go down to see Johnny Law and explain the mysterious disappearance of my friend. Now, where does Elliot live?
Janice swallows. Strathkinnis, the faculty cottage. But he loses the residence with the job.
But he'll get some time before the eviction. Elliot works fast. 2 dates with Beth and Tom will be dead.
She shakes her head. I've said enough. And I've heard enough. I won't have anything more to do with this.
He squeezes her wrists. Yes, you will.
Her eyes narrow. Make me.
Dante releases her and steps back, breathing hard.
Go on. Hit me, Janice says, smiling.
He shakes his head. You'd probably get a kick out of it.
She swings her hand at the side of his face. Dante catches the thin wrist, making the gold bracelets clatter, before seizing her narrow chin with his free hand. He squeezes her mouth until her eyes water and then stops, disgusted with himself. He looks at the trembling woman, about to fall apart, and suddenly wants to apologize. They stare at each other, both seeming to realize in an instant exactly what Elliot has reduced them to.
We're going upstairs to your office, Janice. You're going to make a phone call to one of your Ponzi friends who took a special interest in me at the orientation. You can tell them I'm coming over and I mean business. After that, you are going to give me Elliot's address.
Janice straightens her clothes, the emotion seeping out of her in quick breaths. She teeters up the remaining stairs and steadies herself with both hands as she climbs. Dante follows her back to the office in silence, shivering as the rain steams off him. The sudden change in temperature and his outburst at Janice make him feel lightheaded and sick. Janice phones the proctor first. His secretary tells Janice the proctor is out. Dante clenches his fists with frustration. Janice misreads it as anger and quickly punches out the hebdomader's number. Hello, Marcia, she says, fighting to keep her voice under control. Is Arthur in? Oh, I see. She then looks up at Dante. He's busy. You'll have to make an appointment.
It's an emergency, tell her,
Dante instructs. Janice obeys. She repeats his line, frowns, and then hangs up. He can't see anyone before 10 tomorrow morning, she says, in a thin voice that suggests tears are not far away. You can go and bully him for the information then. Dante points a finger at Janice.
You people are crazy. None of your qualifications and Greek salad mean shit. People are dying in this town and you know it. If I get stalled again by any of you, I'll get the truth with my fists. That's warning number 1. There won't be another.
Dante storms out of the office and runs into the rain. 10 o'clock the following morning may be too late. Arthur Spencer can cancel the rest of his appointments for the day. Chapter 31. Huddled into himself against the rain, his head bowed beneath the angry skies of the afternoon, Arthur Spencer walks back to his office. His pace is brisk. During his lunch break, he only pecked at a sandwich, but managed to drink 3 cups of coffee he now regrets. Wheezy from the effort of moving faster than is comfortable, he is propelled by the urgency of his thoughts. Hurrying through the wet quad, he wonders if things will change for the better with Elliot removed from his post. if this is at all possible after so long under the burden of what they know. Elliot has been fired. The Chancellor endorsed the termination of contract, and the Principal was also adamant that he go, after reviewing Elliot's slipshod contribution to the last academic year. There is no longer room for eccentrics to shelter beneath the antique roofs of an old university. Things have changed. Results are monitored. Everyone is assessed. Edinburgh has beaten St Andrews in the national polls for excellence. The university must function as a business to survive. And without the lecturing post, Elliot is required to vacate the cottage in Strathkinnes. There will be nothing for him to do but leave the area. With Beth in tow. A success? An end to the anxiety that curdles his insides and never gives him a moment's peace? Especially at night, when all the day's distractions cease and he is left alone with his thoughts. With so many thoughts and with so many memories he tries to erase and then rebuild anew in better terms. It has always been his aim to add a light of reason to what Elliot has done. And when he fails, he tries again and then again until he no longer trusts any of his recollections of Elliot from the previous 6 months. But the feeling, the sense, the instinct that something is wrong never goes away. Something in his conscience occasionally begs him to make a confession to the authorities, no matter the damage to his reputation. And when the impulse to come clean subsides, in weakness he is prepared to wait and hope it will all end, naturally and discreetly. Harry made the final decision about Elliot. He made all the other decisions too. But how long has he, along with Harry and Janice, concealed what they know about Elliot? How can the other two stand another day of it? And today marks the time he most looks forward to. The week before the first Monday of term, starting a new academic year, when he gets his first sighting of the students. But his attempt at finding any of his customary enthusiasm fails. The sky is black with rain. Breakfast with his wife was tense. And again, like every other morning since Dante arrived, she asked him what was wrong, and he refused to tell her, to explain why he slept poorly, gazed listlessly at the glowing television in the evenings, drank more than usual, and stayed up late to pace the carpet in the living room after she retired. How can he explain? Where does a civilized and educated man begin with this matter? It defies reason and taste and decorum. A few problems at work. Always hard seeing the budgets cut when your friends head the departments, was all he offered his wife, and any of the others that ask after him. It is a waiting game, and Arthur doesn't like it. They have heard nothing from Elliot since his contract was officially cancelled, and he knows he can only relax if the action succeeds in forcing Elliot to leave town. Janice claims he has been living in his office for a week, wearing the same clothes and drinking himself stupid. He accepted the news of his termination in silence. His face, she said, betrayed nothing. But the early morning cleaners claim to have heard him ranting to himself, and sometimes he even breaks down. He is a suicide risk. Janice is convinced. Confiding his fears in no one but Harry, who is impatient with the continual speculations Arthur indulges in to make sense of the situation, offers no relief. He no longer knows what world Elliot inhabits, or what exactly he has done. And at such a tense moment that will cancel their friendship forever, Arthur cannot rule out a reprisal. He approaches College Gate. Housing his office on North Street, down from St. Salvator's and the Quad, the building is the most solid symbol of the familiar and secure left to him. He nods at the security guard on his way into the foyer. His shoes squeak on the polished floor. The security guard smiles and then returns to his paper. It is a local, and the headline reads, "Cattle disease creates crisis in Fife farming communities." Turning left along the ground floor corridor, he approaches the general administration area to collect his mail, before beginning the afternoon's work in his office. It won't be long before some of the students begin applications for the hardship fund. He has a speech to prepare for the new postgraduate body, and he is in the middle of mediating 3 disputes between students and their landlords. With a deep breath and a considerable mental effort, Arthur pushes Elliot from his mind and enters a large, open-plan office. It is shared by personnel services and his secretary, Marcia. When he enters the room, the secretaries and administrators fall silent over their coffees.
Talking about me again?
He thinks. He smiles and feels playful, eager for the distraction.
"Thank you for the flowers,"
Marcia says from behind her desk, blushing. One of the office girls titters.
Did I make Jeff jealous?
He asks. His voice sounds too loud.
"You made him sweat. Your bouquet was bigger than his."
Well, everyone knows you're my other woman.
Arthur pauses to watch the grins appear on the 4 young female faces in the office. He winks in the general direction of the personnel girls. Marcia smiles and raises an eyebrow.
If we had our time again,
he whispers, and allows the remark to hang in the air. He raises his mail from the in-tray.
"Oh,"
Marcia says.
"that blue envelope on the top. The strangest young girl delivered it about an hour ago. She just waltzed in and dropped it in front of me. 'It's for Arthur,' she said, and can't say I cared for her tone."
Do I sense a little competition?
"Is there something you're not telling me?"
Marcia says, angling her face to one side, her eyes smiling.
I should be so lucky,
Arthur says, distractedly, as he drifts back to the door, frowning at the elegant linen envelope. Seated in his orderly office, Arthur opens the envelope slowly, half listening to the sounds outside, the increased traffic, the slamming car doors, and the chorus of young voices refusing to be silenced by the weather. He smiles, thinking of the youngsters exploring the town for the first time, the mixture of surprise and dread at the tradition of wearing the red undergraduate gowns, the hesitant attempts at making friends, being intimidated by the ambiance of the town, which one never becomes completely accustomed to. He withdraws the note from the envelope, reads the message, and then drops the paper, as if the merest touch of it scalded his fingertips. 1 hour later, Arthur still sits in the same position, with the piece of notepaper on the desk where it has fallen. Since May, any contact with Elliot has agitated him. The infrequent and chance meetings between them have been tense and fleeting, resulting in Arthur's mystification or unease. Today, it has only taken 3 words to stop time and motion in his body. Manes excite paterni. Ghosts of my fathers go forth. 5 months have passed since he heard those words, on a night when the very fundamentals of his reason and perception were challenged. The strange girl Marcia spoke of, who delivered the note, must have been Beth. The phone's sudden trill gives Arthur a start. He opens his eyes and takes a moment to compose himself before lifting the receiver. It is Harry.
"Arthur, we need to talk. Right now."
You as well,
Arthur mutters. Something has reached out to touch them both.
"I can't get through to Janice," Harry says. "Can you pick her up on the way over?"
Yes, he says, vague. Harry hangs up. The phone rings again. Arthur picks it up in a daze. It is Marcia.
"Arthur, a young man has just been in here asking for you. The same one that was harassing Janice, I think. I tried to get him to make an appointment, but he just walked straight past me."
Arthur hears the sound of heavy boots pounding down the corridor to his office. Marcia continues talking.
"What's with young people these days? Shall I call the front desk?"
There is no knock. The door is flung wide. It strikes the wall with a bang. A picture frame shakes. Arthur's skin seems to contract a full inch all over.
It's all right, Marcia. He's here now.
Arthur replaces the receiver. Rising from his seat, Arthur then leans against his desk, as if he needs the support.
Dante, this really isn't a good time. I'm just off to a meeting.
Softly, Dante closes the door behind him. But the action seems more threatening than his entrance.
There's never a good time in this town. I can see you tomorrow, but not right now.
No. Right now, you and I are going to talk. Arthur sweeps a piece of paper off his desk and tucks it into his jacket pocket.
If it's about Elliot, it's not a matter for discussion. His dismissal is out of my hands.
I don't have a problem with that. And maybe you should have booted him out a long time ago. That man's a lunatic. Arthur looks at Dante with surprise and slowly slides back into his chair. He wipes his forehead and points at a seat before his desk. Dante refuses by shaking his head. This won't take long. When was the last time you saw Elliot? Arthur eyes the cuts on Dante's face.
Is there a problem with the research?
There is no bloody research. That'll put a smile on everyone's face. Arthur fidgets. He stops staring at Dante's broken lips and looks him in the eye.
What makes you say that?
Do you think I'm incapable of reading between the lines? I've got long hair, mate, but I'm no dummy. You did your best to put me off in College Hall, remember?
I was merely outlining the problems you could face.
Cut the crap. I want to see Elliot, and I'm not going out to that cottage alone. It's not safe to be near him. Arthur swallows.
No, I wouldn't advise going. Elliot must be having a pretty tough time at the moment.
I don't give a monkeys. My friend has gone missing, and I know Elliot's behind it. If you don't fetch him for me, I'm going to take a walk across the road to the cop shop and get them to do it. Arthur raises both hands.
You're angry. I understand.
What do you understand?
A lot more about Elliot than you.
Now we're talking.
Let me know where I can get hold of you. Do you have a phone number?
Don't stall. I want Elliot today.
Please!
Arthur shouts. Dante flinches, surprised, finding it hard to equate the aggressive tone with Arthur. He suddenly seems unbalanced.
Please, Dante,
he adds in a softer voice.
I must go immediately. I'm not stalling you, and we will talk. I give you my word. I will be in touch. Today, I promise.
When?
This evening.
Dante scribbles his address on Arthur's desk pad. If you're not here by 7, I'm coming back with the police. I have a feeling you wouldn't like that. I want the answers tonight. Dante turns on his heel and leaves the office. Arthur pounds across town. The storm that has blown in from the sea and raged all day passes further north, allowing the town an opportunity to dry out for a short spell, a brief respite to facilitate the student invasion. And they are desperate to fully explore their new home. He can see it in the faces that watch the sky from doorways. They've been arriving all day like a victorious army, 8,000 strong. Car engines, noisy greetings shrieked in a variety of accents, and the occasional stereo create a triumphant fanfare. On every curb and doorstep, young friends welcome each other back with dramatic gestures that involve the flinging of arms around each other. And before them, cyclists tear two abreast through the streets, weaving between the Volvos. Ordinarily, it is this motion and sound and colour that seizes his spirits and sends them soaring. But not this year. Arthur is unable to manage so much as a smile. Now, the sudden car-borne explosion of young faces and stuffed rucksacks, of rolled duvets and young blonde girls on mobile phones, fills him with dread. He watches the anxious but proud faces of parents delivering final kisses and the nervous grins of freshers cautious in their new groups of enforced acquaintance. He can almost smell the excitement and anxiety of leaving home, rising in invisible clouds off the young first years, some of them only 16, who begin to line up outside the quad to matriculate. At the top of North Street, the second, third, and fourth year students, free from fresher halls, heave cases and boxes as they file into the Victorian houses. But is the town they flock to safe? Arthur takes a shortcut to the School of Divinity between Salvator's Hall and Ganachie House. Administrators scuttle about with brightly coloured information packs, and bicycles are stacked in gleaming rows alongside the trim lawns. The windows of the halls have been thrown open, and voices swoop down and through the courts.
Helen, can we use hairdryers?
Brian, you old scratcher, when did you get back? Have you got a plastic mattress in your room? On the scores, the weak afternoon sunlight still manages to burnish the walls of medieval stone with a tinge of gold, and the wide streets seem to suck the new pilgrims up and along their gracious aisles toward the cathedral.
We're going to the sands,
a girl cries out from the door of her flat, beside the School of Divinity. Arthur wants to stop and tell her that she must never venture down there. It is dangerous. Someone has lost an arm, and the police are clueless. How could they know? Upon his arrival in St. Andrews 5 years before, only Eliot sensed the unrest beneath every flagstone. It was Eliot who constantly remarked on how he could feel things, how he was able to intuit unsettling vibrations beneath his feet, and often catch the strains of distant voices from distant eras in the streets after they had been deserted by the living at night. The town was built upon land, he claimed, that seethed with unrest. Enough unrest to become power. You only had to let the imagination leap far enough to see things.
So much has happened here, Arthur, and it doesn't sit well down there under all this stone. Don't you get a sense of that? Old things, old beliefs. And you cannot burn old beliefs out of existence and merely replace one system with another. Every revolution and reformation can be undone. And what of the lives and aspirations cut short here? Can't you sense them? The weight of injustice. Does it just disperse, or does it linger for the careful eye to see and the trained ear to hear? I wonder about this town, my friend. Reminds me of Salem. What's that you say? It's all in the past. It's history. History. A mere construct, my friend. Something we've created to make sense of our cruel, absurd, and uncoordinated scrabble through time. What do we actually know about our place amongst the stars? We're blind to anything beyond the material. There is power beneath these flagstones, Arthur. You mark my words.
They laughed back then. He and Harry laughed at the old vagabond, a grown man back from North Africa, still full of the nonsense they all delighted in at Oxford. But today, as Arthur speeds across the gravel drive toward the School of Divinity, light on his feet for a big man, he doubts whether he will ever laugh at anything that Eliot said again. Inside the School of Divinity, Janice's office is packed with students. A pair of harassed administrative assistants fire answers back at the cluster of young people gathered about the desks. Phones ring out at a continuous and annoying pitch. Arthur pushes to the front of the messy queue and asks after Janice. The assistant rolls her eyes and tells him Janice went home sick after lunch. As there isn't time to phone her at home, Arthur leaves the school alone and continues toward the proctor's office, not pleased with the gurgling sounds issuing from his heart. Stopping to catch his breath before the principal's offices, where Harry works, Arthur rests between rows of poplar and birch trees stretched before the grey stone wall surrounding the principal's Gothic palace. He mops his brow and steadies himself. The brief respite of sunlight, creating so much energy in the town, was a passing thing, it seems. And now another black sheet of cloud, sodden with rain, approaches from the sea. The weather turned nasty a few days ago, and now it seems the dark skies of winter are determined to perform a coup until the following spring. He can't remember it being this way before. Students amble up and down the scores, or recline on the benches and stone steps before the 15th century halls and faculty offices. A car reverses into the last piece of empty curb near the School of Economics. A group of girls, swathed in red wool, disembarks and click-clacks confidently in leather boots toward the nearest computer room, on their way to write emails. Arthur shakes his head. What is he thinking? This is a real world of living, breathing, feeling humanity. The young people are back with their joys and woes. They eat badly and sleep late. They write essays on political relations or construct molecules from plastic beads and rods. They have parties and drink until they are sick and play practical jokes and fall asleep in the library. They posture and fight and form relationships and friendships and laugh and find themselves while they are doing this. There is no room in this place for Eliot's old shadows. The macabre is the work of the imagination. Eliot is eccentric. Who knows what facility the mind possesses to tilt the world and distort it, to see what is not there.
Pain is energy, Arthur. Suffering leaves its own fingerprints. Half-seen whirls on the stones we walk. You must have known religious fervour once, Arthur. Didn't you read theology for a while? Use it, man. Revive it. Look through your God and go up your own mountain. Look hard enough, and you will see.
Arthur removes his coat. Harry closes the door and nods towards a chair, both men too distracted for the playful greetings they usually share. No Janice? Harry asks.
A sudden illness, apparently, Arthur replies.
Harry shrugs and collapses into his chair. Air rushes from the cushion with a hiss. I wanted a word with you, Arthur. By the look on your face, I think you could preempt the topic. Arthur pushes his hands along the arm of his chair. His dry fingers make a squeaking sound, as if they are made of rubber.
You too have been in receipt of a note.
Harry nods and tosses an envelope across the desk toward him. The envelope matches his, expensive sky blue linen paper. Arthur retrieves the note. One of his eyelids starts to twitch as he reads it. He breathes heavily through his nose. Written in the same hand, but a different message. Dies irae. Day of wrath, Harry says, his grey eyes looking toward the window. In May, it was the last thing Eliot said to me as we pulled Beth out of his cellar. Arthur is surprised.
Really? You never...
Harry raises a hand. Kept it to myself. I thought it was just a part of the usual gibberish he is famous for.
That night, do you remember what Beth repeated in the back of your car?
She was in shock.
Yes, but she said something, and I took it home with me. Up here, Arthur taps his head, and made a quick translation. A letter arrived at the gate today. It appears Beth wasn't completely out of her wits that night. She wants to remind me of it.
Harry nods, as if graciously accepting bad news. Arthur fishes the note from the pocket of his jacket and slides it across the desk to Harry.
Look.
Harry picks up the paper. He unfolds it slowly, reads the note, and replaces it on the desk. From Caesarius, I think. Eliot was fond of that. Arthur nods.
Amongst other things. The inscription reads, Ghosts of my fathers go forth.
Harry nods, and then places his hands together with the index fingers touching his lower lip, as if in prayer.
What do they want?
Arthur asks. Elliot's trying to frighten us through the girl. Nothing more. These cryptic notes are churlish gestures for not believing in his little miracles. He's playing a game, Harry finishes with a sly smile. Arthur mops his brow with a clean handkerchief.
Maybe it's not Elliot. I've been giving that night a lot of thought. Something about Beth changed. Fundamentally, she changed. Her character, her attitude. And look at her since. Anyone can see she's different. And the same goes for her relationship with Elliot. It's all wrong. He's frightened of her. Don't you sense it? Think about it.
Arthur closes his eyes and sighs.
Harry, we should have bloody done something when we had the chance. We swept it under the carpet because we didn't want to understand what they'd been doing out there.
Arthur, please. Elliot had been filling her head with his nonsense for months. She had a shock in that cellar. We all did.
Arthur raises his hands from the arms of his chair in exasperation.
But she went back to him. Back to that wretched place. Who in their right mind would ever have gone back after what we saw? Not unless they were no longer in control of themselves.
Harry chuckles.
Arthur, you have said so yourself. Elliot is a clever mesmer, a trickster. We have to stay rational. It's time to put it all behind us and not to drop our guard. We don't know what we saw. Beth was a loner. So was Ben. Both perfect for Elliot. Susceptible to him. Whatever he did to their minds, it's on his hands and not ours. And let's not let him do the same to us. Isn't that what we agreed upon? With no salary, he will simply have to leave St. Andrews. He'll drift away in his own time, and Beth will follow. No more handouts, Arthur. We haven't betrayed Elliot. We've looked out for ourselves. We have acted according to our responsibilities, and we have acted correctly.
Incredulous at Harry's calm, Arthur rises from his chair and begins pacing the floor before Harry's desk.
He knows where we live. Or he could just turn up at College Gate or right here in your office. There must be something else we can do to make sure he will go.
A contract killer?
The proctor ventures, before laughing at the quick twitch of shock on Arthur's face.
How can you joke? I think the students are in danger. What about that arm on the West Sands? What am I to think of that? And it gets worse. The lad Elliot hauled up here from Birmingham to be his assistant, the hairy one. He came to see me today. He said his friend had gone missing. Something happened between them and Elliot, and now his friend...
Arthur pauses.
What is it?
Harry straightens in his chair. A frown cuts across his forehead.
That is why I have called you here, Arthur. There have been inquiries.
Inquiries? What kind of inquiries? The police?
Not quite. Or should I say, not yet,
Harry replies, spreading his palms in a characteristic appeal for calm.
Something far worse than the police, to be precise. Parents, Arthur. According to Peter in accommodation, over the last fortnight a number of very concerned parents have been phoning some of the house wardens about their missing children. I expect you people in welfare will be the next to hear. And as you'd expect, tongues are beginning to wag.
Beth's mother. She's here again,
Arthur says, his voice a whisper.
No. But a lad called Walter Slater did not show up for his flight to Greece, and his mother has heard nothing from him in a week. A Mrs. Skidmore wants to know what has happened to her daughter, Maria, and the parents of Rick Leach have asked me if their only son is in trouble again.
I'm not so worried about him. He has discipline problems. But the others were all good students who stayed over the summer to finish their work.
Arthur's face turns ashen. So many, he murmurs. Then he raises his voice. It becomes shrill. Why did you wait to tell me?
What could I say? I have no idea where they are. 2 of them disappeared overnight and left their doors open. We cannot keep an eye on every student.
Elliot, he is responsible.
They were not divinity students. To my knowledge, he may have had no contact with any of them. And you know what young people are like, Arthur. They just take off. They don't always think. My own sons are the same. I am sure there is an innocent explanation and that this is nothing more than coincidence. But if they are connected to Beth or Elliot, we shall have to be prepared, old man.
Arthur sits down heavily. His eyes flash to the walls and then the ceiling, and his small hands are unable to find a resting place. The friends of the missing students, they must have been told something.
Harry shakes his head. Nothing. But, Arthur, listen carefully. We cannot afford a panic. I need you to keep your head over this. We are in the clear.
But the arm, Harry.
That is a matter for the police. We genuinely know nothing about it. We'd be laughed out of our jobs and this town if we even mentioned Elliot's little ceremony. I brought Elliot to this town, and we decided against any mention of his escapade in May. If news of his midnight shenanigans gets out, we're ruined. Think of the university's reputation. Think of the papers, too. They'd wallow in it. Witchcraft in St. Andrews? So, if questioned, you do not speak of it.
Arthur closes his eyes and bows his head. Harry gazes out the window behind his chair.
When term starts, it will all blow over. Of that I am sure. Elliot will be gone, and the missing students will show up, and everything will return to the way it was. We have no reason to believe otherwise. What I am asking for, what I am insisting upon, is discretion. If you should be questioned, you say nothing about the night in May, nothing. It's sink or swim time, Arthur. And as our present connection to him is tenuous at best, we'd best observe public relations.
Harry exhales with an air of satisfaction. A little colour returns to his cheeks. Arthur stands up. Sorry, Harry, I can't agree. What if the students don't come back? And if they do, what if they come back like Beth? Brainwashed. We can't ignore this. If that Dante chap wasn't here, maybe I'd give it a go and carry on turning a blind eye, but I can't. It's gone too far. Harry turns swiftly, but speaks slowly.
Have you taken leave of your senses?
Harry, no one blames you for bringing Elliot to St. Andrews. He was a friend and you helped him. But we both made a terrible error of judgment before the summer. We should have notified the authorities the moment he mixed a student up in his madness. The young man, Dante, has threatened to go to the police unless we provide answers, and quickly. He pauses, and then raises his chin, defiant. I made him a promise. I'm going to see him tonight. He has a right to know about May. Harry closes his eyes.
Jesus wept. Sit down, Arthur.
No. His friend has disappeared and he's desperate. You didn't see his face. He means it. What's more, he seems convinced Elliot's behind it. If inquiries are made, he'll point the finger at us. We made the mistake of trying to warn him at the orientation. Arthur sees the telltale signs of strain reappear on his friend's face. He wonders if Harry would dare to threaten him.
And what precisely will it achieve? Harry asks.
You explained to this Dante character that we saw something in Eliot's cottage, shortly followed by the suicide of one research student, while the other began to jabber in Latin. You are the hebdomada of this university, for Christ's sake. Do you have any idea how absurd you will sound?
Sorry, Harry. My mind's made up. He can help us.
How?
He wants to find Eliot. I believe he wants to force a confrontation about the whereabouts of his friend, and something Dante said to me at the orientation about Banquet for the Damned struck a chord. He's not a skeptic like you and I. This Dante is far more receptive to Eliot's ravings.
I still don't follow.
He believes, Harry. If he thought it was a murder or kidnapping, he'd have been to the police already, but he hasn't. Why? Because he believes. He believes Eliot has done something incredible, something so fantastic the authorities would laugh at his story. We both saw something in that cellar in May. We don't know what and decided it best not to speculate. Or maybe over time our minds have told us we never saw what we thought we saw. I don't know any more, but it's time to recruit an ally who doesn't question the situation. Someone young and angry enough to probe, to push Eliot and to find out what really was achieved back then. So, I say we go to Dante this evening and we tell him about Eliot's ceremony and what we saw, and we tell him what we know of Eliot's most recent work. Remember the paper he delivered at Cambridge about the psychic energy trapped in this town? He was laughed off the stage. He disgraced himself. But what if he was telling the truth? Or at least what he thought was the truth? That he had actually communed with something here, something that wanted to come back. If Eliot and Beth believe it, who knows what they're capable of? But let Dante do the work. And if there is a connection between Eliot's experiments and the students, he might uncover something about the missing ones. After a moment of silence, as Harry looks down at his hands, he says,
You're sure he will go along with this?
Yes. And the information need never have come from us. But it's time to know, Harry. Time to really know what Eliot has done.
Harry says nothing, but nods his head in reluctant assent. Chapter 32.
What is it, dear?
Marcia asks, poised by the filing cabinet in Arthur's office. Tall, her glamour subtle but not faded.
You look worried, more than usual.
The handsome face is turned to him, smiling, full of sympathy, the eyebrows raised in concern. Arthur pushes a set of crisp papers to the side of his desk and sighs.
A few things on my mind,
he says, sulky in the way that always seizes her attention and softens her voice.
Can I get you a coffee?
No, thanks. I have to get off. I have someone to see.
She turns her body around. Whispers escape from inside her tweed suit. His ears are attuned to them.
You can talk to me, Arthur.
His name is spoken so softly. Looking up, his vision blurs, then clears, and focuses on her face, broad enough to carry the lines, to spread the mouth, painted a dark red. Her perfume wells around his desk.
Are you going somewhere?
He asks.
No,
she says quickly. Her eyes are smiling, surprise in them now.
You look good. The theatre, I thought.
He stumbles, not at ease, the flirting awkward when they are alone and not before an audience.
I thought I'd treat myself.
The cabinet drawer shuts with a whir and then a click.
A little celebration. I've finished the collection.
Oh,
You have? Good, good, Arthur says, relaxing, and feeling a little foolish. Her painting, of course. She's dressed for dinner in celebration of finishing the seascapes. Very good from what he's seen. Her oils. One hung behind his desk. A picture of the pier. The perspective is right, the scene captured well. You know where you are, looking across the east sands to the west with the cathedral on the hill. But there is something mournful about the picture. Are the colours too flat? Too brown and grey? Perhaps the light was poor at the time she painted it. When she presented it to him on his birthday, just after Christmas, the sombre tone surprised him. He never associated her with those colours.
Jeff's away again, so I'm afraid it'll be dinner for one, she says.
Oh.
But I'm used to that now.
The sense of opportunity glows inside him. The easiness of talking to her, of confessing, of using her patience and quiet smiles to ease the burden of his thoughts and thoughts and thoughts ever circling in his head. He breathes in, dares himself, but looks down as if engaged in something of interest and says, offhand, "It's a shame you have to celebrate alone." She raises an eyebrow, haughty above a green eye.
And it's a pity you have plans.
Silence for a moment. He coughs, looks down again, away from that eye and how it glints with suggestion. Does it? I doubt whether I'll be there all evening, but who knows how long these things can go on for. She turns away and slides the files she has placed on top of the cabinet into her arms, where she cradles them against the side of her body, pressed to the breast, tight in wine-coloured wool.
If you finish early, call me. I'll be in all night. Might even have cooked something nice for you.
She smiles, and through the perfume he thinks he can smell her fresh lipstick. Then she is gone, the heels of her court shoes striking a swift rhythm across the dark floorboards, which smell of polish and look dull beneath the shiny black of her heels with the tiny brass tips on the ends. Never his mistress, as so many speculate, and as they too joke so often when in the safety of numbers. But have they just crossed a line? They have a successful and mutual sharing of woes, exchange gifts for Christmas and birthdays and anniversaries, drive each other home when their cars are in for repairs. But to visit her when Jeff, her sullen husband, is away, that has never been appropriate. But she is exactly what he needs tonight, after seeing Dante and his fierce, desperate face, after being forced to remember every detail from that night in May. He needs to confess, to be blamed and punished by the stranger who has lost his friend in the town as it darkens for winter. And he needs compassion from his secretary, whom he often thinks of when alone with his wife. It will be a struggle with Harry there. Will he interrupt and ridicule him when he narrates the story to Dante, the one he's tried so hard to forget? Such a Cartesian, Eliot used to say, with his eyes half closed and his lips working over a cigar whenever Harry contested one of his stories after dinner. Yes, he will go to Marcia after seeing the lad. She'll untie the knots inside him. Has he not been punished enough? Chapter 33. After pouring 3 drinks, Dante perches on the end of his chair and faces his 2 guests, who sit beside each other, awkward and tense, on the couch opposite. Determined to give no sign of weakness away, which he is sure the clever administrators will pounce upon like a pair of hovering salesmen on a car lot, Dante fights against vague feelings of foolishness over his outburst in the hebdomader's office earlier that day. Because here they all are, suddenly, like friends. Arthur offers weak and conciliatory smiles while the proctor repeatedly clears his throat and ruffles through papers in the briefcase open on his lap. It is as if they have come to break bad news, but will try and avoid the task given any opportunity. Neat-suited lawyers about to explain with tepid smiles that he has no case. The proctor looks like he's changed his mind, as if he is bound to disappoint. And it is the proctor who speaks first, to break the uncomfortable silence as much as anything.
You told Arthur your friend is missing. May I ask for how long?
Not seen him since early yesterday morning, at first light,
Dante says, maintaining a hard look on his face, despite his desire to fold and express his fears in a torrent at this first sign of interest in his problems. But they have to understand he is not to be trifled with anymore. The fact that he's wasted the best part of the afternoon waiting for the two men to arrive sustains his resolve.
Are you certain he's with Elliot?
The proctor asks, his face solemn and guarded.
No doubt about it. Tom and I had a fight, a bad one, an argument about a load of personal stuff. Nothing new there, but Tom only came home afterward to get some cash. I never saw him, just heard him come in and he went out right after. And then, while I was out looking for him, my Land Rover was returned. It stank of perfume. Tom never drove it back here. Someone else did. Maybe Beth, but it wasn't her perfume. But someone did. They brought it here. And when I went to find Elliot, Janice told me he'd been sacked, and she admitted she saw Tom drinking with Elliot at the School of Divinity on the day we had the bust-up. The idiot probably went over there to iron out the problems I've been having, without knowing how dangerous Elliot is. I know he's behind it.
He went to Elliot of his own free will, then?
Dante feels his blood rise.
He was angry, that's all. But Elliot took advantage of the rift between us. I just know it. When I first met Elliot, he hinted that manipulation had never been a problem for him. I think you both know what I'm saying.
Did he offer drugs?
The proctor asks.
What is this? I asked you two here so I could find out what I'm dealing with, and now you're giving me this school teacher routine. I don't need a social worker, I need information.
Listen, Dante,
Arthur chirps in, smiling.
We only want to establish the influence Elliot may have had on you. He's very clever at suggesting things and embroiling people in his little schemes, especially young people.
No,
Dante says, shaking his head in frustration.
We've gone way beyond that. It's not about starry-eyed youths eating poison candy. I was in awe of Elliot when I first got here, but since then I've hardly had anything to do with him. We never even discussed the work I was supposed to be doing. He deliberately avoided me and any mention of what I'd travelled up for. He fobbed me off with all kinds of excuses. He was always pissed. He was only concerned that I meet Beth. He insisted on it, so I met her. And he doesn't need drugs. She does all the work for him.
Dante pauses and watches their startled reaction at his mention of Beth.
Elliot's probably used her to get Tom. I don't know how well you know her, but she's not to be trusted either. And while we sit here yakking, time is drifting by and my friend is in danger. I know how fast it spreads.
The proctor frowns.
What spreads?
He looks and sounds sincere. Dante reaches for a cigarette. It is frustrating not knowing what the hebdomader and proctor have on Elliot. For all he knows, the story about Beth and the other thing will sound like a crazy, drug-induced hallucination. Dante takes a deep drag on his cigarette.
It starts with an illness. After you become familiar with Beth, that is, you get a really bad fever with nightmares you just wouldn't believe. Your body weakens and you go delusional. It's like you're being prepared for the other one.
The proctor wrestles with a smile.
The other one? I don't follow.
But Arthur leans forward on the couch and searches Dante's face.
Yeah, the other one,
Dante says, taken aback by Arthur's sudden interest. The thing that Ellie and Beth have with them. I don't know what it is exactly, but it's deadly. It appeared whenever I met Beth. She calls it somehow. It sounds crazy, I know, but it wanted me. That's the only reason Elliot asked me up here, to use me. To give me away to whatever he and Beth have with them. I think he made a promise to someone and now he's struggling to keep it.
Is this a man you're referring to?
The proctor asks, half smiling and half frowning with disbelief. It sounds ridiculous. I know what I saw. Or what I experienced, to be more precise. It was like Beth put me in a trance and then this other party, this whatever it is, arrives. His voice has weakened, and he blushes in embarrassment to what he is trying to communicate. These men are strangers, and not ordinary strangers. They are educated men with good jobs and positions at a top university. It seems hopeless.
I'm sorry, Dante, the proctor says. I'm not really following, and it all sounds a little too fantastic to me.
Desperate, Dante looks to Arthur. But your mate knows what I'm talking about. Don't ya? The proctor glances at Arthur, his face stern. Arthur clears his throat and then speaks in the practiced tone of a man accustomed to giving sympathetic advice. Tell me, Dante. Tell me exactly what you saw. Dante takes a deep breath and fixes his attention solely on the hebdometer. First time I knew something was amiss was in St. Mary's Court, late at night. I'd been instructed to meet Beth there, at a certain time when no one was around, and then again down on the beach a few days back. She came and made me uncomfortable right from the start. She was always so evasive, like Elliot, but in a more dreamy way. Like she was never all there. Like her mind was on some other thing, elsewhere. But although I started off being all confused, she made me relax. She would kiss me. Not in a soppy romantic way, but viciously. She'd cut my mouth with her teeth. Don't start looking at me like that. It was never like that, no sex or anything. It was suggested, but that wasn't what she wanted. No, she wanted me half-conscious. She'd break my resolve somehow until I felt faint or sleepy, and then... Both men are visibly puzzled and uncomfortable with the intimacy of his confession, but Dante struggles on. And then I became aware that she was not alone. It was like something would arrive. Someone in the shadows or just out of sight. I could feel it more than see it. Like the shadows were moving, and there was always this wind, subtle but cold. And sounds too, like something in the distance was being blown toward me. In St. Mary's Court, it chased me onto the street, and I only just made it too. But on the beach, it got hold of me. It dragged me down to the sand, and I was knocked unconscious. Jesus, it's so quick. You don't have a chance. Dante drops his head and stares at the floor, desperate to stop the quiver in his voice and the lump in his throat from taking control.
But you're still here, the proctor says.
Johnny Law, the police turned up the second time. They were patrolling the beach because of that arm they found down there, and they saw my Land Rover. They didn't waste any time getting across to it either. That's the only reason I'm here and still alive. Something's got the local fuzz spooked, that's for sure. They must have startled them. Beth and her companion.
It could have been a matter of something Beth suggested to you. She made you think someone was there, the proctor says quickly.
Dante shakes his head from side to side. But Beth is very beautiful, the proctor continues. And you succumb to that. And Eliot is very clever. You were in awe of him and of what he wrote and said to you. Perhaps they made you imagine it.
No way. Something was there with Beth, both times.
Do you realize what you're asking us to believe? That Eliot has managed to somehow summon this spectre out of thin air? An evil spirit? Come on, Dante. We're all intelligent men here.
I know how it sounds. I've had a hard time accepting it myself, but the more I saw of Beth, the more I became convinced. She's not some kind of innocent and seductive girl either, don't be fooled. She's either insane or... Dante's voice trails off. He studies the two men before him. Arthur fidgets as if in anticipation of hearing something unpleasant. The proctor's face stiffens in preparation to slam or deny anything he says. It isn't Beth, Dante says. Not anymore. Not the girl she must have been. There's something inside her.
The proctor finally titters with relief and eases back on the settee. The playful creases at the sides of his mouth broaden into a smile.
Eliot used her, Dante continues. Maybe he had to. Maybe he used her as some kind of medium, like the men he used in Banquet, to deliver messages from the other side. Eliot spent his whole life believing in it. And for a reason, I reckon now. Why else would someone like Eliot, from Oxford, respected for his studies, who never made a penny from his work, carry on searching for something unless he was sure of finding it somewhere? Like here. There's no way he'd continue chasing something that he knew didn't exist. Eliot cracked a code he spent a lifetime studying, and it all went wrong. There's no doubt in my mind. Not now. Not after what I've been through.
Come on, man, the proctor says. Dante's face flushes red.
Don't knock it, mate. I'm not an intellectual, but you don't need to be. All you need is your instincts. Maybe I am a naive drifter who thought the sun shone out of Eliot's arse, but things have changed. We're talking about people's lives here, so don't laugh at me. My life is on the line. I know it. I'm perfect for him. A dupe, a nobody. The sacrifice. Eliot needs me for something he brought into St. Andrews. Maybe he pulled it up by mistake and now it's out of control. I don't know, but you only have to look at him to know he's got little control of the situation. No control of whatever is loose in your university and inside Beth.
Both men shift on the settee and exchange glances as if they've been stopped in the street by a lunatic with a message from the other side.
I didn't play ball. Don't you understand? It needed me. Beth and this thing are killing people for some reason. To stay around, maybe. To find hosts or something. I don't know, but what I'm saying is the absolute truth.
The proctor closes his briefcase with a snap and raises both hands. I'm sorry. This is absurd. I thought we meant to discuss Eliot, to determine any foul play. This talk of possession and what have you is sheer nonsense. In exasperation, Dante looks to Arthur. The hebdomader's face is pale and troubled. He knots his chubby fingers in his lap.
The lad has said enough, he says, in a quiet though serious voice. So tell him, Harry. Stop bloody stalling and tell him why we're here. It's not right to mock him.
The proctor stares at his partner with a mixture of pity and shock.
Tell him about May, Harry, or I will.
The proctor turns his face away from both of them, looks at the ceiling, and mutters something to himself out of exasperation. May? Dante asks. Arthur nods.
We were both witnesses to a rather unfortunate episode in the spring. And despite the fact that neither of us is prone to believing anything that Eliot has claimed to have seen over the years, something went wrong with his work. We may have humoured him as friends, but until that moment we'd never suspected a sinister aspect to his studies of the occult in St. Andrews. But in May, our problems with Eliot began in earnest. They've gradually escalated to the present situation of which you speak.
So, you believe what I'm telling you, Dante begins, but the proctor interrupts.
Now stop, Arthur. Really, listen to yourself. I'm telling you to think very carefully about what you're saying. Think, man.
Let him have his say, Dante said. The time for rational explanations and backpedaling and covering your tracks is over. Like Eliot always said, it's time to use a little imagination. I'm not going to go run into some newspaper and ruin your reputation. If that's what scares you, I understand, but that's not my game or style. My friend's gone missing and I want him back. That's all. And today, every student I've watched roll into this town is in danger. You can deny it for as long as you want, but things are going to get worse. We have no choice but to tell him, Arthur says.
The proctor straightens his sleeves and stands up. It's nonsense. Speculation and superstition. If we can't talk in a sensible manner, then I'm afraid I must leave.
Then go, Harry, Arthur says.
And he looks at Dante, who smiles and nods. The proctor stiffens, incredulous at his friend's defiance. Arthur finishes his whiskey and coughs.
Could I have a little more?
Help yourself, Dante answers, and relaxes back into the cushions of the chair. The proctor removes his tie and then, reluctantly, resumes his seat. And as the night claims the world outside, Arthur Spencer begins to narrate his story. Chapter 34.
Toward the end of the last academic year, Eliot's behaviour was cause for a great deal of concern. He became increasingly distant, was prone to the most dramatic shifts in mood, was neglecting his duties, and, quite frankly, was making a fool of himself. Not just within his department and the university, but in the town also. We weren't sure what to make of it all. Our contact with him had been brief and rather tense for some time. We'd made several attempts to offer help, but he wasn't interested. Similar to your own experience. Whenever we managed to catch him, he was either drunk or in such a state of excitement it made normal conversation impossible. There were altercations, too. It appeared to me at the time, and I think we were in general agreement, that he'd suffered something of a collapse. A breakdown was our first thought. There had been a relationship with Janice, whom you have met, and this had fallen apart some time before. His doing, not hers. To be candid, the end of their relationship was a result of his becoming involved with one of his students. A second-year student. A girl you know as Beth. But from our attempts to reason with Eliot, we did manage to fathom one thing, a single preoccupation, a belief, an unshakable belief that his research assistants, Beth and a young man called Ben Carter, had some ability. Second sight, he called it. Some kind of clairvoyance he'd helped them to develop. Something he wanted to test. He'd plucked them from the paranormal society he'd established earlier, in the previous year, before this collapse I've mentioned. You see, he'd gathered a small group of students around him to investigate the paranormal. It was something tempting for young people.
And the group enjoyed a kind of celebrity for a while, which increased in proportion to the weight of opposition against it. But there was little the academic authority could really do without raising concerns over civil rights in a place of higher learning. We found ourselves in an awkward position. It was an extracurricular exercise. Eliot worked with his group in his own time, and had always been popular with his students. How could we rival that? And after all, it wasn't a witch's coven, he told us. There was nothing ritualistic about the group, he said. At least not in the beginning. All harmless. Just a small number of students with Eliot as guide. And for a while it was seen as something quite exciting here. With the exception of Raisin Week, the academic year is quite ordinary, and I suppose Eliot brightened things up. But we still hoped, those that knew him well, that the interest in his group would fade, that it would disappear. But as soon as they caught wind of it, the Christian Fellowship, backed by several local groups, opposed his society with some vigour. So Harry and I stepped in again and asked Eliot, as a friend, to either suspend the group's activities until things blew over, or to at least be more discreet. We thought it politic to remind him of the risk he was taking with his position. But he took it badly, us speaking to him in that way. And then something happened quite suddenly which pleased us, and more importantly, the now rather vociferous lobby in opposition to him. The paranormal group disbanded, almost overnight, just when both the principal and even a local politician were being pressed to do something to intervene. Eliot's group fell apart. Or so it seemed. We now know he was only using the group of students as a device for drawing out those he believed were in possession of this special ability, this second sight. And once he'd discovered the individuals who would be of use to him, Beth and Ben Carter, to take his investigation one step further, he lost interest in the others and ended the meetings. And between those three, we can only imagine there then followed a series of attempts to make contact with what Eliot called the great restlessness in the town. When the last term of the year began, he abandoned his duties as a tutor and was rarely seen. Beth dropped out of her studies too. Ben still attended classes, but seemed especially distracted. And at this point we discovered, through Janice's attempts at reconciliation with Eliot, a little more about the affair with Beth. It seemed she had moved out of her hall of residence and was cohabiting with Eliot. Imagine the outcry when it became known. Eliot was 3 times the age of this beautiful young girl, whose parents were clueless as to what she was doing. There was talk of coercion, manipulation, of Eliot's taking advantage of an innocent girl. Once again, it was getting out of hand. Apparently, she'd broken contact with her parents, and when a concerned mother came looking for her daughter and found the girl with Eliot, she kicked up something of a fuss around here. Who could blame her? But Beth's obsession was now Eliot. He and his unseen world had become her world. There was nothing anyone could do. She was old enough to make her own choices. We did not know a great deal about Beth before this time, save the fact that she was generally regarded as something of a loner, very withdrawn, maybe shy or perhaps even a little disturbed. The worst kind of girl for Eliot to become entangled with. If she had been more outgoing, more independent perhaps, and sure of her own mind, none of this may have happened. She may not have allowed herself to have been led. And again we tried to reason with our friend, and again he refused to listen. His work had reached what he called a significant stage, to which Beth was vital. And she was out there at his cottage, living with him, when one of the student papers got hold of Banquet for the Damned. An expose of his use of drugs in the 60s circulated. Mescaline experimentation may have been nothing more than an affectation of his youth, but no one seemed ready to think so now the girl was in the picture. Things were very tense here. He only broke his silence at the end of the semester, to deliver a long overdue paper at Cambridge. Harry and I travelled down with a coach full of the students, who still thought him cool. Quite touching, really. But the silence on the coach's return journey was absolute. His paper was billed as a discussion of Scottish witchcraft as a cultural phenomenon in pre-Reformation belief systems. But instead of delivering the expected paper, Eliot revealed the rather dramatic findings of his paranormal group's work. He was laughed off the stage. He claimed to have made some manner of direct contact with a notorious coven and its unwholesome familiar from the 16th century. He suggested the most preposterous ideas about their existing influence in St. Andrews. He claimed a tradition of ghostly sightings and unexplained events was the direct result of their continuing manifestations. Tape recordings of Ben and Beth speaking as go-betweens were played during the seminar. I'll never understand what tempted him to play those recordings. Did he have no idea as to how people would react? I think Harry and I both realized then just how far removed he'd become from reality. One couldn't help pitying him. Still, Eliot was lucky in one respect. Bloody lucky the police never made inquiries. The voices of the students were awful. And as for the other sounds that one could hear in the background, oh, well, they were rather more disturbing. Eliot was furious with the reaction. I suppose it took him back to the personal attacks from critics he endured over Banquet for the Damned. Well, who could blame his audience? People had gathered from all over the country to hear him speak about witchcraft in a historical context, and here he was spouting the most ridiculous claptrap about the existence of spirits in St. Andrews, before shocking his audience with those recordings. He disgraced himself, and the university. On his return to St. Andrews, his position was cut right back to a rather tenuous consultancy role. There was only 1 year left on his contract, and it was generally believed he would go once this period had concluded. He was finished, ruined, and he brought it all upon himself. His drinking worsened after Cambridge. He was never the same again. And there was little more we could establish as to what exactly he was doing with Beth and Ben out at the cottage now. All three of them had withdrawn from any outside contact. It was at this point that Harry and I decided to intervene more forcibly than in any of our previous attempts. It was hard to imagine the situation worsening since the time of the Paranormal Society, but it was. Now, even we came to believe that students were in danger. Grave danger. As a last resort, we thought that what remained of our former friendship could be used to make him see reason. As hebdomada, I also have a responsibility for student welfare, and had a right to investigate his relationship with Ben while the young man was still matriculated as a student here. So, we visited his home. In Harry's car, we drove out past Knoxville and parked on the lane outside of the property he rented. I remember it being an especially cold night, but the sky was beautiful, very clear and star-bright, with a 3/4 moon over the hills. From the road, we had a good view of the lawn and the front of the cottage. And what we saw, the moment we were out of the car, was reason for immediate concern. The place looked derelict. The state of disrepair we'd observed earlier that winter had worsened. Several tree branches had fallen against the side of the house and damaged the roof. The yard was overgrown, and the front path was completely lost under the weeds and leaf mould. As for the house, there wasn't a single light on inside. Nothing beyond the roof and gables could be seen in any detail. We paused in the lane and began to wonder if Elliot even lived there anymore. It used to be such a beautiful place. The last rector owned the cottage until his passing and bequeathed the property to the divinity faculty. It was the sort of home that asked for log fires, a busy kitchen, and the sound of children's voices. But not anymore. Elliot had done something to it. Harry was always impatient with any talk of the supernatural, but I remember something came over me as I stood looking at the cottage. Maybe it was just an instinct, or a notion created by the dark and these signs of dilapidation, but I can remember thinking this was more than just physical decline. If I'm not mistaken, Harry felt it too. It was the manner in which the building had developed a new character. An atmosphere, if you like. A stillness emanated from the property. It was unnatural. And it was compounded by a sudden drop in temperature when one neared the fence and front gate. You felt it. It actually became colder. And after what we discovered inside, neither of us has been out there again. This dreadful mess was another symbol of Elliot's ingratitude to us and his utter foolishness with the young, impressionable people in his charge. We were so angry at the time. Mixed with our fear was our anger. This made us shake off the chill and commit ourselves to going inside. What was Elliot's excuse? He was well educated, privileged. His parents had left him a large private income. He could have chosen politics, academia, anything for his talents. He'd been blessed with a certain kind of genius and had every material facility to support it, and yet he had chosen to drift around the world like some rootless youth, experimenting with opiates and flirting with religious cults, slowly extinguishing his wits. This terrible building was the result of one man's criminal waste of time and ability. I remember what Harry said to me then, that we had given Elliot the greatest chance a man could have, a second chance. And it was true. In return, he'd made fools of us. We suffered as a direct result of his behavior. Our association with him was well known, and Harry had lobbied hard to bring him to the university in the first place. And here we were outside the pitiful remains of Elliot's second chance. It was then I realized we had come to say goodbye to him, once and for all. He had sabotaged everything. It was his choice to sink. His phone had been cut off for weeks, so we'd been unable to announce ourselves in the normal manner, and our knocking on the door had gone unanswered. We hardly expected the police to drive by, but it took us some time to gather the courage to break in. Secretly, I braced myself for the worst. It seemed unlikely, but if Elliot was inside, there would certainly be a dreadful scene. That I could deal with, but it was the notion of finding something much worse that worried me. Something involving Ben and Beth. Quite by accident, before we chose a window to break, Harry tried the handle of the front door, and to our utter surprise, we found the door to be unlocked. Our relief at not having to smash glass was brief, though. Nothing could have prepared us for what we found inside. Remember, with the front door closed, not a single sound could be heard from the outside of the building. Everything was still. We were in the middle of a late cold snap. There wasn't even a breath of wind in the air. But when the door opened, it was as if we had tripped a wire. How can I explain it? I felt that something inside was enraged at our intrusion. Imagine a storm of noise, of violence in the very air. It was as if every wall and floorboard was being pounded with a hammer. There was no light. We couldn't see beyond the doorframe, and all around us every timber and brick seemed ready to crack. The house was alive. The sheer volume of the noise forced us back to the car. I still don't know what prompted Harry to turn and then run back to the place. Perhaps it was the thought of a young girl being subjected to this madness. And I followed him, through the door and into the hallway. I covered my ears, but once inside, the din grew worse, as if a storm, an electric storm, had crossed the threshold and become trapped inside. I could feel it in my chest. It was so loud the vibrations interfered with my breathing. I'm not ashamed to say I was frightened witless. I would not have been able to stand more than a few minutes in there. By an empty coat rack we found the light switches, but they were useless. The electricity had been cut off too. But we carried on. With only a glimmer of moonlight coming through the reception, we went further inside. We bumped around, stumbled into one another. We were utterly disoriented by the noise. I remember looking at the ceiling and wondering what could possibly create such hellish sounds. It seemed to be coming from underground and from above us also. Harry led the way. We took a quick look around the ground floor. There were papers everywhere and books. The ceiling leaked in places, and the latches had rusted the windows shut. Damp had soaked into the carpets and the furniture. It was freezing. Colder inside than it was outside. After the kitchen, we couldn't face going upstairs. We were ready to bolt. No one could have withstood the cold or the noise. But on our way back down the hallway to the front door, Harry saw something. A sign of life. A light under the door of the coal cellar. We opened the door to the cellar and realized the light was candlelight. There were stone steps leading down. They turned a corner into the cellar. We shouted for Elliot from the top of the staircase, but there was no reply. Even if he was down there, I doubt he would have heard us above the racket. So we had no choice. We went down. Into the cellar, where the air felt dense, as if full of fog and terribly cold. The coldest part of the house so far. It was as if it were saturated with water droplets that suddenly froze on you. I was there for no more than a few minutes, and yet it got into my chest. I suffered a breathing complaint for some time after. And there was a smell, too. A mixture of things, all of it unpleasant. Tallow smoke and sour sweat, damp stones, and other things I can't place. Like incense, it seemed to me. But I can't be sure. At the bottom of the stairs, the cellar was partially lit in the middle by the candles. You couldn't see the far walls. It was dark around the edges, but I can still see the middle of that cellar, with Elliot and Beth and Ben in it, just as we found them.
It's hard to say how long they'd been there, or what exactly they were doing, but it was wrong. Anyone could see that. The centre of the floor was marked somehow, lashed with lines, angles, circles, all crisscrossing, marked in white chalk, with candles set on plates and saucers here and there. A circular arrangement, I think, around other things. They were all on the floor. Elliot and Ben lay on Beth, all of them in the middle of these marks. They were holding her down. Ben saw us first. His mouth opened. He said no, shook his head. He was afraid. We all were. But we went in there, to the circle, you see. Standing still made things worse. You had to move, but we panicked Ben. He fled, just knocked us out the way. And Elliot called out to him, called him a fool, but made no attempt to stop him. He just kept Beth down there on the floor as she moved. Horrible it was to see her mouth open like that and her body twisting. And him so fragile on top of her. No weight on him. All of it had dropped right off. Yellow, too. His skin was yellow, like jaundice. Dehydration? Oh, God knows. And on the floor I saw bottles, medicine bottles. I had no strength left. But Harry called out to Elliot, who ignored us. He was busy, keeping Beth down and watching something over on the far side of the room, at the edge of the candlelight. Then I noticed it too, against the bricks where he stared. It was moving, coming forward by going up the wall and then across the ceiling, against the light, against the way candles make shadows. It looked as if there were limbs coming from it and something about the head wrapped around it but coming loose, but I couldn't be sure in the dark. But the way it came across to us, I don't know. I flinched. I must have turned away and fallen. I fell and took Harry over with me. Maybe I heard a voice too. How can I be sure? No one could think straight or trust their ears or eyes in there. I've been over it again and again. And now, well, who can say? But I remember crawling over Harry when something brushed against me. Over me. It swept over me. And I tried to get to my feet. And then she started with the worst sound of all. The girl wailing like that. It went right through me. I wanted to run. And then I stood up and I saw something. The last of it. Going up the stairs, up it went, like a spider on a wall, into the dark. And suddenly it was silent. Completely silent. Beth stopped crying. She made no further sound down there, but rocked back and forth, on her own, just backward and forward, looking at nothing, at nobody. And Elliot began to laugh. He stopped when Harry slapped him hard. I wanted out of it. My mind was still full of that thing going up the stairs into the house. The house we were still inside. But I wrapped Beth in my coat first, and she stopped the rocking. I thought she'd fainted, and she was so heavy to carry, but I took her out of the cellar and out of the house. Harry came behind with Elliot. Did you see it? Elliot asked us, over and over, as if he had trouble believing it too. And when we were outside in the long grass, Harry grabbed Elliot by the throat, and for a moment I believed he would kill him. Is this how you repay us?
With your clever tricks, you've scared that girl half to death. Was it mescaline in those bottles? Are you insane? And so on. Elliot grinned. Yes, Harry, he said, mad as a hatter. But it came. But I wouldn't let him go on. No, not like that. Pleased with himself. To have pride at a moment like that, with the girl so badly off. And after the movements down there, under the house, I was overcome. I shook him, and he begged me to stop, but I kept on. I hurt him. But it meant nothing to Elliot. He just wanted to go back inside. It's not finished, he said. I was a bloody fool. I didn't understand, he kept telling me. Harry stopped me. The girl, he said. We have to take care of the girl. So I stopped, and we left Elliot on the lawn, in front of that place, with the door open. We drove Beth to the Memorial Hospital. She was our concern now. Elliot could go to hell. But the night would not end. When I reached into the back of the car to check on her, she was cold. I panicked. I shouted for Harry to stop the car. He pulled over. We put her on the road. There was no breath coming from her, no pulse we could feel. She was stiff with death. I attempted resuscitation. It did nothing. The girl, with her cold mouth, was gone. There was nothing we could do. We put her back in the car. Harry said we would take her to the hospital and the police would be called. I was numb. It was too much to believe Elliot had killed her. And then we heard her voice from the back seat. What could we think? Beth was alive, but there had been no pulse, no breath, I was certain. I turned and saw that her eyes were open. Bright eyes, bright with life. Her mouth opened and she tried to speak, but it was so noisy with Harry driving like that, like a madman to get her to the hospital. I didn't catch what she said. I held her hand and spoke to her, but I don't think she could hear me either. It was like she was unaware of where she was. When she found her voice, she began to jabber. A jumble of words mostly, but in the same voice from the tapes Elliot had played at Cambridge. I didn't understand any of it. Once or twice she repeated some Latin. A chant, taught to her by Elliot, I thought. I couldn't be sure. But she was alive. That was the main thing. Arthur passes 2 pieces of paper to Dante. He has scribbled the translations beneath each inscription. Some of it was sent to us today. As a threat, I think. What about Beth? Dante asks, filling another glass with Jack Daniels. What happened? Arthur looks at Harry, who remains quiet. The proctor continues to sip his whiskey and stare into space. Unperturbed, Arthur then offers a third note to Dante. On this one, he has written the address of Elliot's cottage in Knoxville. We never found out, Arthur says, with his hand outstretched, the note held between 2 fingers. As soon as we parked at the hospital and got her standing, she ran. Ran? Away from us. Back out of town, laughing all the way. Arthur exhales. He rubs his face, the shape of his body sunken. She was too quick for us. We spent the rest of the night trawling the lanes for her, all the way back to Elliot's. But we didn't find her, and Elliot had gone from the lawn. We did not go inside. We couldn't. And this guy, Ben, where did he go? The men exchange glances.
He took his own life within days. He never spoke of what happened to anyone. But he left a note, and in it he explained that he had to get it out of himself. Nothing more, just that. You never reported it, Dante says, his face white with shock. Both of his guests look at the floor. So what do we do now? Arthur shakes his round head, clueless. Harry looks Dante straight in the eye. Nothing. Hang on. Harry raises his hands. Listen to me. Elliot's contract has been cancelled. It took a little longer than we supposed it would, but he's finished here. He and Beth will have to leave. Their influence here... Dante writhes in his chair. What's wrong with you? Elliot doesn't give a shit about the job. The job doesn't matter anymore. Forget that. It's gone way beyond that. And Beth isn't Beth. Did you learn nothing from what Arthur's just said? I can't believe you've sat on your hands for so long, waiting for all this to just go away of its own free will. Don't be melodramatic, Dante. Before we take any firm action, we need to know more. About what? Elliot has lost the plot. He couldn't do anything if he tried. Don't you see? Beth is running things. Beth and the other thing we've all seen. Think we've seen. What we've actually seen and what we think we've seen are two entirely different matters. Dante stands up, turns around and removes his shirt. They're fading, but these marks are for real. Good God, Arthur says. Harry swallows, unable to break his stare from Dante's back. She's a fanatic now. We told you. They have such strength. Lunatics, you know, he says, but his lips hardly move. And you're a lunatic for wasting time, mate. We have to get out there and get Tom. He's in serious trouble. They've got him out there. This goes way beyond Elliot now. Tonight, we make a move. We go out there. Out of the question, Harry says, shaking his head. Arthur smiles weakly in an attempt to calm him down. It's late, Dante. I don't care. Shuffling forward on the couch, Arthur attempts to touch Dante, who paces up and down, pulling his shirt back on. His face is set. Please, Dante, listen to me, Arthur implores. I'm willing to help, with your friend. I'll come with you. We'll confront them together. And it won't be the first time I've taken someone from Elliot by force. But not tonight. We have the new postgraduate body to meet tomorrow. And my speech still needs work. His voice starts to drift along with his attention. With everything else, I've fallen behind with so many things. Dante stops moving. He has to keep this one sweet. He is willing to help. All right, Arthur. I appreciate what you've told me. I mean that. I've been going out of my mind trying to cope with all this on my own. It's good to know I have an ally. He begins to pace again. I've got to get out there. Tom's coming back with me. No bother there. But his attempts at boosting his own morale fail. How far gone is Tom? He's been out there for 2 days now while he searched and sat around and listened to this pair. He should get the police now. Go to them with the incredible story and take them out to the cottage. Don't take no for an answer. Tell them it is a kidnap or something. If it blows the town wide open, what Elliot has been doing, what he's done to Beth, then so be it. These two will have to look out for themselves. If they'd done more in the beginning, everything would be all right now. Arthur is a good sort, but you can't trust old Longjaw.
He'll sell them out to save his name, refuse to cooperate, and he has too much influence over Arthur. And what can Arthur do anyway? He is old and going to pieces. He is scared. They are all scared, but someone has to go and get Tom. If he goes now, out to the cottage, tonight, with or without the police, Tom can be saved. He'll get Tom, and then they'll split. Leave right away. Their stuff is packed. But what about the other thing? His fragile plans fall apart when he thinks of the sounds and the movements in the silence and the dark of St. Mary's Court. What is it? What makes it come? Will it be there, waiting? Harry collects his jacket from the arm of the chair. He looks ill.
Thank you for the drink, Dante. But I must get off now. My wife is expecting me.
Sure, just take off. Let's waste another night.
I promise to be in touch. Tomorrow. But until then, I'd advise you to do nothing rash. It would be a mistake going to the police. What could you say? They'd laugh at you. When it's light, tomorrow, after our engagement with the postgrads, I suggest we all go out there and confront Beth. Get your friend. It'll be light. Things are different during the day. Let the whiskey and emotion wear off first.
Arthur looks at Harry with surprise and then admiration. Dante scowls. But the thought of going out to the cottage, alone and at night, fills him with dread. You'll call here, tomorrow, he says, his voice heavy with disappointment. Harry offers his hand.
I promise. We're all involved, Dante. I know your friend is there, but he's young. He's strong. It's unlikely he'd do anything. Let himself. There is a lot at stake for all of us.
He is right, Dante, Arthur says. He puts his hand on Dante's shoulder. Let's think of the best for all of us, eh? We'll all go tomorrow. Dante can't speak. This is the kind of thing his parents said when they worked out a compromise. Harry is out the door without another word. Tomorrow, then, Arthur says, looking pleased with himself after his confession, as if he can think of nothing else now. On the doorstep, he pulls his collar up against the cold. He nods at Dante and then walks, wearily, away from the flat where Ben Carter once lived. Chapter 35. Well, it's done. I feel better for it, Arthur says. He buttons his coat right up to his chin and folds the lapels over to further protect his fleshy neck. Behind him, Dante closes the front door of that flat, Ben Carter's flat. There was no need to have told him that. He is right on that account. The lad has enough to deal with. You do, Harry says over his shoulder, his body taut with irritation as he strides to the car. The older brother defied by the younger for the first time.
We'll see, Arthur. I can't see any good coming from it. He's ready for the police.
Impatiently, Harry swings his long body into the Rover, sweeping his overcoat under his buttocks. It'll be fine. Tomorrow. It'll be fine, Arthur says at the curb. The door of Harry's car slams and shakes raindrops onto his shoes. Harry removes the steering lock and, from a guilty afterthought, winds the window down. Lift? No, I'll make my own way from here. Sure? Harry asks, half-heartedly, pleased they will not have to be awkward in the car together. Yes, thanks. I'm going back to the office. Something to finish off. Harry nods. Right you are. Until tomorrow. His voice has turned sarcastic. Let him stew, Arthur thinks. Even if it means going back out there to Elliot's cottage, they must take their share of the burden. The missing students and Dante's friend have to be found. No, there won't be a connection between the missing people and the cottage. He cannot allow thoughts like that. Think positively, a tired little voice says inside his head. A voice that once made a good suggestion or two, but now only irritates him. But he can't switch it off. But stepping out of Harry's shadow tonight makes him feel good. Not even the rain could dull that feeling, churlish as it is. The engine of Harry's car starts, a squeak, a rumble, a purr. There is a final glance from Harry's hard eyes, and then he is gone to the end of the scores, fast and sliding past a black car idling at the curb, its lights on half beam. Same model as Marcia's, Arthur thinks, distractedly. It, too, reverses away from his sight. Rain is sweeping across the town again, like an intolerant authority trying to clear the streets. At the open mouth of the scores, before it narrows to a long funnel under the overhanging limbs of ancient trees, a group of excited students darts in and out of cars and doorways, glancing at the bitter sky, their faces and voices begging for a ceasefire, to be without a care for the weather. A sense of what tomorrow will bring makes him clench his fists inside his pockets. His fingers crush around coins and polo mints. How he can assist Dante has yet to be established, and what exactly they are facing is still a mystery. Can their opponent be something not of this world? Oh, not again, he mutters. The endless circling and questioning, the doubts and then the belief, beginning again inside his head and stomach, where he can feel it writhe. He's performed his part, and he was right to have done so. He's spoken his lines after a good whiskey, but now the rain seems too cold and the pavement too wet and dull for that kind of thing. For apparitions. The town reassembles around him in real and hard shapes. Cars fill the road. Late dinners are being eaten. There is a smell of cooling chip fat from Salvator's dormitory. And against the horizon a ship is seen to be still, although it moves slowly to the west. He thinks of Marcia, which raises his spirits. He holds a memory of her, lets it grow, and allows it to pull his big body through the night air to his office and to the bottle he keeps inside his drawer. No more thoughts of tomorrow. There will be time enough for that. Passing the School of Divinity, Arthur wonders if Janice is really ill, or if Dante has given her a fright. And has Elliot cleared his office yet? Where will he take his books? He checks his watch. Nearly 8:30. There isn't time to check on Janice, and if he is quick, he can be in front of the fire at Marcia's by 9. No more delays. The very idea warms his big body. From the scores, he takes a shortcut beside the goods entrance at the rear of the quad, and hears 2 girls on the other side of Butts Wynd running and laughing up the lane, heading toward the library to seek shelter. The weather has emptied the quad. The rain splashes off the top of his uncovered head and has begun soaking through his woolen overcoat to chill his skin underneath. He follows the path circling the central lawn, past the now dripping halls of anthropology and international relations, to reach the cloisters of the church. Nearly there. He'll skip through the arch beside the officers in the western corner of the court to get to North Street. But Arthur stops walking when someone calls his name from nearby, from right behind him. A softly spoken word, just audible over the splash of rain and the torrent of distant traffic. He turns, jerky, a hand leaving his pockets, his eyes screwing up against the beat of falling water. Hello? No one there. Not between him and Salvator's stark and glassy front, where the rain seems to pause as it passes the gigantic window panes, the droplets made orange by the light they fall across. Arthur switches direction, cursing himself. His heels crunch on the loose stones underfoot. He faces the church, before its yawning cloisters dull with shadow. A pale face looks out and catches his eye. There is a laugh. The face vanishes. His other hand is out of its pocket, wielding a handkerchief. Wiping his gingery eyebrows, he squints into the dark. He walks forward. Was someone trying to get his attention? A door closes nearby, out of sight. A car skids on the other side of the church, on North Street. He walks to the steps which foot the arches, and is just about to lean in and see who has been peering out when there is a sudden flicker of motion above him. Something moving up there, on the clock tower. Beneath the red clock face, so far up the square tower walls, there are giant slits cut into the tower stone. Is there a flag up there, caught by the wind and made to snap against the parapets? He cannot see one. No, there is never a flag up there. Has an arm waved? No, that would be too dangerous, and no one is permitted to go up there anyway. The darkness hangs over the tower, and the illumination from the ground lights never makes roof level. A pigeon then, home to roost, to escape the rain. He carries on, eager to leave the empty quad, and never takes his eyes from the church. He is aware that his heart is thumping, and he is even tempted to jog the short distance to his office. Now he is seeing things. Talking about the night in May must have stirred his imagination up, producing sparks as if he'd jabbed a stick into the base of an open fire. A drink. He needs a drink to put the sparks out before going to Marcia. He can't go to her like this, wet through with shaking hands. Back in his office, with the door locked, he searches his desk. Third drawer down holds a green bottle amongst the paper clips, an orange hole punch, and a photo of Marcia at a staff fancy dress party that he never dared take home. The bottle is half full of whiskey, which splashes about inside the green glass as he raises it from the drawer and places it on his desk. It has been saved for the good and the bad. When his wife's shooting stomach pains, which she just knew were cancer because of the way her father died so suddenly, turned out to be a case of gallstones, that was the last occasion the bottle of Lefroy saw the light. After splashing a generous measure into a clean coffee mug, he turns the heater on full and pulls the blinds down against the rain to dull its rapping on the glass. He drops his sopping jacket on the back of his chair and strips his shirt off hurriedly, wanting to rid his body of its clammy tug and squelch. Pink and bulbous, his freckled belly flops over his thin belt and hangs in his lap when he takes a seat and reaches for the mug. Panting and coughing at the liquid fire he's gulped, Arthur pushes the mug away as if he can't bear to look at it anymore and slumps against his desk, head down, arms forward, elbows bent. In a moment, he will get dressed into the fresh shirt he keeps for meetings. Over that, he can wear his waterproof, hanging from the coat stand. But in a minute. For the moment, he has to get things straight inside his head and let the whiskey's warmth crawl through his gut. There it is. A hot coal glowing and spreading through his empty stomach, with rising vapours that leave a fruity taste in his mouth. His head spins. He reaches for the mug and downs the second half. Some of it escapes from the side of his wet mouth and splashes onto his mouse mat. Now there is a peaty smell of scotch in the office, mixed with an odour of sour sweat and the cloying fumes of the rainwater evaporating off his clothes and skin. Arthur reaches for the phone and tries Marcia's home number. It rings 4 times, and then he hears Jeff's voice. It gives him a start. His head is cleared by a sudden anxiety until he realises it is only the answering machine. He exhales and replaces the receiver. A clicking sound begins from inside the little heater beside his desk, and his eyelids feel heavy. He swallows another draught of whiskey, deciding it will be the last, and then turns his desk lamp off. He closes his eyes to rest them, just for a minute. At the sound of a knock, Arthur opens bleary eyes and stands up quickly. The floor seems to rise like a wave to tip him backward, over his chair. He thrusts his hands out and seizes the top of his desk. He swallows, but still can't find his voice.
Arthur? Arthur, are you all right? The door's locked.
It is Marcia. What is she doing here so late? The office is dark now, and insufferably hot. The only light creeps from beneath the pale green square of the blinds covering the windows that look down upon North Street. From the heater comes a whirring sound that will soon become the whine of a machine trying to cool down. He checks his watch. The numbers and hands are luminous in the dark. He slept for no more than 10 minutes.
Are you in there?
Marcia calls from beyond the door.
Just a minute,
He says, and then struggles around the desk, knocking his fumy coffee cup to the floor as he scrabbles for the light switch.
Jesus Christ,
he whispers, rubbing his forehead and squinting his eyes against the lightning that crackles in his head when the desk light snaps on. She can't see him like this. Drunk, sleepy, stinking of rain and an anxious sweat. He stumbles across to the door. A pale blue shirt hangs from a hook on the top of the door.
Hang on,
he calls out, his voice sounding deep and unnatural as he fights to control the slur. With the shirt draped around his shoulders, standing in his damp socks, he unlocks the door and opens it a fraction.
Marcia, I'm not feeling too great. I phoned you just now.
The lights are off outside, and from the dark comes the glint of her spectacles.
You're drunk,
she whispers.
Been a terrible day,
he says, slurring his words and blinking his eyes in a feeble attempt to stop the suggestion of Marcia jolting before his eyes.
Let me in.
Marcia pushes at the door handle. Arthur presses his shoulder against the edge of the door.
I'm not... I'm not decent right now. Let me put a shirt on.
Don't be a silly. Let me in. What on earth are you doing?
She says, her voice softening with amusement. He moves away from the door, back toward his desk, frantically trying to button his shirt over his belly. Marcia turns the main lights on with a quick, downward sweep of one hand. She blinks once in the light, spots the whiskey bottle, looks at his red face, and then closes the door behind her.
Got caught in the rain like a fool after my appointment, he says,
his voice stronger, his composure returning.
Just drying out before popping over to you, and I fell asleep.
Not surprised after drinking that,
she says, smiling, beside him now.
Bet you haven't eaten. Come on, let's get you sorted out.
But your celebration, the collection, he says.
Still early. I did a little shopping first. Bought some wine and a dessert. And I had an inkling you'd end up back here.
She looks upset now.
I want to help, Arthur. Don't you think I've noticed how strange you've been behaving? If you need help, you know I'm always here. Is it Elaine?
Arthur shakes his head at the mention of his wife. He tries to smile, but it dies on his mouth.
Is it your heart?
She whispers.
No, nothing like that. Something else. A professional matter. It's difficult.
That young man, isn't it? With all the hair. He's been making a nuisance of himself. Has he been bothering you, too?
No. Look, it's hard to say.
He's been threatening you, hasn't he?
Arthur licks his lips.
It's not that straightforward.
Well, hiding in the dark won't solve a thing. Let's go home.
It's better you don't know. It really is.
Elliot, then. We all know about him.
She raises her eyebrow.
You'd be surprised how much we all know.
We? He says, straightening a cuff.
Oh, you know. People talk.
The thought of Elliot makes him want to sink back into the warmth and dark where he's been sleeping.
In a manner of speaking, yes. Yes, he has something to do with it.
She smiles knowingly, pleased with her deduction.
Come on, let's go and eat. You'll feel better. We'll get you dry. We'll get you ready. And no more of this,
she says, capping the Lefroy. By the time his shirt is buttoned to the top, the mug has been replaced on the tray above his filing cabinet, his drawers shut, the heater switched off, and his damp jacket has been assessed, swatted, pulled back into shape, and draped over her arm. He wants to kiss her. She walks to the blinds and raises them. Tilting her head downward, she stares into the street.
What is it?
He says. For a moment, she stays quiet, as if distracted by something. And then she speaks quickly.
Maybe I should air the office now. No, better not. In the morning, then, when the rain stops.
She turns and walks to the door of his office, the sound of her heels loud and decisive in his ears. They both try to open the door at the same time. Their hands touch. A moment of silence falls between them. Arthur has no idea what to say.
It's all right, Arthur. When you're sober, you can go home. So don't look so worried.
She giggles.
I won't pounce. Not my style. I leave that to others. But you need a bath and a hot meal.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Not at all. But do tuck your shirt in, or people really will have something to talk about.
He laughs and slithers into his waterproof.
You're a treasure.
Chapter 36. Sipping coffee, Arthur reclines into plump cushions and stretches his legs to a footstool. He feels regal, lounging on the crushed velvet seat, propped up with his drink, spoiled by a good dinner and open fire. Beneath his clothes, his skin is pink and freshly scrubbed after the hot bath Marcia ran for him before preparing the food. A faint scent of pine needles escapes from the collar of his shirt. Again, his eyes grow heavy as the mulch that is chicken, steamed broccoli, and roast potato is digested by his stomach. He ate quickly, having neglected lunch and eaten only a small breakfast before leaving for work that morning. And what with all the shocks the day heaped upon him, and the bitter turn in the weather, and all that lies so weighty on his mind, hasn't he the right to such an appetite and the attentions his secretary has lavished on him out of hours? It is a foolish notion, but the small deceit of him idling at the house of a handsome woman who assists him in his professional life pleases him. At least this is a secret, in a town full of secrets, that endangers no one. He will rest here while Marcia assembles her collection for him to see, her secret, her mystery, and then he will go home, replenished and strengthened, with a mind ready to cope with Elliot the following day. Arthur puts the coffee mug down on a silver, star-shaped coaster and looks at the patio doors his seat is angled toward. Perhaps the sofa has been arranged this way to offer Marcia a view of the garden and the hills beyond. Does she look out there for inspiration? He'd rather be closer to the fire, with the rain lashing against the panes of glass, and nothing to see out there of the garden now, save for a few branches and fronds that hang wet and limp from the bushes, and trees that grow close to the house, occasionally tapping the glass. And it is an unusual room in which he sits, not at all what he expected to find in Marcia's home. He's pulled up outside in his car often enough, but never ventured inside. It would have surprised him if he had done so, Dark walls and an indistinct ceiling watch him from all sides. Although the lighting has been intentionally dimmed, traces of ochre and sweeping crimson peek like an ecclesiastic backdrop from among the plethora of plants and waxy creepers she grows from large ceramic and brass pots. There is little in the way of ornamentation, and not a single painting has been hung. What he's seen of the hall and the coppery kitchen is much the same. When he questioned Marcia about the gloom in her home, she confessed to preferring it that way. The change was recent, she said. Something she was trying.
But what about Jeff? He asked. Does he like it this dark inside? Is it possible to read in this light?
Oh, I don't worry about Jeff, she said, and laughed gaily. Jeff left me, she added nonchalantly.
Oh, Marcia, my dear, I'm so sorry.
He tried to think of something to say. It was a shock. Was he the last to know? But she stopped him there, before he could go any further with his stumbling. It's been over for a long time, really, she said. I'm not sorry, though he might be.
But why? He asked.
He must have been mad to leave you, he wanted to say. Someone came between us, she said, smiling. Or rather, I should say, someone found him. Woke him up. Woke us both up, really. And it's for the best. And after that revelation, when no tears were shed, he sat, curious about her new life alone in this dark house. She has this entire private life he's often tried to visualize, imagining a farmhouse interior with her prints displayed on white walls, strung between beams, and a garden dramatic with colour. Everything orderly and charming, a house as elegant and gentle as its mistress. Now he's seen her real home, he feels naive, and wishes he'd not demonstrated so many of his moments of weakness and insecurity and indecisiveness before her. She is a stranger in her other life. If he is honest, the house is not quite to his taste. It would have been preferable if Marcia had fulfilled his expectations, instead of filling him with the mild unease that comes to those who realise they have underestimated someone close, and have done so for a very long time. And there is that painting in her room. If he could change anything, it would be the oil he glimpsed on the wall behind the elaborate bed on his way to the bathroom. He only saw it in part, and briefly at that, but it is hardly the kind of thing you would want on a bedroom wall, especially when you now sleep in the bed alone. Arthur smiles, shaking his head gently. She is a dark horse. He'll ask her when she comes back downstairs with her collection. He'll ask her what it was. That thing, stooped over, against the smudged background that changes from a pitch black at the top of the canvas to a deep brown in the middle and then a dirty yellow at the bottom. Is this some phase her art is going through? A way of exorcising the end of her marriage? Or is it a print from an artist she admires? He hopes so, because the figure in the picture looks like a beggar, loping along and hunched over from the weight of what it carries, a reddish-coloured sack of its meagre belongings. Quite an appalling thing, really. In the past, Marcia often made presents of her own seascapes, and brought at least one into the office, but he's never seen anything like that before. While he thinks on it, he realises he's not seen one of her pictures for some time. But if that is one of hers, then she really is quite good in the way she's taken to Impressionism. The more he thinks about it, he realises she's become very secretive about her work of late. At dinner, he made a quick inquiry about her painting, as he expected the house to be festooned with pictures of St. Andrew's Bay and to reek of turpentine. But she smiled and told him she'd moved on, to bigger things. That she'd taken on a model. A woman? He asked. No, she answered, defiant. He felt almost jealous at that. The thought of her sketching and painting a naked man with Jeff gone. What would Jeff have made of all this? Arthur makes a whistling sound, and as he shakes his head from side to side, he stares some more about the dark room.
"You'll see soon enough," she said. "I think you'll be surprised, dear. Very surprised."
Closing his eyes, he begins to drift in and out of a doze. The whiskey is wearing off, but it has left him soporific. And with the room so still, so silent, dark and warm, like sleep, it is hard to resist resting the eyes. Just a doze and he'll go home. Go home. Elaine will have gone to bed, and by then she won't be able to smell the drink on him. It doesn't go well with his medication, and after the problems he suffered with his heart 2 winters before, she's become manic about everything that passes his lips. It is better he recovers with Marcia. There will only be another tiff if Elaine suspects he's been drinking. Behind him, Marcia enters the lounge. She's smiling. He sits up with a start. "Can't keep my eyes open." She smiles.
"Good. It'll be best."
"But I want to see the pictures, and it's getting late. I really should be off."
"Nonsense. Just relax. You need to, dear."
Arthur beams. "You're an angel. But I mean it about the pictures. I've grown rather curious, sitting down here in the dark. What have you got hidden away upstairs? You know, I've always suspected you were a genius masquerading as my secretary, and I want to see if it's true."
"You will,"
she says, and winks at him, which she has never done before.
"I have a call to make, and then you'll see the results, dear, I promise you. In the meantime, feel free to doze. Won't be long now."
"Sure you don't mind? I feel terrible imposing like this. I really should be getting home." But she goes from the lounge with a swishing sound, and he hears her run up the stairs. Against the patio doors, the wind rushes in. With the lights turned off, she likes to stand in her room and watch the sky, and the distant lumps of the hills beneath the stars. Sometimes the moon is bright. That is the best time to paint. It is cloudy tonight, but that doesn't matter. She's not up here to paint. Not yet, anyway. Not with the rain and wind so pleasingly close, outside, where he is. For now she just wants to wait, exhilarated in the dark, tingling in every finger and toe, her skin ready to shiver, the expectation of sound, of the doors flung open downstairs, like the last time she saw Jeff alive. It was wonderful. Just to wait in silence, to sense it building up, the power around her home, rushing forward so close to the ground, rearing up at the prospect of her gift to him. Her love, her king. And then the crash and the whirl of motion, dulled through the ceiling, but frantic enough for her to picture every last step and movement and blow, until it is quiet again, and safe for her to creep down. Tonight, the elements know he is coming. They whip the heather and flay the grasses on the common land, blurring the definition of field and tree. They make shadows longer and thicker than ever, a fanfare for the king that approaches her house. Her house. It is almost like fear, what she feels now, but more than fear. There is pleasure in it. Ecstasy, able to tighten her way down in belly and womb, while her mind fills with the living darkness that swoops and seethes and rushes forward to hunt. She can't wait to paint him, again, at his work. Once in her life, there had been shopping on Saturdays, visits to an elderly mother on Sundays, and books on steam trains in her house, belonging to her husband and the life he imposed. But no longer. Now she has all the time and space to paint. To paint a god. The god the girl brought to her. A god that touched her and made her shiver against the suddenly cold sheets. Someone who came across the floor and up the walls and across the ceiling and then down to her bed. He doesn't ask her for much, but she gives what she has, what she can, for his touch and for his favours. He's taught her to stretch beyond her dull life and to come running back, clutching things that have always been forbidden to her. Things she can secretly sketch and then colour in burgundy, royal purple, oxblood and rust. No more tepid watercolours. Like the food she shares from his table, her new oils are rich and thick. Late at night, with her hair all wild and her skin naked and her spirit free, she works and recreates that which so few have seen and felt and tasted and smelled and devoted themselves to. Now Jeff is gone for good. She can be free like that all the time. A promise her new love has kept. Before the window, Marcia removes her white blouse and cream camisole top. Her fingers clumsy, like they are before the dancers on the dark stones at his court. Next, she steps out of her formal black skirt and frees herself of underwear. Sitting on the bed, naked and gleaming in the dark, she picks up the phone and taps in a number on the keypad. It rings 5 times at the other end before the receiver is picked up. Marcia closes her eyes and shivers at the thought of who stands at the other end of the line. Between the crackles and little clicks, she senses them. "He's here," she says, in a soft and grateful and loving voice. There is no answer, but she knows they are listening. "Downstairs. He's ready." Marcia is adding a little water to the crusting red paste when she hears the scream downstairs. She smiles, and using a fingertip, dabs the crimson across the thin white streaks on her canvas. The colour draws the eyes out, but it will need to be darker inside the wide mouth. She's already used strands of Jeff's hair for the raiment, mixed with dark browns, and then a sackcloth yellow for highlights. The portrait is taking shape nicely. It is the best thing she's ever done. The melancholy colours sweep like clouds across the sun on the light canvas. Angles and lines have been smudged away by swoops of black. She has used real bone for the limbs too, and fashioned the ruined thing in the king's hands with a collage of real skin and chicken fat. She's never even considered using such materials with oil paint before, but this is her own private renaissance, a time in her life when everything is conceivable, terrible, and free. Marcia peers down at her palette for a dark, riverweed green, the colour of Jeff's eyes. She has to get that part just right. The astonishment, almost childlike, mixed with the bewilderment of a hare before an eager ferret. Just like she did with the boy in the sea. There is a lot of thumping downstairs now, and someone is making a sound like a baby in distress. Marcia stops painting for a moment and closes her eyes to relish the honour of having it happen right beneath her feet in her own home. She places both smeared hands on the easel and gently allows her head to fall right back between her narrow shoulders where the bruises still hurt her. She sighs and shivers as the cold air of his arrival clothes her body. Not long now before he leaves her, as swiftly as he came from out of the air and hills. Stronger than ever, stronger and pleased with her after the gift, the offering she provided. And when he is gone, she will go downstairs, turn the lights on, and see what has been left for her. Chapter 37. There is no wind, no traffic in the empty lane, and little sound beside the patter of rain through the trees and hedges by the road where he crouches, at the edge where the tarmac cambers into a drainage trench. Little can be seen in any detail around him, save the indistinct shapes of lime-green weeds or pieces of pale rock. And for the moment he can go no further toward the cottage. The fire of anger and the cold suck of anxiety, or is it impatience or desperation, in his stomach, that forced him to drive out to the cottage within an hour of Harry and Arthur's departure, are gone, leaving him immobile now, 20 feet from the cottage gate. In the Land Rover, he crawled at no more than 20 miles an hour through the unlit narrow lanes for the last stretch of the journey to Elliot's home, his courage gradually fading to futility, a sense of weakness before a greater foe. Traffic on the minor roads thinned once he was past the golf course on the outskirts of town at 9. Cars behind and ahead passed away like the last few familiar faces in a threatening crowd, leaving him alone in the Fife countryside beneath a cloudy night sky, with only the headlights on full beam to guide him, and they produced nothing but a comfortless glow of yellow before a backdrop of treeless hills. After a final small settlement of grey cottages, whose orange lights peeking from deep casements seemed to plead with him to turn back, Dante found the last turn on the map to take him to Elliot's home, where it all began. While he laboured with the contagion of Beth, and when he defied her in the court, and then again a final time on the beach, were plans being made for a more suitable candidate? For Tom? For what? To join them? And it was all happening so quickly. There had been a haste in Elliot, a desperation for him to meet Beth, and in Beth too, for him to accept her companion. Instinct warns him their haste is for a reason, a point in time not far away when something beyond everyone's comprehension will occur. And stifling him, making him all blocked and stopped inside, is the sense that Tom is gone. The moment Tom came out here with Elliot, was he lost? And he drove his best friend to this end. Dante dips his head and lets the worst of it pass. He stands up and looks behind him at the road he has travelled, and can now barely see. The Land Rover is parked half a mile back, tucked inside a shallow opening to a field, bordered on either side by a dry stone wall. Near the field was a sign indicating that Knoxville was 2 miles away, a landmark he chose so he could find the Land Rover again, in a hurry if need be. But if he is chased from the cottage, will he make it that far? Vivid recollections of his night on the West Sands start to leap through his mind. Quick, nervous thoughts make him swallow and then take deep breaths. For what seems like an hour, he is unable to move at all, and twice convinces himself to turn back and run to the war wagon. Maybe he should wait for the following day and return as planned with Arthur and Harry. Then they can search for Tom by daylight, with the confidence of being in numbers, of not having to face uncertainty alone. Like his trip to Scotland in the first place, when he took Tom. The sleek head beside him, the banter, the goading, the twitches of anger, the camaraderie, the bond that seemed unbreakable, the interest in one another inexhaustible. Jesus, Tom. What have I done? He says. But the following day will be too late. Missing for 2 days, Tom has been out here. Ill, perhaps, a captive for sure. One more night is too long a time to wait for your best friend. Tom would do the same for him. He'd be right here too, looking for Dante, waiting for the moment to pounce at the cottage, knife in hand. Inside the inner pocket of Dante's jacket, the plastic handle of the kitchen knife, the only thing resembling a weapon he could find in the flat, pokes into his armpit. It is one of those long knives with a point and a serrated edge, and a handle dimpled for grip when slicing vegetables, bread and cheese. It will mean he'll have to use it up close. Briefly, he imagines forcing a knife into a body. It makes him feel sick. and there is no strength in his arms after the thought has passed. It's no good. He just isn't made that way. In his 2 fights at school, he came away second best. And the one time he was attacked by a biker at a rock club in Nottingham, the whole episode became nothing to him but a blur, painless despite his many bruises, chaotic so no single image or word could stain his memory. Just a tumble of emotion and a whirl of lights that left him nauseous and trembling when it was all over. He is no fighter. But he must go in there with the knife and the screwdriver and torch from the war wagon's toolbox, into the cottage to find Tom and bring him out. His throat closes, and a cold sweat moistens under his arms. Fear is winning again. Now he is no more than 20 feet from the gate. Something else will have to do the terrible things for him. When the moment comes, he must count on anger, fear, and adrenaline to kick in, to remove his finer parts and provide strength. Come on, he whispers. It is a struggle to breathe steadily, and he's gritted his teeth without noticing, until the sound of them grating together makes him relax his jaw. Unsteadily, he rises to his full height and stretches his back. A long shiver runs over his body. His fingers are too cold to feel much. Before he freezes or summons the virus back, he has to make a move. Now or never. For Tom and the poor bastard who lost his arm on the beach. They might get him, but he'll do some damage first. Yes, go. Go now. Pumping faster, his heart spreads a welcome heat through his body. Running, bent over, close to the grass verge between the drainage trench and the road surface, Dante makes it as far as the front gate, then drops down from sight of the front windows. There it is. The pale stone of the wide front wall. The large, square, paddock-style garden, unkempt and clotted brown with leaves. The roof indistinct and lost amidst unpruned foliage. The dilapidated hovel Harry and Arthur entered in May, and never since. The guttering is half gone, and the skeletons of 2 large floral arrangements are sunken beside the door. He clambers over the wooden gate, not wanting to risk the clinking of metal or the squeak of hinge by using the latch, and drops to the path on the other side. He is in. Every nerve sings. His ears seem to hear the snapping of twigs on every side. There is a rush of blood and hormones to his head. Panic rises like a wave and tries to swamp him into flight. He runs to the left side of the front garden and follows the hedge all the way to the corner. Long grass, thick with rain, drenches his jeans to the knee. Branches from the hedge bordering the side of the front garden whip his face. Clouds cover one half of what's left of the moon and stars, but that is good. If someone were to walk out the front door, it would be hard for them to see him crouched down here. But if they do not need to use their eyes to find a trespasser, what then? Wide-eyed with emotion, he remains still and watches the property from his corner, looking for the next hiding place, like a mountaineer peering up to see a crack or ledge in which to place his chalky fingers. A stone wall protects the cottage from the road, and scruffy hedges grow down both sides where lines of poplars and thorn bushes bend out of the privet, offering shelter from the winds and concealing the 2 barren fields beyond. The rear of the property is lost to him. Screwing up his eyes, Dante examines the outside of the cottage. There are 2 stories with sightless windows, glazed and set back inside grey brick. From the sides, it is protected completely from an outer view, and any inspection from the front is partially obscured by the wall. Subtly and in a disorderly fashion, it is as if the building has been shaped into a hideout that no one would suspect of foul deeds because no one can see it. But now he is on the inside. He must be certain he is not seen from those blank windows. Looking for a way in will follow. Through a tiny chink in what may be curtains on the top floor, he thinks there is a slither of reddish light. But beside that, if indeed it is a light, The building suggests total abandonment. Squinting, he peers across the silhouette of the gables and chimney breast, and then down the walls. At the sides of the building, two narrow grass paths, obscured by the overhang of privet and tree limb, lead away to shadow. The rear garden? Clinging to the trench of night at the base of the tree row, he moves down to the side of the cottage to check the back, raising his knees high above the wet grass as if wading through murky water. Then along the length of the cottage, between the tree line and house, he moves slowly through a funnel of total dark, with one hand placed against the stone wall of the cottage for support, while his other arm knocks wet tree branches from his face. From out of the shadow he emerges, grateful, his heart pounding up around his ears, and sees the rear garden. Long, devoid of flower bed and tree, covered with long grass and a seemingly impenetrable tangle of weed that concludes in what appears to be a high, though sagging, wooden fence. There is little beyond other than a field or rocky meadow leading to foothills, dotted with sleeping sheep. Long ago, precautions were taken against the curious. With his senses keener, Dante drops to a squat and surveys the back of the house. There is a single large back door in a solid stone frame and 5 windows around it, 2 to the side and 3 on the upper story, before the steep roof, made from grey slate, makes its conical ascent into the elements. Is Tom somewhere under that roof? Can anyone live here? But it is the thought of what else could be in there that keeps him in the cold shadows of the garden. Trying to establish entry will be difficult without a crowbar. How do burglars do it? They force windows or break them. Can he risk the noise if someone is inside? In a renewed effort to focus his courage, he imagines crashing the lock in and booting the front door aside. But what then? Will Beth leap on him and smash him like a toy against a wall? Or will the other one be waiting, like a guardian, to tear an arm off? Every faded bruise and scratch on his body suddenly sings out in a tiny, shrill voice of its own. Are keen eyes looking out too, up there, right now, behind those dark panels of glass, watching him? Or can they sense him? If they come to him in dreams, are they not able to feel his presence, now he is so close? The sound of a car and the dim pattern of headlights down one side of the house makes his head turn in one direction, his stomach in another. A car pulls up in the lane at the front of the cottage. A door opens, then closes, and is followed by the sound of tipped heels on a slabstone path. Edging forward and trying to stifle his ragged breath, Dante moves back into the dark at the side of the cottage, back through the tight tunnel of dankness and tugging sticks, and on toward the front, one careful step at a time. Maybe Tom is with them, the visitors, or owners, or worse. Someone is knocking the front door now. When he draws level with the corner of the front wall, he crouches down, below eye level, and steals a quick glimpse around the cold brickwork before pulling his face back into the dark. A woman is out front, crouched down on her knees in the weeds before the door, with her scarfed head bowed. She is wearing an overcoat, but is too short to be Beth. Mystified, he looks again. At the front of the house, a door is opened, followed by the clatter of a latch, and then what sounds like a low mutter of awe from the kneeling woman. Then there is silence. A dark arm stretches out from the doorway. It touches the woman's scarfed head, tenderly, as if stroking an obedient pet. What little edgy strength has been in his body seeps away, draining from his legs like the water of a bath he's suddenly stood up in, to pass from his feet into the cold earth. One of his eyebrows twitches, and for an insane moment he thinks of rushing forward, knife drawn, to do his work, the town's work. Reaching inside his jacket, he places the pads of his fingers on the knife handle. The kneeling woman rises to her feet, A joint cracks, the skirt swishes. The woman then shuffles to the side of the path, and from the doorway steps someone tall and covered in black to their feet. It is Beth. Slowly, Dante pulls his head back from the corner and presses his body into the wall. He hears the front door close, followed by the sound of their heels kicking and scraping down the weed-choked path. Then there is the grind of the garden gate being opened. Peering back to the front of the property, he can also see the headlights of a car shining over the wall and into the corner of the garden where he first crouched. He draws the knife from the inside of his jacket. It takes a second for the pain to register, and he hisses more from shock than from the slice he has cut carelessly against the flesh beside his armpit. Down by the gate, Beth immediately pauses. She turns around and looks back to the cottage. There is a pale suggestion of her face angled in his direction, as if, smelling his blood, she has become still, one hand on the gate, the other lost inside the folds of her coat. Dante stiffens. Not even the blink of an eye will he allow himself. For a moment, the whitish oval of her head seems to be confronting him from afar. The other woman comes back to where Beth stands, but keeps a respectful distance behind her. Then Beth raises her face slightly, as if to afford the thin nose an opportunity to sniff at the night air. He thinks of her bony fingers becoming vices on his arms, and the sound of his lips being torn once her mouth is upon him. Giddy now, convinced she has sensed him, he wonders in a moment of madness if he should scream. Or will it be better to run to them and fall down where he can plead for her to make it quick? Then, at last, when he feels dizzy from holding in his breath, knowing that even a faint exhalation might give him up, Beth turns her head away from the house and walks, out of sight, to the car. The scarfed woman follows Beth in a haste he thinks obsequious. Dante exhales. Something heavy and cold drops through his body, to leave a hollow which fills with a sudden tumble of emotion. An overwhelming desire to shout for his friend dies to a whimper in his mouth. Tears fill his eyes and something wet drips from the end of his nose. His fingers tighten on the knife handle. Fear is replaced by anger. Bitter tears are close. The engine of the car starts, and the light from the headlamps arcs over the hedge and wall with white light. Dante wipes his eyes. The car drives past the front of the property. Its roar fades to a distant hum. Unable to dissolve the lump in his throat, he steps from the shadows and wanders onto the front lawn. He listens to the sound of the engine diminish into silence. Seeping through his jeans and against his buttocks comes the damp of the air, and he turns his attention to the cottage. Dante walks to the front door and kicks it. Wood booms. The door shudders in its frame. If it opens, he will rush whoever stands in his way. The hammering of his fist against the door brings no one to answer him. Stepping back, he looks up at the windows of the house, all blacked out and latched shut and too high up. With the screwdriver from the Land Rover's toolbox, he attempts to lever the door from the frame. No good. His hands are cold and shaking with nerves, and he can't find purchase for the wedged end of the tool. His efforts succeed in a useless scraping against the wood of the door. Thwarted, he runs back down the side of the cottage to the rear and begins an inspection of the windows on the ground floor. The frames are old. He can feel the rough and flaky putty with his fingertips, and the glass window panes move when he touches them. Concerned about slashing his wrists on a shard of broken glass, he stabs the screwdriver at the bottom of a pane. The screwdriver tip slips. His knuckles bang against cold glass. He swears under his breath. Sweating under his clothes, which the night air quickly turns to shivers, he examines the back door. Not as sturdy as the one at the front, and there is a gap at the base. With all his strength, he forces the screwdriver blade against the edge nearest the Yale lock. Wood splinters on the fourth attempt, and the blade sinks until it meets stone with a grind. With all his might, he leans against the screwdriver handle until it digs into the palm of one hand. "Open, you fuck," he swears, panting with frustration. The blade bends and then snaps out of his hand. "Shit!" he cries out, immediately clutching his chin. His fingers come away from his face, wet. The end of the blade has nicked his chin. Angry at his uselessness, he begins to kick the kitchen door, sole first, again and again, until something snaps inside the lock. The door swings inward and crashes against a wall in the dark interior. Instinctively, he jumps back, and then scrabbles on the grass to find the knife he's dropped there. Nothing stirs in the unlit house. No one comes out. Silence returns to the hidden place. Breathing hard from his efforts and nerves, he reaches inside his jacket and removes the pen-light torch. The thin beam of light is immediately swallowed up in the darkened doorway. Moved to the sides of the frame, it begins to shine against the edges of wooden cupboards and corners. Approaching the threshold, he makes ready to step inside, but stops. Quickly, he pulls his scarf up high, over his nose and mouth, coughs, and then blows through his nose to clear his throat and sinuses. Something has gone bad in there. Thick, like the stench from a pig farm he once canoed through while exploring the canals in the green belt of Birmingham. A miasma wafts from the doorway, offal-tinged, sawdust fresh, and incongruously mixed with a spice that has a church smell, like incense. He is reminded of butchers' shops, of old tombs with unreadable inscriptions, and of wet dustbin bags in disused allotments, left for too long with meat scraps inside them. Feeling nauseous, taking shallow breaths, Dante creeps inside, slowly, with the feeble light from his torch illuminating the places his feet tread. Wiping sweat from off his eyebrows and feeling the sting from the cut on his chin, he stands inside the kitchen. "Jesus," he mutters. He is reminded of the paper round he used to plod through before he went to school, when he nosed around the inside of a derelict flat in a tower block. Cupboard doors hang open. Crockery has been smashed across the tiled floor. Black spore fungus clouds what was once white paintwork. And a smell hangs in the air, as if he is about to trip over something recently dead. Through the kitchen, he walks to the hallway and watches the house in Arthur's story open around him under thin strobes of torchlight. Things have not changed, unless they have worsened. Dark paper, the colour of a pope's robes on a faded painting, coats the walls, emitting a velvety sheen under his thin beam. Clouds of damp and the wet fustiness of neglect soak uncarpeted floors and stained ceilings. In what must have once been a dining room, curtains the colour of heavy grapes left too long on the vine hang over the window frames. Judging by the thick cobwebs along the metal rails, they have not been opened in a while. Beside the long table, which is covered with cardboard boxes, wet to the touch and brimming with paper, folders and books, there is a clutter of dark furniture. Backing out of the dining room, he inches along to one remaining door on the left side of the ground floor. He turns and shines his torch across the hallway to light the cellar door, set beneath the staircase. At the top of the frame, he can see a latch to lock the door from the outside. Although the latch is pulled back, leaving the door unsecured, that is the last place he intends to go looking. Ahead on the left of the hall, he finds the parlour, cramped and crowded with chairs, upholstered but sagging, and there is a deep couch set low to the floor. Yellowy newspapers spill from another collection of cardboard boxes. Across the side of one box is a supermarket logo reading South African Apples. Another advertises bleach. Again, there is no carpet, and only a wet rug beneath the legs of a cluttered coffee table. The floorboards feel sticky beneath the soles of his boots. When he raises his eyes to scan the bookshelves, he immediately notices something odd. Above the blocked fireplace and on 2 other walls, he can see 3 paintings set in new frames. Murky-looking paintings with indistinct subjects. He walks around the table and squints at one, shining his torch at the canvas. After a few seconds, closes his eyes. He knows he'll be seeing the figures in the picture again, and probably for the rest of his life. It is the work of a madman. A splash of anger from a broken mind, primitive, childlike. But whence came the inspiration? Are the dense and faintly glistening oils telling a story? A story so few know. Something large rises out of the central shadow in the picture. An indistinct face, grinning or moving its mouth, can be seen in the very middle. And if it is a face, then the thing below its sharp jaw, cowering and made shiny with red, is its prey. It looks like a girl, stripped white and speckled with pinhead sprays of crimson. Pasty flaps are open on her body, into which the face of the shadow must have been recently dipping. Catching the kitchen stench in the paint makes Dante stifle a gag. His only thought is to destroy it. Stronger now, the smell of the paint thickens and becomes almost palpable, clinging to him like a freezing fog. As he spins away from the picture, tripping his way back to the door, a foolish urge makes him shine the torch on another painting. He likes the story this picture tells even less than the first. Again, it is completed in an impressionistic style, but the subject is made all the worse for it, especially the look on the youth's face as he attempts to pull himself through the black water, knee-deep, that makes his escape so sluggish. There is just a suggestion of the howl of a mouth and the flash of wide eyes about the boy's head as hope vanishes and the pursuer closes in. There are few bright colours in the frame beyond the stars, the red of the boy's coat and the white of the water's surface under moonlight, disturbed into froth. The shadow that sweeps behind him is defined only by the way it obscures the dim horizon in the rear of the scene, but what little definition exists hints that this figure, making so sinister a haste to catch its quarry, is too thin and too tall and too quick for any man to escape. A lunatic painted it, and it should never have been hung on a rust-coloured wall. Clutching his knees outside in the hall, his lungs filling with the poisonous air that seeps through the wool of his scarf, he looks at the stairs, going cold, colder than he's ever been, or wanted to be, or could be again. No man can suffer much more of this. Empty inside, the wear of it all blunting his edges, he staggers to the stairs and begins to climb. Darkness, unrelenting and impenetrable, presses against him. His stomach sick through, he turns his torch beam upward and calls out for Tom. It is like striking a waterproof match at the bottom of the deepest sea. But this world without light comes alive around him, seething and jostling, as if every molecule is animate with unnatural energy, threatening to douse him and his feeble light at any moment. Seeing no further than a few feet in either direction, he opens a door. In here, her smell is strong. There is a dresser and some shelves. In the mirror of the dresser, before the cushioned stool she must sit on, he almost expects to see her face, with all its beauty and confusion and cruelty looking back at him. Something seizes up inside his chest as he looks at the flickering glass. He turns away from it and swallows. Across the floor are strewn the clothes of a missing girl. unwashed underwear tangled around sweaters and skirts. An odd shoe, dirty with stains, lies against a broken tape recorder. The bed is sunk into the wall, its furthest edges lost in the dark walls. The impression of a resting head indents one of the pillows. By a bedside table, strewn with sheets of sky blue writing paper and makeup, is a leather jacket. Its red lining faces outward. It is Tom's biker jacket, with Sister Morphine painted carefully above one elbow in silver paint. Dante falls to his knees and holds it in his hands. His breath comes fast and turns to condensation about his face. Desperate, he looks about the floor and knocks things over, wanting more, hoping to reassemble his friend from fragments so Tom will stand up before his eyes, smiling. But then he finds it, as his clumsy body bangs against the dresser in his desperate search. Stretched across the top of the dark chest of drawers, beneath the mirror and between two bowls, and now looking like some rag in an antique shop that was once thought valuable, or a poacher's quarry left in a glass jar above a bar in a public house full of dust and faded paintings of horsemen hunting in red coats. The way it lies, the shine eerily present as if each strand is still attached to the scalp, makes him think of a horse's tail, used to switch flies. But where the long silky plume of hair begins, it is still wet from the head from which it has been torn. Staggering back, a great sob fills him. He wants to cry and be sick and sit down from the shock all at the same time. His whimpers are strange to his own ears. In the dark, they sound rough and hard, the crying of a man grown and brought down in the world like a boy before a bully. "Tom!" he calls, at the top of his voice this time, making the violence in his voice cover the panic that wants to stutter from his throat, from deep down where all the screams and the prayers are ready. He runs from the room, and the thin white beam shoots out from his torch and strikes walls that may have faces in them, and it flashes over doors that appear open, and then cornices from another age, and empty light sockets, rotten skirting boards, until finally it shines across the last flight of stairs he knows he must climb. And he is not alone with his madness. Nothing speaks, nothing touches him, but something moves behind him, before him. He even walks through it and feels a chill pass over his skin and into his body, slowing him, taking his strength away, suffocating him. And then someone speaks out there, above him, perhaps, words he can't understand, mutterings from a low voice, and noises from a child or even a small animal scuffling about up there, crying to itself. From the stairs, which are short and cramped, he enters the attic, and the sounds are clearer, emerging, finding a centre ahead of him. The penlight's beam flickers a few feet ahead before being swallowed again. Every hair sticks out from his neck and scalp, and the smell is worse in here than anywhere else he's been in the cottage. It is the stench of an occupant he silently prays is not home, for if it is, he is finished. Now Dante feels ready for death, going beyond terror, beyond flight, ready to deal blows against anything that moves as he falls. "Who's there?" he hears himself shout. Invisible spittle leaves his mouth. Ahead of him now, the cries cease. "Who's there?" he says. "Tom! Mate, Tom!" He says it again and again, until something smashes against his nose. Grunting, he falls with the knife held out. There is a sound of splintering wood, and the whimpering begins again. It takes him a moment to realise, as he heaves at the knife stuck fast, that it is a wall he's just walked straight into, while holding the blade before him. Something white skitters sideways across the floor, grazing the torch beam that flashes about in his free hand. Dante tugs the bent knife free and then lets his ears follow the noises of the scrabbling thing until they settle in a corner of the attic, where the roof slopes down and conducts the sound of someone panting. Somehow, he knows the eyes of this man-creature that cowers in the dark are closed because it expects the worst, and has done day after day in this terrible place. Maybe the light has gone out behind the closed eyes too. Maybe the mind is ready to close also, and the body is about to subside to offer itself to the intruder. There is fear in the attic, not an enemy. "Tom," he says, in a voice thick with phlegm. He flashes the torch at the corner where he knows the creature is huddled and now waits for its end. There it is. A bundle of pink sticks, gnarled and grey-headed, shrunken on the bare boards, unclean, tethered to a rope that cuts into its leg. "Elliot," Dante says to the ruin, the wretch. Both hands are clutched across eyes that will consider blindness a mercy. The pale body, scarred in places, shivers. A shriveled penis dangles between pointy hips. Messy grey hair hangs over the cage of hands on face, and through the middle and index fingers is the glint of an eye. "Elliot," Dante says, his voice no more than a rasp. Wide eyes retreat from the torch beam into a squint, burned by light. "It's me. Dante," he says, approaching the figure. It is the man who betrayed him and Tom. Watched carefully by Elliot, he unzips his jacket and then offers it to the wretch on the piss-stained planks. "Put it on. Get up," he says, surprised at the strength of his voice in the dark room. The battered jacket is taken by a frail hand and pulled around a red neck. "Get up, damn you," he says, sawing the leash from Elliot's ankle with the bottom of the knife blade, where it is still straight. "My friend, Tom," he asks, without faith, already knowing the answer. Elliot's eyes dip. His body begins to shake, and he tries to sit down again from the crouch he's risen to. "No," Dante says, gripping him under the arm. "Let's go," he tells his hero, and drags him through the dark and then down the stairs. Clinging to his arm like an old woman he once helped outside a shopping centre, Elliot shivers, his thin legs absurd beneath the leather jacket. "You've done this," Dante says, shaking. "You brought this here." His voice starts to tremble. "You killed my friend." Chapter 38. It is the middle of the night, and Dante still watches him, the figure all hunched up on the couch in the dark, covered with a blanket from his feet to his neck. At least he's stopped shaking. It made Dante uncomfortable watching him in that state. After they climbed out of the Land Rover and went inside the flat, it was the only thing that made him realise Elliot was conscious. Outside, it had stopped raining, and if you listen carefully in the silence of the room, you can hear the sea across the road, at the bottom of the cliffs. Dante pours another 2 drinks, watching the whiskey splash about in the bottom of the glasses. Elliot sucks in his breath. Without moving his head, Dante looks up. A voice comes from the figure under the tartan blanket. It sounds like he says, "The American." And then Elliot goes still under the blanket, as if he has died. Dante wants him to repeat what he just said, but hasn't the strength to ask. Even the cold of early morning does not affect him. He can feel nothing. It is as if his head is a block of wood, and nothing will ever move inside it again. After a time, he stands up and turns on a wall light, and then uses the dimmer switch, so they will not have to see each other's eyes. Then he checks the thermostat and turns the dial until he hears a click followed by the distant whoosh hidden behind walls as the boiler comes on. It seems ridiculous to turn the heating on now. He should have done it hours ago. Can warmth make a difference to either man after what they've seen? He sits down again and reaches for his drink. Now, with the wall light barely on, it is as if they are in an unlit room and only see the dim things around them by the light that creeps in from a neighbour's house. He looks at the silhouette of the two guitars by the patio doors, and it seems he has only ever played them in another life. A little shiver passes up the back of his neck, and his forearms turn to goosebumps. He feels as if he should sneeze, and then the shudder is gone, and the strange sensation passes as the warm air begins to cover him. He can feel it moving over his skin. He feels grateful for the warmth, but guilty too, as if he does not deserve to be comfortable. Behind the walls, there is a sound like water trickling. Elliot does not move. Slowly, so as not to make a sound, Dante leans back in the chair and closes his eyes. Everything is warm and red under his eyelids, and inside he is empty. It is as if a big knot that could not be untied has been cut out. All his thoughts and worries are not there when he closes his eyes, and for a time he does not have to think of the man who murdered his friend. To even have the word murder in your experience. For years he thought his life was hard. But when it comes to it, the past wasn't even preparation. He always lived in another world. A world that never had that word in it. A voice comes from across the room. Elliot is mumbling. Dante listens but never moves. Elliot stares into his lap and is holding his glass of whiskey with both hands. The glass is nearly full. But Elliot is talking to someone else in the room. So it is like sitting on public transport opposite an old man whose mind has gone. Agrippa was followed by 2 black dogs for the rest of his life, Elliot says. Through the darkness, Dante suspects the old man is smiling to himself. They saw something at Boleskine too, that they would never talk about. Ever. Not even Alistair. That's not far away. It's on the shore of the loch. I think it was the Dark Man too, and it followed him also. You always have it. It is a jumble of things that he speaks of, but in it, Dante is hearing things that make him feel cold again. He lights a cigarette, forgetting when it was he last smoked. He hopes it will make everything normal again. It doesn't. Even though it is dark, Dante can tell that some colour has returned to Elliot's face. It seems to have become animated as he stares at the wall above Dante. He wants to look up too, but is afraid to move in case Elliot stops talking. It is like waiting in a zoo for a rare bird to come outside of its secret nest to peck near the glass. Fasting, Elliot says to the wall. Dante strains his ears and holds his breath. A greater period of fasting and the calling of the right names. Maybe I did nothing more. The ceremony is foolish. It happens in spite of it. They were here all along. And when you invite a guest inside, by being in the right state and believing they could come, and by saying the right name, who is to say they will ever leave? Elliot goes quiet, and for a while the only noise he makes is a slurping sound at the whiskey, before a nasty coughing erupts from him, followed by a rattle inside his parchment chest.
They were here, Eliot says, before I knew who they were. They were in him and the girl before I knew it. Yes, the boy lived here. I think it was always too late for them. She saw her dead father in her dreams. That's how he came to her. And Ben dreamed of a woman.
Dante pulls his shoulders in and holds his hands together. He takes his feet off the floor. This is something Eliot has said to himself over and over again, like a man who is unable to apologize, but who will mumble and then vanish into the deepest silences to look for a way of forgiving himself. It doesn't feel as if Eliot is making a confession, but rather that Dante is being paid back a debt, grudgingly, by the old and broken thing under the blanket. Then Eliot makes a wheezing sound and coughs again. Something gathers in his mouth, and Dante hears him swallow it. It sounds like he is dying.
In the meetings, it went through the group and touched them. It marked them for later. I never knew.
Dante closes his eyes. Eliot's voice softens.
The boy knew. And he knew I could do nothing to stop it. That it could get into any circle. He knew what was coming. So he put himself away. Did himself in.
Eliot exhales for what seems like a long time, as if he is being punctured by just a thought.
And with the brown man come others, from the time before when the nights here were just the same as they are now. The speaking of the tongues comes from the last ones who served him, the last hunters. But there are things worse than the hunt. The eating.
Eliot pauses and swallows more of the whiskey from the glass trembling in his hand.
I used to laugh at the men who wrote about the eating of horrible meats. But who can say how old it all is? Older than the Greeks. Gods are only renamed. They can still be called by the old names.
And then Eliot starts to sniff. He raises a hand that looks too big for his thin arm and puts it against his forehead, as if shielding his eyes from the sun. Inside his eye sockets he places a finger and thumb, and as he stops the tears, it looks like he is pushing his eyes into his head. When Dante clears his throat of a bubble, the sound seems to fill the room.
Stop,
he says, but feels he cannot direct the word at Eliot. It is lost in the stillness. It has all come rushing back to him, and he recalls the paintings exhibited in his memory, and he remembers the dresser made from dark wood in her room, with the mirror that seemed to be alive. And on the dresser he saw the hair of his brother, and knows one end of it would have been wet had he touched it.
No,
he says, and squeezes his eyes shut, and puts his head down until all of these things have gone away for a while, so he can feel numb again. And then Eliot takes his hand away from his face and looks down from the wall. He looks right at Dante and seems to have straightened whatever inside him is twisted.
She'll come here for me. And you are marked also. You have only delayed things. And when the right number have been taken, things will change here. This place is already damned.
What can I do? Tell me, Dante says. He sits forward, more tired than he has ever been, drained until he is empty, but aware he won't sleep this night. You must know what can be done.
Nothing,
Eliot says. Automatically and so decisively, Dante feels something shrivel inside himself.
They shouldn't be here. They can't stay here. There are laws that keep things apart and that keep time going so the past can't come back. But they are here and they walk. And it spread so fast. And others came to her and joined her. They were all tainted with what should never have been able to do more than break a glass or tilt a painting or predict a death rightly if asked. But they are here. And not just in dreams. They took shape right in this time, in this here and now, in this plane, and have begun to occupy their old places. I've seen them everywhere.
Elliot pauses and sighs. His voice falls to barely a whisper.
Once I tried to smother her in sleep, in case it was the bond between them that was used to bring the dark through. But I could not do it. She is protected. He came alive in the very air.
Now Elliot looks agitated. He moves his thin legs from under the blanket and places his feet on the floor. His face is grey, as if his despair is so great he is already dead.
Can I have your belt?
Elliot then asks, the way a child asks for comfort. For a moment, Dante's vision dissolves into little spots of light, and then the room judders slightly at the periphery of his vision. He can't move. He feels trapped, and then, idiotically, a yawn comes over him. He shakes his head.
But we have to,
Elliot says, his face almost smiling because it cannot react appropriately to the enormity of what he is actually suggesting, that they should put an end to themselves. There is another way, Dante says, feeling reckless and not even believing what he says too quickly, as he thinks of driving very fast and putting up with anything in any other place so long as he isn't here. And then he thinks that, if he hears much more, his mind will stop working and will never be able to respond to anything again. But he knows that would be a luxury, because those hunted can suffer forever. He is short of breath and pushes his heels down hard on the floor. He tries to stand up twice, but can't. There is a huge pressure inside him again. "When will it come?" he blurts out, in a strained voice, as if it's escaping from under a heavy lid.
There is business tonight,
Elliot says, in a matter-of-fact way. Then he stops talking and looks at the floor.
Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God,
he says, not to Dante.
I can't even warn them. And who would listen now?
Tomorrow, Dante whispers, but the last syllable is squashed flat inside his throat. He swallows. It'll come for me tomorrow, then. For certain, Elliot says, still staring into space. Dante stands up and moves so that he can feel his legs again. Could I get out of the town? He asks, and then hates himself for thinking of running. Elliot looks at him and seems to be weighing him up. When he speaks, his voice is deep. It has a kind of dignity, the way it was the first time they met.
And one day, a stranger will walk past you and look you in the eye and say something to you. They could be smiling, but it will be a promise. And when you hear the words and see their eyes, you will know it could be the end of you at any time. The end of you that you choose with your fears. A knife, a glass in your throat, a burning at the side of a road in a car, a drowning in a sea you can't swim out of. If you have no preferences for the way you die, they can take a child you love.
No, Dante says aloud. He stops moving and sits down. He knows his face is white because his whole head has gone cold. It feels frozen. You are marked. Now, your belt, Elliot asks, in a soft but insistent voice. I won't do it in front of you. I want to be back with my books. Please. I can't ask again. It has to be now. Too stiff inside to think about what he is doing, Dante unbuckles his belt. Elliot looks away, as if made uncomfortable by a vulgar act. Dante stretches his arm out, holding the belt loosely, feeling the warmth on the inside of the leather from where it has been around his waist. It is taken quickly from Dante's hand. Their fingers never touch. I won't do it, Dante then says, and backs away from Elliot as if the man is holding a dangerous snake. I understand, Elliot says, impatient. Maybe you haven't seen it all yet, but I have. Elliot stands up, holding the blanket across himself. I was locked in with it and... He stops talking and starts to shake. He closes his eyes and Dante can see the concentration on his haggard face as he tries to control himself. Then he opens his eyes and is restless, eager to get his business over with. Do you have a coat? I know where I can get clothes. Tom, Dante says. A thought of his friend comes to him suddenly, as they talk so reasonably about the way for a man to die. But that is all he can say. He is unable to think of or attach a sentence to the name. Elliot points at Dante and appears angry. Promises were made that I couldn't keep. Offerings were the only things that counted once they were here. I've given enough, friends and strangers. At first to keep it in check and finally because they made me. Now I have to go. You led my friend to his death, Dante says, still not able to believe that the idea of Tom can be associated with anything so final. An end. And why is he not angry? Why can he only feel pity and revulsion for this man, but no rage? Is it grief or confusion from the most impossible things having occurred so quickly in his life that gets in the way of his anger? Elliot whispers, he was to be shared, to be here for those that came up. You too. And who can tell who is right for them and who is not? Whom they will take, and who can use reason with such a god? You're a bastard, Dante hears himself say. Elliot looks up with an expression on his face that Dante has never seen before. It looks like surprise. If it would help, you can finish this business between us. I would let you. It is as if a close friend has made an awkward and unexpected pass. Dante feels an overpowering aversion and stares at Elliot, hard. Be grateful I'm not like that, because it would be my right to make it uncomfortable for you. Elliot looks down. I know, he says. But Dante's fire has not waned. Before you do it, Elliot, think of what you've done. So even when you're gone, you'll have no peace. Elliot's face blanches, and he looks ready to sit down again, already beginning to shake. But he has enough presence of mind to look to the lounge door and know he will have to leave, wrapped in a blanket, utterly reduced and impoverished in the world he has used and then corrupted. There was an American here, he says, after taking a deep breath. He came to see me a few days ago. He knew about things. He lives on Market Street, in an upstairs room, right across the road from Greyfriars Street. His name is Miller something. That's all I remember.
And it might not be enough because I heard talking down the stairs the other day. They went for him. But she came back angry, so maybe he escaped, or maybe he was just no good. In the dark, Dante can see he's screwed up his face, as if in anticipation of a blow. Both of you are marked, he adds, almost under his breath. If he's not gone yet, you will have each other. I can tell you nothing else. There are no answers. It just comes down to you finishing me, or for me to do it myself. I'm sorry. And then he is gone. He walks swiftly from the lounge, through the hallway, and out the door of the flat. Chapter 39. Looking up from street level, Dante can see the lights are out in the building directly across from Greyfriars Street. If Elliot was telling the truth, this is Miller's flat. Up on the top floor, above the solicitor's office, he can see what appears to be a residential property with curtains behind the windows. Maybe Miller is asleep. He approaches the front door and depresses the bell. There is no answer. He thumbs the bell again and leaves the buzzer pushed in. Pressing his ear to the cold glass of one of the little windows at the top of the door, he hears the far-off ring of the bell, reduced to a distant trill, up the stairs and inside the flat. Standing on his toes, he peers through one of the window panes in the door. Aided by the light of a street lamp behind him, he can see the outline of a wooden staircase leading upward between white walls. And something else. At the bottom of the stairs, in the small reception, is something long, black, and rectangular. Dante squints and tries to make sense of the large, immobile, shadowy thing. It looks like a large box has been pressed against the door. Turning around, he glances up and down the desolate street, which glows under the streetlights. No one is watching him, but the empty street itself strikes him as being in a state of expectation. It is almost as if the wide boulevard of Market Street, with its old buildings and the narrow alleys that lead from it, is waiting, anticipating something. The townsfolk and the growing student population are oblivious to what they are walking across or standing upon. But the town itself knows. It has a long memory. Shrugging off a shiver, Dante peers back through the window. Still no sign of life summoned by the bell. He pulls his penlight torch from the inside pocket of his jacket and shines it into the reception to get a closer look at the box thing blocking the stairs. The thin yellow beam hits a padded surface. Moving the beam of light around, Dante begins to see the outline of cushions and the armrests of a couch. Someone has slipped a sofa down the stairs. Stepping back from the door, Dante stands in the street again, thwarted and confused. Distractedly, he looks back up at the street-facing windows of the flat and sees a movement. It comes to him then. The sofa is a barrier. Miller must have barricaded himself into the flat. Dante starts to grin, his face tense. "Hey!" he shouts up at the window. But there is no further movement. "Miller! It's all right!" Dante glances around again and makes sure no one is about. The street is still clear. If his St. Andrew's experience has been anything like Dante's, the man must be terrified. "Miller! Elliot sent me! It's okay, I'm one of the good guys!" The curtains twitch and Dante's hopes rise. He can see the outline of a mushroom-shaped head with a white face in the middle and the glint of round spectacles in it. Dante waves his hands backward and forward, like ground crew landing a plane, and shouts, "Open the window! I just want to talk!" There is a long moment of inactivity up in the flat, but the pallid face remains, peering out. Shrugging his shoulders in frustration, Dante shouts,
Come on, man, please. Just let me talk to you. I'm not going until you open the window. There is the sound of a latch being clicked back, followed by the squeak of a hinge. The end of a long red-brown beard pokes through first. Jesus, Dante says, never having seen such a long protuberance of facial hair. No, a mellow American voice responds, and I ain't Moses either. After the silence and the dark and the strain of the night, and what he's come to realise were Elliot's last moments, he is glad of the opportunity to let go for a moment. He finds himself laughing. It comes on him quickly, and his laugh has a wild ring to it. How long have you been shut in there? You're starting to look like Ben Gunn. There is a flicker of a smile on the small mouth, but it quickly straightens. Who are you? My name is Dante. I've been Elliot's dupe. It's a long story. But the edgy moment soon vanishes, and he loses the strength to continue talking. Instead, he finds himself confused. He looks at his boots and holds one hand uselessly in the air. How do I know I can trust you? The voice says from above. Dante can think of nothing to say. Despite the jocular first impression, Hart Miller is frightened. Even in the dark from a distance, his voice sounds strained and slurred, and his hair and beard are matted from neglect. Dante drops his hand and forces himself to speak. Look, Mr. Miller, I've had a terrible night, week, whatever. In fact, my life turned into a nightmare the minute I crossed the county line. Too many shocks for one lifetime, let alone... He can't finish. It is too hard to keep it all back. Amen to that, Hart says, the voice sympathetic. He looks up again. Elliot said you knew something. So do I, and I need help. I can't stand out here forever. I got time, Hart says quietly. Frustration makes him wave his hands about again. I had a friend with me, but he's gone. Dante's voice starts to break, but he squints as if looking at the sun and swallows. He's gone because of Elliot, because of what he brought here. I don't know how much you know, but we could be all this town's got left. Dante looks over his shoulder at the dim shop fronts, caged within brown Presbyterian stones. And they don't even know it, he adds, softly to himself. When he looks up, the face has disappeared from the window. There is a new sound, of feet running down the stairs and something heavy being hauled upward. Thank you, God, Dante says. He takes weary steps to the flat door. Through the glass, he can see a shadowy figure, hunched over and tugging the couch to the top of the stairs. Then the chunky figure disappears indoors before reappearing on the stairs. Miller trots down the staircase, but only opens the door a fraction, leaving the latch chain on. Stick your hand through, he says. What? Just do it. Dante slips his right hand through the aperture. Tentative fingertips press his skin. Well, you ain't one of the living dead, Miller says. But how do I know you're not in cahoots with the others? Come on. Do I look like one of those... The word still sounds ridiculous, even after all he's seen. Witches? Listen, buddy. I've been shut in since midnight yesterday. Before that, I was in Edinburgh trying to get a passport after they turned my pad over. I was going to get on the first plane that'd take me away from this evil place, but I didn't. I'm an idiot. I came back, and I've slept for 4 hours tops right through, and now I'm forcing myself to stay awake another night. They stole all my stuff, my evidence. Some girl I just don't like the look of did it. She knows I live here and she's been hanging around, and when I forced Elliot to talk to me, he never mentioned you. For all I know, the whole town's in on this. So what makes you someone I can suddenly trust? Dante looks at the sky with exasperation. I can't prove shit. I'm tired and my body hurts. You'll have to do better than that. I've half made up my mind to open this door, but whoever is in on this thing, they're worse than Jehovah's Witnesses. They just break in. There is a pause, and Miller can't support his instinctive attempt at humor. And I started to see things. Dante looks at Hart's blanched face. Suddenly he has an idea. He unzips his jacket, untucks his shirts, and shows Hart the bruises and welts across his torso, poking out from beneath the white strappings over his ribs. The girl you saw, her name is Beth. She did this. Beth and the thing that comes with her. Twice they nearly had me. Twice. And had just rescued Elliot from his own home. He told me you were the only one who knew about this. Maybe, I thought, you could help. I understand your caution. Believe me, I do, but with or without you, I'm going back to the place it all started, tomorrow. To bring that shit heap to the ground. I've set my mind on making preparations, and I don't have time to wait. Risks have to be taken. If you're genuine, take one, right now. Hart Miller continues to scrutinize him closely through the gap in the door. Dante exhales. He bends over and puts his hands on his knees. I'm just too fucking worn out to cry, sleep, scream, or beg. There's nothing else I can say. The latch is unhooked. When he sees the inside of Hart's flat, he can't prevent himself from gawping. Jesus, they put the wind up you. Every wall in the living room has been daubed with chalk markings. There are primitive-looking scratches and runes around the windows, strange geometric shapes with tiny Latin inscriptions in their borders on the kitchen walls, and massive white chalk circles scratched on the floor where the rugs have been raised and rolled back to the skirting boards. Glad you're impressed, Hart says. Been thinking about a second career in decor. The present one's too risky. You should check out the bedroom. Dante does. The bed is raised against the window and held in place by a ponderous brown wardrobe. A single green sleeping bag has been laid out with some candles and a bottle of scotch in the middle of a huge chalk circle. Another smaller circle has been drawn inside the outer one, and then a fine white powder has been sprinkled over the chalk lines of each circle. Dante walks around the outer circle, reading the words inside it aloud. Agla, Dominus, Adjutor, Meius. Had a problem getting the circumference points equidistant from the center without a slide rule. Hart chips in. His hands on his hips now as he admires his own handiwork. His voice has grown more confident. It pleases Dante to see Miller feeling the undisguised relief his company provides. He gets the impression the strange bearded American doesn't get much company. This shit work, Dante says. Still breathing, ain't I? Dante bends over. Looks kind of familiar. Careful, dude! Hart shrieks and catches his arm. What? Dante says, and jumps back. Don't break the seal. Don't even scuff the lines, man. It's been hell trying to keep that flower together. Flower? Yeah, Babylonian trick. And I got the circle from Eliot's Banquet for the Damned. Read it the other day. He pinched it from the Lemegaton. I went back to the library this morning, when there were loads of people around, to get some information on protection. His book was still about the best, though. Funny, that. Done your homework? What else is a crazy paranoid shut-in gotta do, except read freaky books? I got the Banquet secondhand, and this cat over at the library called Rhodes, the only friend I've got left in town, helped me with the rest. Couldn't get any holy water, though, and I wanted to use the Solomon version of the protective circle, but there wasn't room to draw the triangle. Dante stares at the enthusing bearded figure and smiles. You're fucking nuts. But I like your style. Blushing, Hart nods. Dante extends his hand. Dante, sure, he says. Hart shakes it vigorously with a hairy paw. Here, help me with the drawbridge, Hart mutters, and then scurries off to seize the couch. Dante follows, and in minutes, he's been tutored in Hart Miller's carefully practiced art of barricading. Should be safe till morning, Hart says, wiping his hands on his greasy combat trousers before padding back up the stairs. Hope so, Dante says. I stirred things up tonight. Hart turns at the top of the stairs, his face pallid again. Think they could crash the party? Fuck, Dante says. What? Don't start shitting me, buddy, now I locked you in and all. It's all right, I left my knife in the Land Rover. It's useless, but it gives me some peace of mind. Hart relaxes, and Dante nods at him. We still got the circle, though, right? Hart chuckles. Time for a drink. Good call, Dante replies, his voice tired. He thinks of Tom by just saying it. He clears his throat. It all has to be held back until his business with the town is finished. Closing his eyes, he takes a moment. You all right? Hart asks. Dante nods. I have some smoke too. Hart smiles. Oh, man, I could get down on one knee. Through his fatigue, which makes him feel oddly warm, Dante entertains a curious vision of the bearded man in a wedding gown. He starts to laugh, and the two scruffy men go and sit on the bare floorboards in the lounge, inside the circle. They trade slugs from a bottle of scotch, in between handing around the cones that Dante rolls in his lap. Hart makes some peanut butter sandwiches too, which they eat with a hunk of cheese and bacon-flavoured crisps. After wolfing the food down, like convicts suddenly released from a chain gang to a soup tent, they swap their stories. Afterward, they sit in silence for a long time. Hart looks at a candle flame, and Dante at the end of his smoking cigarette. The holes in each other's mysteries have been filled, but enlightenment brings no comfort. Each man is left with a growing sense of insignificance before the power of the truth they have uncovered, unwittingly or otherwise, and now oppose, unarmed. Hart is the first to speak. He sits back and rubs his stomach. Don't know what I can say about your friend, and I guess you don't want to be reminded of it either. Maybe he's not... Dante shakes his head from side to side, and Hart lowers his eyes. Then I'm sorry for your loss, Hart says. But, dude, Hart adds, after a short silence they are too tired to feel uncomfortable in. We've both been in this town all this time, chasing the same thing, and our paths never crossed. Seems like an injustice. Better late than never, Dante adds. I'm gonna sound foolish even saying this, but hooking up with you has given me hope. And that's dangerous. Why? I planned a kind of suicide mission. Arthur and Harry are in danger. I reckon that's what Elliot just said to me. Maybe they've run for it, but I don't think so. I believe they'll go to the same place my friend and your students ended up. He looks at the floor and stubs out his cigarette in a saucer. So I guessed I was on my own. And I've just let the hate and guilt grow with my fear. And I've frightened myself by just giving up on everything. the past, the future. Started to think I could die here, like the others. And if I did, what would it matter?
But now you don't want to die?
Hart says. Dante exhales noisily.
Same with me,
Hart says.
Walked past the bus station twice this morning and watched those lifeboats pull away to Edinburgh Airport. Kicked myself for coming back. I should be in Chicago now. And I still think about blowing out of this town like I stole something every 5 minutes. Something stopped me running, though, and sent me back to the library to learn more.
Hart looks Dante in the eye.
Until now, I thought there was no one who could help me either, let alone believe what I've read, been told, or plain figure it out myself. It means a hell of a lot to have someone here.
Hart sighs and looks around him at the bits of devastation from the break-in that he never wasted time clearing up.
My tapes are gone and so are the witnesses. So in the end, I've just sat here, getting liquored and drawing these stupid-ass diagrams on the walls, wondering what the hell I could do next.
Hart pauses.
So what do we do? And don't give me any of that A-team shit.
Dante smiles and rubs his back, which has begun to ache again. We are going to light a fire, Mr. Miller. A big fire. Chapter 40.
Behind stacks of Doritos and Scream Wash in the kiosk, the inquisitive and suspicious face of a uniformed attendant watches the grubby, bruised youth with long hair filling his Land Rover with explosive fuel on the forecourt of the garage opposite the Westport Arch. The smell of petrol is beginning to make Dante dizzy. When he began his preparations, he enjoyed the first whiff of 4-star, but now, as the pale liquid sloshes from the nozzle of the pump into the 8th-gallon drum he's filled, it makes him feel faint. All of the containers are made from red plastic, and he's collected 4 of them over the years he's been driving the war wagon, which often runs dry, and bought an additional 4 from the garage shop. After filling the last one to the brim, he stacks the containers in the Land Rover to one side of the cabin's dusty floor. As he arranges the gallon cans to minimize their movement in the metal cabin, he thinks of the flat leased to him through Elliot. Ben Carter lived there. Why didn't Arthur tell him? He and Harry must have known. And that is the reason the police officers were uncomfortable when they took his address. No penny of rent has been paid since he's been there. He is clueless about the owner, and if Elliot has taken his own life, will inquiries be made about its present occupant? What does he do with the key? The 2 bedrooms are still filled with guitars, amplifiers, and black bin bags containing clothes. If he doesn't make it through the night, where will it all end up? Will the remnants of his and Tom's lives be stored in a police lockup while Johnny Law scratch their heads looking for next of kin? Perhaps Imogen's baby will inherit it and wonder for the rest of its life what the mysterious father and his best friend were doing up in Scotland when they both disappeared. His thoughts mingle with the petrol fumes. He leans against the Land Rover, weak in the legs. Anything suggesting finality makes him unsteady on his feet. It won't be a good end. Not at the hands of that thing. It is enough to make a man turn and run for the hills. Fuck it, Dante says, his pale face unrecognizable when he sees it reflected back at him in the Land Rover's windscreen. He has to stay strong. Things were decided the night before. There is no room for doubt now. Hesitation will be their undoing. And who knows, he has to remind himself, there is a chance, slim, but a chance all the same, that he and Hart can make a difference tonight. Maybe, after it all, there will be time to grieve for Tom, and to think of what Elliot has done, and to consider all that has happened to him and around him in the town. Maybe every minute for the rest of his life, if he manages to leave St. Andrews alive. But until that time, if indeed he ever lives to see it, he has to be strong.
As he pays up at the garage, he makes a joke to the assistant about Land Rover fuel economy. "Got 2 fuel tanks, you know. Gets real thirsty," he says in a daze, because he feels he has to say something to the plump woman in a green overall behind the till, who has watched him closely since he pulled onto the forecourt. She says nothing and stares at his scabbed lips and his swollen, unshaven jaw. Even though the worst of the agony is over, his back still hurts and half of his mouth has stayed numb. At least the painkillers given to him at the Memorial Hospital enable him to keep moving. His blessings are few, but that one has to be counted. "Adios," he mutters, and then walks back to the Land Rover. After opening the side windows and pulling his scarf over his nose and mouth, he pushes the ignition button and the war wagon rumbles into life. On the short journey back to a parking space on Greyfriars Street, a stream of salty air whistles through the cabin and helps to clear his head of petrol. St. Andrews is enshrouded in gloom. The sky appears lower than ever, and it is still grey, the sea choppy, and rain never far away. A blue sky would have been preferable on his last day alive. He closes his eyes to remind himself of the hope he felt the night before. He thinks of Hart Miller. They drank and laughed in a strange kind of healing process. Both of them were frightened out of their wits and, independently, had nearly gone insane from the thought of facing a gruesome death alone. But in the strange camaraderie shared by the desperate, they immediately came together, raising each other's morale and identifying a common goal: the destruction of the Coven. He let Hart talk until dawn, and wished he'd known him for longer. The American was full of good stories, and was a veritable encyclopedia on superstition, psychic phenomena, and tribal magic. But most importantly, Hart filled in most of his blanks about what they were about to confront. If indeed Beth played host to a spirit, it was very old. Once human and a beautiful woman, over the last 500 years, it had distilled itself into pure and unrepentant evil, managing to claw its way back into the physical world. But the other thing, the brown man of legend, as Hart called it, could only be considered with the imagination. Throw out your notions about reality, Hart warned. Forget time. It's been existing somewhere else for longer than we can comprehend. Say another place, governed by different laws, called by different names, once worshipped as a god, and then forgotten until somebody created a gap where the walls are thinnest between that place and this. Like right here in this part of the world, where a concentration of someone like Eliot's knowledge will produce results, if the situation is right and the right receptors are in place, of course. Like with the students Eliot picked. Maybe it's the weather too, or the alignment of the planets, or a concentration of what we know as psychic energy in this particular locale. I don't honestly know, but it's come back, and it's brought others with it. Followers or disciples trapped with it from its last manifestation. Those banished with it, maybe. And this is a kind of judgment day that no one would expect or believe in. This dies irae. It's revenge and the bloody reinstatement of an old order, an ancient power. It's our sick privilege to be aware of it and to try and stop it. Through the long night of planning and replanning, Dante found it easy to empathize with Hart. They'd both scratched around and never found a lucrative role in life. Hart was a loner and a dreamer just like him. Hart chased phantoms and myths through jungles, while he played in bands and developed concept albums. Freaks on the edge of an abyss. But it is better this way, Dante supposes. It has been easier for them to accept the impossible and do the unthinkable. They have no responsibilities and few ties. Hart's dad is still alive, but he's nursed his son through malaria attacks twice and probably expects the worst every time his only child loses himself in a steaming forest looking for night terrors. "We're the chosen ones, buddy," he told Hart. "And don't go expecting free drinks if we actually crawl out alive." But something about Hart troubles him. His capacity for indecision seems at cross purposes with what Dante has accepted as an inevitable course of action. Can he count on the stranger? The whiskey talk and backslapping could be bluster. His sudden appearance as an ally has given the American a temporary release from the worst of his fear, but the amount of alcohol Hart drinks worries Dante. Empty whiskey bottles line nearly every flat surface in the kitchen, and 2 large bin bags full of empty beer cans are slumped against the cooker. He begins to doubt whether the American anthropologist is ever sober. But after his years in the field, studying night terrors, Dante finds himself unable to be too hard in his judgment. And drunk or sober, Hart is all he has. It is doubtful whether the couch barricade and chalk circles will serve as even a mild deterrent to something trying to gain access to him, and Hart has surely been added to the list of persons whose existence threatens Beth. Without a doubt, he's been touched too. Beth and her companions are stronger now. Nightfall is probably preferable to them, but no longer necessary for their movements. Sleep has ceased to be the only medium through which they can travel, and to it, a locked door is not a problem. "You're just a mosquito," he told Hart, before he slept, as Dante kept watch that morning, with dawn breaking in a tangerine colour across the sea until its brief optimism was engulfed by cloud. "Just a nuisance, mate. You got time before they come, I reckon. More than me. But now we're together, who can say?" Others are now in the service of Beth and her god. A woman collected Beth from the cottage the night he found Elliot, and someone, perhaps the same lady, drove Beth to Hart's flat to ransack it. Perhaps whoever she is hasn't the strength or the psychic power of Beth, but she is another adversary all the same. But it is the epidemic that Hart fears most. With every sacrifice, the weight of energy and corporeality in the brown man must have grown. Vanishing students and drifters are just the beginning of something greater. Hart is convinced, and Dante doesn't doubt him. If the authorities eventually begin searching for the menace, they'll look for a man, and Elliot will be easy to frame. Perhaps it is their goal to summon the original coven back, so the town will have new rulers, with 7,000 young, impressionable students ripe for an unconventional education. It could be the start of something really hideous, Hart said, and took a big gulp of whiskey after the revelation. Once the right number of sacrifices has been taken, the influence of their society will spread like a corruption. Elliot realized this too late. He tried to placate them with you and your friend. They deceived him and carried on snatching students. Taking the confrontation to the cottage tonight, surprise will be their only advantage. They must make their move the moment the town streets and the local roads clear of cars and witnesses. They have to torch the coven. Or, at the very least, maybe destroying the cottage will uproot and destabilize it, or force it into the open and serve to scatter it. There is no other course of action they can think of taking. It is too late to try and reverse what has been done through ritual, and Elliot, with his vast store of esoteric knowledge, has already failed in his attempts at both banishment and containment. It has come down to violence, an option both he and Hart feel uncomfortable with, but one that both men acknowledge historically as being the only method they know to have worked, at least temporarily. Just the thought of setting fire to a building in the hope of incinerating its occupants makes Dante sick with nerves. And there seems to be only one thing in his character that he can recognize and call upon: revenge. avenging Tom's grotesque end, which he unwittingly facilitated, will be the only impulse enabling him to act in the desperate and murderous manner required. But will rage hold its own against the kind of terror that paralyzes a man? "What's the time?" Hart asks Dante for the third time in an hour. 11, he answers. "Not even lunchtime and we're nearly there." By means of a small rubber hose, he and Hart have begun to fill an assortment of empty whiskey bottles with petrol from the gallon drums. In the top of each bottle, they then stuff strips of shredded bedsheets, patterned with tiny floral prints. After exhausting Hart's supply of empty whiskey bottles, 10, Dante decides on one more cocktail to be safe, and begins pouring milk from the bottle he found in Hart's fridge down the sink. "Whoa, dude, don't be tipping it away. Dairy produce takes the oxygen out of the rivers and reservoirs. Fish die," Hart says, fidgeting behind Dante, having lost interest in making the Molotov cocktails. "Unless you want to drink it, there's no other place for it." Dante looks across at Hart's last two sloppy efforts. "You'll have to redo those. You have to leave air at the top for the fumes to build up." After sighing and blowing, Hart flops down on the chair. "It's freezing in here with the windows open." "Is it?" Dante asks quietly, his concentration taken up with the filling of the last bottle. "I need a joint. You still have some gear, right?" "Yep, and I'm gasping for a fag, but we can't risk a naked light with the fumes." Dante glances at Hart, who now sits in the center of a chalk circle with his hands clamped between his knees. The small, bulbous American bites at his beard where it grows at the sides of his mouth and rocks his body back and forth, gently. A familiar flush passes over Dante. Seeing Hart on edge does him no good. "Relax, Hart. Take it easy." Hart looks at him accusingly, as if he is appalled a man can be without compassion in such a situation. "There'll be time enough for shitting ourselves," Dante adds, grinning. Hart swallows. "I gotta take a dump," he says, and rushes for the bathroom. When he returns, mopping his face with a hand towel, Dante says, "That big, huh?" Hart wants to laugh, but can't make the effort. He begins pacing instead. "Sure this is going to work?" "No." "It's this deal with soaking the place in petrol that bothers me most. We have to get in first, right? And if we get that far, you said it was all damp in there." "Yup." "And what do we need the cocktails for? They could just bounce off things. Yeah, and leave us out in the middle of nowhere with the, you know." Dante sniggers. The laughter that accompanies hysteria is not far away. His giggle grows to a chuffing and then to an almost silent gasping. Crouching down, he begins wheezing. "You gonna get me eaten, and you sit there like it's the funniest thing you ever heard," Hart says, an undeniable smile twinkling in his eyes and crawling through his beard. "Stop it," Dante rasps, "or I'll wet myself." He wipes tears from his cheeks and from around his dark, wet eyes. "This is crazy. A bearded hippie and a hair metal singer with the future of the town at stake. They're fucked." "We need to call in an airstrike from that airbase," Hart says, nodding his head. "Think I could talk him around?" In his mind, Dante sees a bearded man in a flannel shirt gesticulating to an armed sentry. He starts laughing again. Hart joins him this time. "Shit. It's good to laugh again. I don't know why I am. It's that or crying, I guess," Dante says between his sniffs. "Or crawling in my bag, assuming the fetal position and shivering a lot," Hart chips in. And starts Dante off again. "Yeah, your friend Adolfo will come back from Brazil and find a bearded skeleton in his bedroom." Hart begins wheezing and swatting at the air with his hands. But then the phone rings, and each man falls immediately silent. Dante straightens up. Should we answer it?
No,
Hart says, shaking his head to reinforce the instant decision. They like to check up on me. I get calls, but stopped answering yesterday. So they think I've gone. Dante turns to face his curious ally. We have to do it tonight, Hart. You know that. Hart swallows. You'll be fine on your own for an hour or so? Dante asks. Why? You can't leave, it's too risky. Look, mate, we need food. We both have to eat. No food and the smell of petrol is making me sick. Hart looks at Dante, unconvinced. There are plenty of people about. It'll be cool. I'll be out and back in no time. We're all right for now. I don't know, buddy. They could be watching. Fetching the petrol was bad enough. They must know we're together. Get separated, get picked off, and then we're fucked before we get airborne in that crazy Jeep. Maybe we should do it now. Just fucking do it now while it's light. Dante fishes the Land Rover keys out of his jeans and clips a Marlboro cigarette between his teeth. Too much traffic. People would see the smoke. You want to get locked into a cell and have that thing come for you there? He moves for the door and swings his leather jacket over his shoulders. Anyone gets in my way, I'll drive over them. Stay cool. He winks and leaves the lounge. Chapter 41. Harry looks across a sea of expectant faces. Seated in a semicircle around the dais, in the expansive wood-panelled parliamentary hall, 500 new postgrads are waiting. About to begin master's degrees and PhDs, they look up at him from below the oil portraits of the old deans with dour faces, each worthy's name etched in bronze at the bottom of his frame. Tired wisdom above the eager, serious faces beneath. Harry smiles, sending his stare and welcome out and into the smells of antiquity and the sounds of fidgeters, coffers, and bench scrapers. His head, mercifully, is clearer now. 2 aspirin and a pint of orange juice have erased the damage inflicted by Dante's whiskey, Arthur's story, and a night of interrupted sleep. He looks down at his notes and straightens the card on the top of a neat pile. In his mind, he straightens his thoughts too. He blinks quickly, inhales, clears his throat, and thinks of the first line of his speech. The whole thing timed at 20 minutes. Honed after 10 years as proctor of the university. He says more or less the same thing every year to the assembled scholars. Final fidgets and hushed conversations subside. His lips part, and so do the large wooden doors at the rear of the hall. They click open. Heads turn, and Harry squints over the rims of his reading glasses in anticipation of watching sheepish late arrivals shuffle through. But no one enters the hall. Instead, a gust of cold air, wet with rain, hisses through the aperture and lifts introductory papers off the empty seats. Looks like a restless spirit has come to hear your speech, someone says, from the chairs behind him on the stage, where the staff sit. Harry turns, curious. It is George Dickel, head of careers, draped in his black academic gown. George laughs. Harry smiles, but with difficulty. Someone from the back row stands up and closes the door, the sound of their heels echoing to the ceiling so far above. I'll start again, Harry says, a quaver in his voice. The staff notice. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin this morning by welcoming you to St. Andrew's University for the beginning of the Martinmas term. I hope my short introduction isn't as grim as the weather. A ripple of titters passes through the rows of chairs, but soon falls mute. Assembled behind me is a hand-picked regiment of crack troops. Harry turns to nod at his colleagues. The chaplain, head of library services, our student union president, and careers officer. but no hebdometer. Where is Arthur? No call, no notice of absence. Did he go out to the cottage last night like a damned fool, with that damned fool Dante?
They'll take a little of your time to introduce the various services of their offices. At St. Andrews, I believe we offer the very best in support services to the postgraduate body.
He pauses. There appears to be a small commotion in one of the back rows. Someone at the corner of his vision stands up. They are tall. Very tall. He takes another glance down at his notes to find the thread, to stop the stutter, but the far-off figure, which blends into the long curtains, fails to sit down. Harry clears his throat and peers out. A long arm stretches upward, as if to wave at him. From the back, now, where the rows are empty and the grey light is lost in the gathers and folds of the dark curtains, a thin arm beckons. Harry swallows and says something about academic excellence. Wrong paragraph. There is a joke before that. He missed it. Will they not sit down?
Yes,
he says aloud, looking to the back of the hall. Everyone below turns also to look at the interrupter. Harry squints. Moving his head to the side, he tries to find a ray of weak light in which to see the upright figure. A fetid odour rolls over the podium. He looks away, one hand raised instinctively to his nose to block out the stench. A shuffling begins in the rows of chairs beneath him. Behind him, a flash of white catches his eye. It is the chaplain's arm, rising to smother an offended nose.
This town is very old, Harry says aloud. I think it's time we replaced the sewers.
There is an uncomfortable silence below, and then some laughter, confused, nervous, followed by whispers. Alarm at the stench rises through him and tightens his throat. Humiliation sweats across his brow. His eyes dart back and forth to pick out the chaplain at his side, on the left of the stage. The man's usually florid face is ashen. He is perspiring too. Familiar, jolly smile is gone. The priest fishes a handkerchief from a tight pocket in his three-piece suit and applies it to his face.
Are you...
Harry begins, looking at the man. More chatter rises from below the stage. One or two words are said aloud from the audience too, but are soon lost among the dry shuffles of feet and the creak of benches. The student union president places a hand on the chaplain's arm and whispers something to the sweating man. The chaplain retches. A loud burping sound issues from his round body. His teeth clamp shut and his cheeks fill out as if he is about to play jazz trumpet. A fine, milky spray squirts through his teeth and lands on his black trousers. The union president gasps. Below the dais, chairs scrape backward and several female voices express concern aloud. The smell in the hall worsens, and now Harry coughs to expel the taste from his mouth and nose. The chaplain is helped to his feet and guided toward the fire exit at the left of the stage. Students in the back rows leave their seats, their heads bent forward onto their chests so their noses can escape the worst of the stench. Others from the front join the evacuation from Parliamentary Hall, desperate for clean air.
I have no idea what this could be, Harry calls from the dais.
Sewers, he adds, and thrusts his forearm across his nose. The scent of the chaplain's vomit, fresh like vinaigrette, about his face. The chaplain burps again, loudly, and expels the load in his mouth down his vestments, onto his shoes and across the outstretched arm of the president. It makes a splashing sound that won't stop. There seems to be so much of it. Speechless, Harry turns back to the audience, now thinning so quickly. Should a recess be offered? A medic called for the chaplain? An appeal for calm and an apology? His thinking derails. He is confused, and the stench is truly awful now, impossible to withstand. Amongst the now fleeing, gagging students who leap from their seats and stumble to the main doors, creating a tumultuous clatter and scraping, Harry sees the tall, standing figure at the back of the hall again. It moves. Jesus, he says, and falls back from the dais. It grins, and the arms, too long, sweep out to catch a young woman with short black hair. She is pulled to it and smothered in a grotesque embrace. The smell of corruption intensifies. She screams, her silky bob suddenly animate around the howl of her mouth. Her stocky legs are pulled from the ground. "No!" Harry calls. He rushes forward and clears the dais of his notes. On his knees now, he looks up, but sees nothing. His vision has dissolved into a myriad of tiny hexagons, as if he is peering through the eyes of a fly. An excited voice whispers in his head. "Dies irae," it says. "No!" Harry cries out and shakes his head. "Sit tibi terra levis," it says. Harry knows the line. The meaning returns from his days teaching classics. May the earth rest lightly on you. Dropping his head, he covers his eyes with his hands. His grey hair flaps across his forehead. "Harry?" someone says from nearby. "No!" Harry shouts. "Harry? Oh, for God's sake, Harry, what is it?" Another voice. His vision clears. The smell vanishes. His eyes refocus and the tiny pixels disappear from his eyesight. George DeKerl is bent over, staring at him, his face shocked white. "Did you see it?" Harry asks. "See what?" DeKerl asks. "That," Harry says, not daring to look up but pointing at the rear of the hall. "The smell," he whimpers. "Let's get you some help," the chaplain says, on his other side. His voice kind, his cheeks red, his black suit clean and pressed. But how can this be? Harry looks away from them and back to the hall. It is full of seated, silent students. The doors to the hall are closed. No one stands tall at the back near the curtains. "You were ill," he says, in a weak, humiliated voice to the chaplain. "I saw you being ill." "Come on, let's get him out of here," the chaplain says to George. Harry is helped to his feet. The student union president is talking now from behind the dais, his voice thick with embarrassment as he apologizes and tries to make light of the proctor's disgrace. "I couldn't have imagined it," Harry says. Embarrassment melts the ice of terror from his face and back. "You're not well, Harry. Get some air, for God's sake," George says. He's all right. It's okay. "Harry, my man, you've had a funny turn," says the chaplain. Harry breaks from their soft, guiding hands and runs from the stage. Beside his watch on the bedside cabinet, he places the coins from his trouser pockets. They slide against the metal bracelet of the watch. Harry sighs. Carefully, despite the thick-headedness of sleep and sedation, he restacks every coin on the coaster, where his mugs of morning tea are usually left by Barbara, his wife. 50-pence pieces at the bottom of the stack, followed by the chunky £1 coins, topped by the 20s, the 5s, and then the 1-penny coins. No 2-pence pieces. Lucky. Over his vest, he buttons his pyjama top and then slinks beneath the duvet. He shivers until the sheets around his feet warm. Gradually, the sense of ridiculousness at having to go to bed in the afternoon subsides. He closes his eyes and everything swims in the reddish-black sea behind his lids. Voices and scenes from the morning drift through his mind. "Your blood pressure's a little high, but it's nothing to get worried about," the doctor had said, his patient face unmoving. No good. The doctor was no help. Where were the answers to explain what he saw? And the stench. The appalling smell in Parliament Hall. What of that?
Why did I see things? He'd asked.
Stress, the doctor offered, with his back to Harry, who had remained slumped on the surgery bed once the checkup was over.
I'm telling you,
Harry had said, far too quickly from where he lay, too preoccupied to jump from the squeaky mattress to dress in the customary haste after revealing his nakedness to a stranger with hands that smelled of soap.
It was as if the world changed. All around me, you know. My vision was altered. It went into 100 little shapes. And I saw the chaplain quite clearly get up from his seat and become ill. Stress doesn't do that.
No, the doctor had said. It's not likely.
No medication, you see.
Harry remembered looking at the ceiling of the surgery and raising both hands in exasperation. No! And you're absolutely sure you didn't eat anything disagreeable? The flu symptoms? Any of these unpleasant smells before?
No,
Harry had said, emphatically.
Maybe I'm not sleeping too well, but with...
He paused.
With the start of the new year, everyone is up to their eyeballs. But to imagine something like that, a complete scene, a whole moment, and to then find myself standing like an idiot before the entire postgraduate body.
His face had flushed scarlet, and he had closed his eyes for the worst of the feeling to pass.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
No, it doesn't, the doctor had agreed, nodding. I'll send your blood tests off, and I'd like you to go to the Memorial Hospital for a scan, just to be sure. If you have a repeat experience, call the surgery immediately.
Maybe I need a priest,
Harry had said, softly, while he buttoned his shirt. Then he'd driven home, with the prescribed pills in a paper bag rustling in his overcoat pocket. A speckle of rain had blurred the world in between the swipes of the wiper blades on his windscreen. But he never saw much past the bonnet of his car, with only the vaguest presence of mind to keep the car on the road while making another fruitless phone call to Arthur on his mobile.
Not in this morning, Harry,
Marcia had said.
Have you tried Parliament Hall? He's supposed to be there. I've just come from there. Why would I look there if I've just come from there?
Run from there, he wanted to shout. Her end of the phone stayed silent. Sorry, he'd said, clutching at the bits of himself that still made sense.
Sorry, Marcia. Is everything all right?
She began. But he cut her off and dropped the phone, only to pick it back up and place it in symmetry with the side of the passenger seat. Was the episode with the postgrads nothing more than a reaction to the night before? Maybe it made him peculiarly sensitive. Arthur's story has played on his imagination and made him hallucinate. That is all, perhaps, and it is over now. A funny turn. Not surprising. But the face that looked back from the dark at him. He turns over in bed and presses his head hard into the pillow. Don't allow it. Don't allow yourself to dwell on it. No, he'd even said, aloud in the car when he thought of the face. With a free hand, he'd had to straighten the rack of cassettes before the gear stick, and then adjust the folded windscreen cloth on the dashboard to force it out of his mind and away. Taking the pills to sleep it off is the only option, the only thing that can offer peace. He'll phone Arthur again in the evening, when he wakes up. Find out where he's been. What more can he do? Lying in bed, he begins to fall asleep in stages, only to jolt back out of them again moments later as he tries to remember the actual journey back from the doctor's. Where did all the familiar turns go? And the traffic islands he drove around, and the landmarks? Not like me at all, at all, at all, he whispers. The sedatives are strong. His mind softens into the pillows. Never needed them before. Never needed tablets. But the face from the back of the hall, the grinning of it. Oh, Jesus. Don't take it to sleep with you, he tells himself, over and over again. Let the tablets kill it. He wasted no time gulping them back in the kitchen, after plucking a glass from the draining board beside the sink. 3 of the red and white capsules, instead of 2 after a meal, are inside him now, swallowed with ease where ordinarily he struggles to swallow any medication, and always has done since childhood. Did he call the office? Yes, on his way up the stairs to bed. He left a message with his secretary too. He remembers wincing all the time he spoke at the thought of the explanations he will have to make about his performance in Parliamentary Hall. They will think him mad. And Barbara? Still at work at the tourist board, but he's left her a note, pinned under the magnetic strawberry on the fridge door. That is all he can do. Yes, he's done everything he possibly can now. In the large bed, with sleep so near and his thoughts dimming, he feels better. What little natural light remains outside, he's already closed the thick curtains against. Sleep will heal him. The doctor says so. Harry curls his legs and arms into the fetal position and wraps the duvet tighter around his body. He sleeps. Barbara reads Harry's note, left under the little rubber strawberry on the fridge door. She smiles. He often leaves his excuses there. She remembers all of the late nights he had 3 years before. Business dinners and negotiations with the people who built Newhall, and there were funding bodies for the new chemistry research investments to meet too. Lunches, conventions, papers, admissions, vivas and hotel functions, dozens of them, a few she attended, most not. Harry wrote about them all, neatly and briefly on yellow notes, night after night, and left them for her on the fridge door. And all the time, he'd been seeing Janice. Pouring herself a large sherry, she knows she should eat something too because her stomach is playing up. It isn't painful this time. The ulcer is long gone, disappearing as if by a miracle when she made a very special acquaintance. Tonight, she won't need to sit in a chair and sip warm milk and eat the chalky tablets that taste of marzipan. This is a different kind of disturbance, making the little splashing and gurgling sounds inside her tummy. Something she experiences more now. Now things are changing in her life, in the town, and in the world out there. Hasn't felt this kind of excitement since her teens. She realizes that now. Part of her has reawoken quite suddenly. Changed. Like the weather and the sound on the streets and between the old buildings and in all the places now in ruin. Something you can taste and smell, that tingles in every joint and digit, that rushes through your veins like flood water. It is all coming back to those who need it most. And those that don't understand or can't or refuse to, like Harry, like the people so long ago in Beth's time, well, there is no place for them. Fresh blood and old magic, Beth says. This is what is needed. So give. Everyone must give. It is her turn tonight, and she's waited long enough for it to arrive. Time her son's had a new father, someone stronger and more attentive. Her own boys are young men now, and if she isn't careful, they'll turn out like Harry. No, they are to be great men, and not tired, devious, nitpicking fools, obsessed with interdepartmental intrigue, with habits and obsessions that fill the mind up with stale flour. We were close today, Beth said. They nearly had him this morning. Harry will never realize how close he came to not making it home, to not seeing his own bed again. Now their lord is stronger. He can brave the daylight, go out beneath the sun if he chooses, and the hunt can be watched by something other than moonlight on distant sands. But Harry was lucky, if only temporarily, to get home and safe to bed. Barbara finishes her sherry and places it on the coffee table and not on top of a coaster. She sees the wet ring the base of the glass creates on the tabletop and laughs to herself. It will go sticky. Pity Harry won't be around to see it when he wakes up. She checks her watch and stops laughing. There is work to do. Preparations to make. And they still have to be careful. The bigger something becomes, the more people hear about it. Elliot realised that back in the beginning. He who worked so hard to speak to someone who was standing right behind him the whole time. To think they were here all this time. Never went away. All they needed was a fool. Walking confidently into the wide lounge, she spots a newspaper from the day before and thinks of chips wrapped in newsprint and how the paper soaks up all the grease. Carefully, she separates it page from page and tucks the sheets of paper under her arm. As she turns to march back into the kitchen, she pauses, distracted by something on the shelf above the fireplace. Between the photos of her boys in their school uniforms is a photograph, framed in pewter. She and Harry in Tenerife. Barbara and Harry, 1992. She smiles, feeling slightly faint with another rush of excitement up from the stomach, and turns the frame around so their browned and smiling faces look at the wall. Back in the kitchen, Barbara opens the utility cupboard between the owl calendar and the microwave. Rummaging around amongst indoor brooms, dustpans, and green Wellington boots, she finds what she is looking for. Her hands return to the kitchen light, holding the tight roll of black plastic bin bags. On the marble chopping board, using the scissors with white plastic handles that she uses to cut through bacon rind, Barbara slices the bags along each seam at the sides, so they become large rectangular sheets, plastic and waterproof. Closing her eyes, she tries to imagine the size of the bedroom. 8 or 9 bags she will need. No, maybe 10. 12 to be safe, with the carpet so new, and considering how excited he becomes when near the given and the chosen. Not to mention how hard it was to remove the stain from her cream pullover after cutting her finger on the vegetable knife. It is better to lay too much than not enough. She'd better retrieve the old sheets they used for decorating as well, the ones they placed under the ladder and over the floor while they painted the ceiling. Newspaper and linen at the bottom as an underlay, with the plastic sheets on top. Should do the trick if she arranges them all around the bed. The walls can be wiped afterward, and most of the liquid will be gone anyway by the time Harry is dragged down the stairs and taken into the garden. Now that reminds her of something. She re-enters the lounge and, despite the cold and drizzly rain falling on the garden, she unlocks the patio doors and then lodges them aside. Best precaution to take, considering Marcia has called in the glaziers twice in as many weeks to repair her sliding doors. Back in the kitchen while she works, preparing buckets of bleach-enriched water, readying floor cloths, opening a new packet of scouring pads, Barbara listens to the cassette player by the bread bin. Instead of Radio 4, about the only thing Harry can tolerate on even a low volume, she listens to her old Shangri-La's tape, the one with the missing case. It is unlikely the sound of the music will disturb Harry after taking the sleeping pills. She's seen the bottle, and at one time, before she regained her deep and natural sleep, she used the same brand to get through all of those evenings alone, when Harry was out late and her stomach refused to give her a moment's peace. Humming through the opening bars, she then begins to sing. Here comes my guy, walking down the street. Nearly time to go up the stairs to lay those sheets out. And then the phone call. So easy, Marcia said. And when I see him in the street, my heart takes a leap and skips a beat. Tell him that I love him. Tell him that I care. Tell him I'll always be there. Barbara drops her sponge and rests her back against the kitchen cabinets. It is too much excitement to bear. Will she see him when he comes into the house? Best to hide, Beth said.
Sometimes our Lord's passions cannot be trusted. They go astray.
It's the silence before he stirs, deep and cold as a flat lake, that Barbara loves most. How the air settles, as if every busy particle has stopped in awe or in fear, as if even the earth stops spinning when the god comes. She's seen the face of her friend after she gave to him. How fine Marcia looked after acquiring not one but two for him. To give for honour, for the momentum of what has begun and will rise further until no one at all can stop it. To offer something for his reward. Our Lord. Harry sleeps, but he will wake, she thinks. She smiles. At the sound of his step, he will open his eyes and see a god coming to him. Just for him. Chapter 42. Oh, Jesus! Hart cries out. Crashing out of sleep, Dante sits bolt upright on the couch. Still in a daze, he turns a blinking face to the lounge windows. With his hands spread apart on the windowsill, Hart leans forward, staring into the street below. In the distance, the long and furious wail of a fire engine siren rips the air. Unsteady on his bare feet, Dante staggers across to Hart, who sticks his head and shoulders from the open window to see better. "Look at that!" Hart says, pointing up the street, his face white with shock. Small crowds of students and shoppers gather in excited huddles on the pavement. They look at each other with worried faces before turning their eyes back toward the clouds of black smoke blowing over the roofs and down Market Street. In a flash of panic that feels cold down to his ankles, Dante thinks of the Land Rover, loaded with Molotov cocktails and gallon drums of petrol. He peers across the road to the corner of Greyfriars Street, where the war wagon is parked. It stands alone before a stone wall, a sand-coloured sentinel with plastic sheets pressed against the windows, covering its explosive entrails. "Thank fuck for that," Dante says. "I thought the war wagon had gone off." "It will do soon, if the wind keeps blowing this way. Something's on fire, maybe on North Street." Another fire engine hurtles past the flat. The street is engulfed by its screams and flashes. The wake hits the windows with a whoomp of air, and Dante's hair blows across his face. Below, cars parked at the curb shake on their tyres, and buildings shudder the length and breadth of Market Street. Across the jagged roofs, pointed attics, and between distant spires, Dante watches the thick hurricane of black smoke rise in a plume before the wind smashes the top of it and blows smoky tendrils across town to the south. The air seems to reek of 1,000 winter bonfires, lit all at once and abandoned to the elements. Darkness rushes in from the sea, carried by thick grey clouds to eclipse the early glow of the moon-expectant sky. Pale grey light is sandwiched between the street and the ominous blanket of nightfall, through which people run with a safe haven in mind, or simply stand about looking confused. Somewhere down there, a woman begins to cry. "And another over there!" Hart shrieks, pointing down Greyfriars towards the Tudor Inn. Behind the white plaster and black timbers of the pub, another tornado of swirling black smoke raises itself. This one is closer, and streaked with orange sparks they can almost hear cracking and spitting. "Must be something on the scores, maybe? Or closer at the end of North Street," Dante says. His stomach flops over. The cathedral, too!" Hart shouts. By leaning out of the window, Dante can see a third and more distant smudge of smoke. It flows across the far-off skeleton of the fallen church and obscures its spiky silhouette. "The whole place is ablaze." Dante turns to Hart. "Why?" Hart seizes the lapels of Dante's jacket and shakes the last vestiges of dreamless sleep from his companion's head. Don't you see? Dies irae. It's gonna happen tonight. This is a diversion. Burn the town? Dante jabbers. Can't be right. Better believe it, buddy, Hart shrieks. His face is ashen and his hands tremble through Dante's jacket. The town burned them alive, way back after the trials. They've been waiting for this. Now's their time. It's why we're still alive. They keep an eye on us, but they've been busy with something else. They've been busy with this. The whole place is going to go up. Dante knocks Hart's hands off his jacket and peers out at the street again. A group of police cars, parked in a cordon at the top of Market Street by the monument, turns bystanders back toward their end of the street. We gotta move, Hart. The police are doing a sweep away from the fires. If they evacuate the town, the war wagon will be stranded. Hart stares right into Dante's eyes. His little bullet eyes blink rapidly behind his glasses. With the overspill from the lights outside, Dante can see the tiny thumbprints embedded on the lenses. What say you and me just blow out right now? We don't look back. Get down to Edinburgh and have ourselves a time. Dante shakes his head. Come on, man. It's started. We need to move now. To the cottage. If this is a diversion, the place might be empty. We can set a trap. Oh, man, Hart says. He walks into the lounge, his head in his hands, and slumps across the couch. Reaching out, he grasps at a bottle of whiskey. Dante looks up at the evening sky and then checks his watch. It's nearly 8. You shouldn't have let me sleep so long. I told you to wake me before 6. Hart, have you lost your bottle? You know I can't sleep tonight. It's my last night, for fuck's sake. What were you thinking? Hart's face is white with emotion. I fell asleep. You said we wouldn't roll out till it got dark. Man, you needed rest. Your back is still fucked up. Shit, Dante says. He claws his face and walks in a circle. He looks at Hart. Sorry, man, I'm not with it. I'm freaked. I'm sorry. Hart nods with his face in his hands. I'm all wired. Just be kindly. Dante fills his Zippo lighter with fuel until the white spirit overflows and trickles across his fingers. Slapping his pocket, he checks for the 4 disposable lighters he bought from the petrol station earlier in the day. Got your lighters? He shouts across to Hart, over the noise of running feet, screaming sirens and speeding cars down below. Hart lowers the scotch bottle and nods, before swallowing and then wincing through the afterburn. Let's go, Dante says. He runs down the stairs to the barricade, hardly able to feel his legs or think straight from the adrenaline. On the way down, he loses his balance and hits a wall. The ribs on his back fire off a salvo of short, breath-stopping spasms of white-hot pain. It's so bad he has to sit down on the stairs. Doubling over, he waits for the little explosions to subside. Hart joins him. You all right, dude? Dante flops back on the stairs and rests on his elbows. He swears to himself. The sweat on his face turns cold. All the running around and driving since he checked out of hospital is taking its toll. Painkillers, he says to Hart, who is now tugging the couch single-handed over Dante's head. Hart and the couch disappear and Hart says, Wait a minute, over his shoulder. He returns, the small brown jar of tablets rattling in one hand and the bottle of whiskey to wash them down in the other. Get your jacket, Dante tells Hart, and stands up on the creaking stairs. He bites down on the last wave of pain, swallows 4 tablets, and then takes a quick slurp of whiskey. Cigarettes are next. Dante dips his Marlboro into a big orange Zippo flame. He opens the front door. I knew I'd die with one of these in my mouth, he says, and waits on the busy street for Hart to catch him up. Pandemonium is breaking loose on Market Street, Although the high street shops are long closed, the Metro supermarket stays open until 10. Shoppers and uniformed staff are gathering on the pavement, herded down toward the Union Building by 2 police officers. Hundreds of students, out drinking in Freshers' Week, file out of pubs, their faces full of smiles and laughter. When the heavy presence of police and a fresh wave of thundering fire engines registers on the young and tipsy minds, they begin running in a large, bemused and muttering horde down Market Street toward Hart's flat. Dante and Hart trot across the road to the war wagon. Wasting no time, Dante fires the engine up and swings the Land Rover around, hitting the horn hard to disperse the people who stand open-mouthed on the road. A pretty girl in a green uniform looks at the windscreen, not really seeing either of them before she moves to the side of the road. An older woman in slippers, who keeps her fingers spread wide on both of her cheeks, follows the dazed supermarket worker. "The top of Market Street is closed," he yells across to Hart. "I'll have to turn it around here. Watch out for people bolting in front of me." Hart nods. "How long will it take to get there?" he asks, his bottom lip trembling. 15 minutes, Dante says, peering left and right as he moves the vehicle through the bystanders. Whiskey sloshes in the bottle Hart removes from his mouth. "What are we going to do when we get there? My mind's gone. I can't remember the plan." "We didn't have much of one. Make it up as you go along." "Fuck." "Settle in, mate. And don't get loaded. Got to keep your head straight. Come on, Hart, I need you." Dante is pleading. His loss of cool seems to rattle Hart even further, who takes another desperate swig from the bottle. "Look, Hart, we get there and case the place first. I'm not going to go charging in. Don't worry, we'll pick our moment." The war wagon roars up North Street and only pauses at the top to let 2 RAF fire trucks from Leuchars Air Base pass. Within a few minutes, the Land Rover is gliding past the coast and away from the thickening plumes of black smoke in the town. As they swing into Knoxville, the sound of rain batters on the roof of the Land Rover cabin. With this drowning out the noise of the clanking engine, it is as if they have driven right into a monsoon. "Can you see shit?" Hart shouts. Dante says nothing but slows down, wondering if the night can possibly get any worse. The headlights throw a pathetic yellow glow at the black sheets of vertical rain. It gathers in huge whirls on the windscreen and smudges away the outside world. The 2 little windscreen wipers swipe hopelessly back and forth, making little squeaks, only offering quick moments of partial visibility along the bonnet, but not much further. He's never seen rain like it, and the deluge began the moment they reached Knoxville. They amble through the village, and for at least 200 yards they never advance from first gear. He guides himself cautiously, keeping his eyes fixed on the white line painted on the road. "Ain't no fire gonna burn tonight," Hart says, loud enough for Dante to hear. "And we must be nearly on top of the place." No sooner has he voiced another significant flaw in their plans than the rain suddenly stops. For several tense minutes, the storm has been threatening to wash the tiny stone village away and the war wagon with it. But now the sky seems to suddenly light up above them. Dante glances at Hart, speechless with wonder. Hart slides the dripping side window across and looks at the road behind them. "Stop!" he yells. "Why?" Dante shouts back, angry now and tired of Hart's delaying tactics. He doesn't know what's keeping him going, and if the American continues to plug away about giving up, Dante is afraid his own resolve will founder too. "Just stop! You gotta see this," Hart insists. Dante pulls up. Hart is out of the cabin before the handbrake is cranked on. Dante follows Hart until they stand side by side behind the Land Rover with their backs lit up by the red taillights. Both of their mouths open in stupefaction. Above Knoxville, the dark sky boils in on itself. A large circular patch of the heaviest and blackest cloud obliterates any vestige of light from above. Around the area of apocalyptic cumulus, the dusky sky is clear of cloud and bright with early stars. It is as if a filthy skylight window has been cleaned, save for a small central smudge of soot. Walking slowly, Hart begins moving toward the rainfall. "Hang on," Dante says. "Where you going?" Without turning around, Hart beckons him to follow. Beneath their boots, the road is bone dry. But after a short distance, the sound of rain splattering off the tarmac is deafening. Slowly and silently, they approach the vertical torrent of angry water. It now looks like a huge waterfall, dropping straight from the heavens on top of Knoxville. Hart walks through the skirts of spray and plunges a hand into the almost perfectly flat face of rain. He withdraws a dark, sopping sleeve. "See?" he says to Dante, his voice hoarse. "The rain stops right here. It's unbelievable. They did this. Even changed the weather to stop the village people going down that lane." Hart is rambling, but his little eyes are alight with astonishment. "Torch the town to occupy the authorities and drown the nearest settlement. The elements, Dante. They control the elements too." "How?" "This is crazy." His voice is weak and barely audible over the rush and crash of water on tarmac. "Witchcraft. I took it all with a pinch of salt, but here's the truth. They used to control droughts and deluges here to destroy the crops. The witches can do this shit with a psychic attack, a concentration of their powers as a coven. Same way they leave the body and hunt." He turns to Dante and seizes his arm. The grip is tight. "This is where it's been leading. Their god is so strong. Fattened on sacrifice. I see it all now." Dante pulls his arm free. "Come on. It could mean they're all together. They have to make their connection somewhere. It could be perfect for us." Without turning to Hart, he catches the white of the American's face studying him. "Told you I'd lost it," he adds with a smile. They jog, side by side, back to the Land Rover. Dante releases the brake, dips the clutch, and they drive away from Knoxville. "Not far now," he says. When the road rises up a gentle incline, Dante kills the headlights. "What are you doing?" Hart says. "You're going to derail this crazy train." "I know where I am. These headlights will go right through that hedgerow. They'll see us coming from a mile away. Don't worry, I've only crashed this thing twice. Both times I never felt a thing. This is the war wagon." Hart stares at him as if he is mad. Dante smiles, feeling a welcome heat rise through his body. Taking deep breaths to steady himself, he slides his side window open and motions for Hart to do the same. "Let the fumes out, Hart. We need to get our heads straight. Round the next bend is the field where we park." Hart goes still and quiet. Dante can feel his stomach churning. After slowing down to second gear, they reach the small, concealed inlet by the field where Dante parked the night before. He pulls up, right against the metal fence, and then noses the bonnet through the hedge. "Can you drive a stick shift?" he asks Hart, who nods. "I'm leaving the keys in the ignition and the gear in reverse. If you have to take off without me, depress the clutch. Just turn the key clockwise, hit the ignition button here, and you're off, okay?" He can see the immobile silhouette of Hart's head staring at him through the unlit cabin. "Don't start with that shit. If you make it back, get in touch with this girl and tell her about things the best way you can. I've put a note in too. She'll be cool." Dante hands Hart an envelope addressed to Imogen. Hart takes it from Dante's fingers, stares at it, and slowly tucks it away inside his khaki jacket. Dante gives Hart his broadest smile and slips his hand onto the cold metal door lock. Hart clears his throat with a big swallow. "Wait!" He leans over the gear stick and handbrake and gently cups the back of Dante's head with one small hand. He pulls him forward so their foreheads touch. Listen, kid. Dante can smell the whiskey on his breath. We both gonna be old men with the longest and craziest beards since ZZ Top, telling our pups about the night we saved St. Andrews. You hear me? Dante smiles. 2 go in, buddy, Hart adds, and 2 come out. No other way to do it. Now let's get some. They clasp hands and stare at each other for a while, before disembarking from the war wagon in unison. Chapter 43. Outside the Land Rover, the air is cool and windless, the night sky clear. A bright moon turns the fields to frosted glass and the trees into jagged shapes, the spaces between them quenched by the dark. Stars seem closer to the earth, twinkling in a purple-black immensity above the hills and glens, patched with snow at their summits and older than the frailest ruin by the sea. The night's icy beauty, and the sense that a ghastly confrontation awaits, overwhelms Dante with the most powerful feeling of insignificance he can remember. For a while, he just stands at the entrance to the field and holds the top of the gate for support. Watched by Hart, he is allowed to take a moment. Probably the last moment of reflection he will allow himself tonight. Eventually, he eases himself up one side of the gate and down the next, using the horizontal metal slats as rungs. Hart passes the cardboard box of Molotov cocktails over the fence. Dante places them on the ground by his feet. And the canisters. All of them. He speaks with urgency now. We'll break through the trees at the side of the cottage and try the back door. Might still be busted. We'll never carry them all, Hart groans, hoisting another loaded box with Ribena printed on the side. Looking around nervously, Dante zips his jacket up to his throat. Stay here for a bit while I check the place over. Count to 30 or something and then follow me. And be real quiet. Hart nods. Now pass me the axe. You take the crowbar. Price tags are still tied with tiny loops of white string around the smooth handles. The arsenal rattled around on the aluminium floor behind the front seats as they drove out to the cottage. He strove to ignore the sound of them as they trembled and juddered against the cold metal of the Land Rover, seemingly aware of their impending role in a violent conspiracy. Crowbar for the door, and the axe for... He doesn't want to think about it. That was the plan that afternoon, as he groaned and wheezed his way between lawnmowers, garden chairs, and pots of enamel paint in the hardware store. The heavy fire axe, with the shining red paint on the blade, is handed over the gate. Dante turns to leave, and Hart begins muttering, Don't go tear-assing in there without me. Stay cool. Don't worry. Wouldn't dream of taking the glory without you. Dante winks at the pale face and the bushy beard, and then turns to look at the distant spectre of the cottage, a black clump on the other side of an open field. For reassurance, he peers over his shoulder at the American and says, We're fine on the outside of the property. They can't see us. The trees are too thick and there's a fence at the back. Hart appears unconvinced. Dante walks across the hard clay of the field. It is furrowed in long, curving rows, but the topsoil is dried hard and crumbly. His boots crunch up toward the distant row of poplars, chestnuts, and baby ferns, planted like a natural corral down the side of the cottage. Above the top of the highest branches, he can see the solid black outline of the roof. Stooped over but running, with the axe clutched across his chest, he covers the last 20 feet. His throat dries out, and a single greasy strand of his fringe whips across his eyes, threatening to dislodge a contact lens. Engulfed by the cool and piney smell of the trees, Dante pauses and rearranges his hair. After pulling the collar of his biker's leather up to his chin and drawing his red scarf over his mouth, he pushes himself through the trees. Branches and sharp twigs crackle and stick into his hair and jacket, preventing him from moving more than a foot. Crouching down at the base of the barrier, he quickly rethinks his entry. By crawling sideways, he finds a small opening at the bottom of the trunks of 2 trees. Peering between them, he can see the cottage wall and the weedy path leading to the rear garden on the other side of the trees. Carefully, he assumes a press-up position and smuggles his head and shoulders through the hole. The smell of dark soil and peaty leaf mould fills his sinuses, and the cold presses through his jeans. It seems to take an age to struggle through the gap, his back so delicate, and he is forced to roll onto his side to complete the maneuver. Reaching out with both hands, he drags his body up to the waist into the grounds. He looks left and right, tingling from the sense that he is most vulnerable on the ground. To the front of the cottage, he can just see where the lawn begins, but the rear is a wall of darkness, made from the shadows cast down by the trees and fence. He pulls his legs through. Slowly, Dante stands up. The cottage is silent. As before, it appears deserted. He begins to wonder if it is, and hopes that the occupants are out, lighting fires back in the town or wreaking havoc elsewhere. Behind him on the field side, he hears Hart's boots scrabble across the clay. Dante drops to his knees and peers through the hole he's just widened. "Hey now," Hart whispers from the other side. "I carried both boxes together, but I fell twice." "Cool," Dante says, only half listening. "There's no one around. Would they be inside directing their energies, or whatever they are? Or would they have to go out someplace to do it?" Hart sighs. "They gotta be in there, man. The whole coven. Only way to raise hell elsewhere." Dante nods, and then spits at the earth. "What we do now?" Hart asks. "Pass the stuff through, then crawl after it real slow." With his back to the hedge, Dante smokes half a Marlboro inside cupped hands that shake about the Zippo flame, while his mind does loops and circles, trying to think of fresh strategies and double-guess any potential for disaster. Now they are out in the cold, under the stars and moon. The entire venture begins to reek of the absurd. He wants to rely on his wits, but finds himself belittled by the thought of their cardboard boxes stacked up against a hedge. Too much planning only creates a mire of obstacles and indecision in his mind. But regardless of whether the place is occupied or not, they will have to get inside and burn the cottage from there. And if anything is waiting in the dark for them, they will have to get in close with it and use the axe. The shakes take hold of Dante's legs and arms. Being so near the cottage makes him remember his last visit. He can almost smell the kitchen with its damp and rot stink. But his thoughts of the paintings are the worst. If the witches can start fires and storms with their minds, what can he and Hart do with a supermarket box of whiskey and milk bottles filled with leaded petrol? He thinks of running. It feels like his clothes are soaking. He touches his thigh. His jeans are damp from the grass, that's all. Then he swallows and stands up at the sound of Hart wriggling the boxes through the hedge. Between the wheezes he makes to regain his breath, Dante hears Hart's anxious voice set at a whisper as he comes through. "Any sign of life?" He bends down so Hart can see his face and shakes his head, too afraid now to even whisper. When Hart's bulbous shape squeezes itself noisily through the tunnel, pushing the cardboard boxes through before his body, Dante cringes at the noise and reaches into the hedge to pull the boxes free. Sticks snap and leaves scratch Hart's khaki jacket as he follows. In his mind, he begins to recite, "Come on, come on, come on," until Hart is clear of the hedge and crouching beside him, out of breath. Dante stays silent and motions to Hart to follow him to the back door of the cottage. Carrying a box each, with the axe and crowbar hanging over the crook of their elbows, they creep to the back door. Dante drops to his knees under the kitchen window. Hart kneels and stiffens against him. Flashing his torch over the lock reveals it to be broken. Splintered wood erupts from the frame after his previous visit with the screwdriver. Tentatively, Dante reaches out and presses the door. It moves an inch, and then becomes stuck against something inside the kitchen. He guesses the occupants have lodged something against the door from the inside. Standing up, but bidding Hart stay put with a downstroke of his hand, Dante edges his face around the window frame and shines a torch beam through the bottom pane of glass. In the murk, the torch reveals part of a messy tabletop, littered with something he cannot see clearly due to the grime on both sides of the window pane. But the table itself looks solid and heavy, and he remembers seeing the type of table he associates with farmhouses on his last visit to the cottage. Hart, we'll have to put our shoulders against the door and push it in. There's a table or something holding it closed, that's all. What then? Hart's voice is a whisper, followed by an audible swallow. Wide-eyed, Dante wipes his mouth. We go in quiet, real quiet, and we soak the place, all through the ground floor. Do as much as we can until they hear us. I reckon they're in the basement. That's where everything starts out here. Then we light it up. They'll be scared of fire, Beth is. I remember her face in St. Mary's Court when I lit a fag. And there's loads of newspaper and wood inside. It'll all go up. Hart nods. His eyes are fixed on the boxes while his lips move, in the way mouths move when someone repeats the same thing to reassure themselves. But we gotta be quiet. Really quiet, Dante whispers. Hart nods. They move the boxes clear of the weed-covered garden path, place the tools on the ground near the boxes, and then put their shoulders to the door. It bends in the middle with a woody groan, but the table doesn't budge. They change positions, with Hart pressing the lower half and middle of the door with his shoulder, and Dante pushing the top half with his outspread hands. Slowly, and with a scraping sound they cringe at, the door moves inward with a jerk. A thin black space appears as the portal widens. For a moment they stop pushing, each reluctant to be too close to the space they have created. Can you feel it? Hart mutters. Dante nods, and remembers the story told to him by Harry and Arthur. A perceptible iciness slips through the gap they have created, as if unnatural currents and drafts are at work inside the building. Come on, Dante says through clenched teeth, and they double their efforts to widen the gap until it is big enough for one man to squeeze through sideways. Outside in the dark, shivering from the drop in temperature that suddenly engulfs them, they pause again, as if by the side of cold water they must plunge into. I'll go first, Dante says. Quickly, he picks up the axe and his torch, and then squeezes his body between the door and the frame, leaving Hart on the outside, standing with the crowbar clutched across his chest. For a few seconds that pass quickly on account of an overwhelming attack of nerves, a feeling that he will jump through the ceiling at the first creak of a floorboard nearby, Dante's torch beam flicks the ceiling and walls, looking for the door that leads from the kitchen to the rest of the property. It is shut. His presence of mind stretches far enough to make sure he is alone in the kitchen, and that it is still sealed from the rest of the house. But it reaches no further, and he is capable of no other thought when the light from his torch shines upon the table they have partially shoved to one side. Something has recently eaten. Oh, God, is all he says, before lurching backward and hitting the sink unit. He squeezes the axe handle until his hand is tight and completely white. He points the torch down and away from the tabletop, but on the floor are scraps fallen from the table, on which a man lies flayed. Indelibly imprinted on his mind, even once his eyes are squeezed shut and covered by a hand, is the streaky white and red mess that was once the university hebdomader. When Dante imagines raking hands and dipping mouths made wet by their food, he says, "No," and shakes his head from side to side. But the image of the exposed ribs and above them the eyes, still open in agony and shock he cannot banish. It is as if the bulky remains of Arthur Spencer have been left as a message to intruders. "Dante! Dante!" Hart whispers through the door. "Say something." Feeling the air cloud in a freezing vapour around his face, Dante is unable to answer. A second torch beam is clicked on and shines through the gap against the side of his face. Dante turns and looks into the light Hart has shone on him. He cannot see Hart through the brightness, but the shock on his face must register instantly with the American. "Jesus," Hart says. "What is it? What is it? What is it?" Uselessly, Dante shakes his head. "I'm coming in," Hart says. Holding his torch and crowbar, Hart squeezes through the gap. As he is thicker than Dante, the table moves again from the force of his roundness against the door, and for a moment the hebdometer trembles on the table, as if stirring in his sleep. As it comes into the kitchen, Hart's struggling body bangs against Dante and sends him sprawling against the sink. The risk of falling down snaps him alert, and he regains his balance by seizing the cold metal of the draining board. As he stands up and swings his torch around to light Hart's progress, he sees that the American's entrance to the house is complete, and his introduction to the cottage sufficient. Down beside the dripping table, something yellow and runny drops through Hart's beard and splashes onto the floor tiles, adding a new scent to the putrescence already evident in the kitchen. When he finishes puking, Hart turns and rushes noisily back to the kitchen door. Dante moves in his way and holds Hart's shoulders, his grip useless while he still clutches the torch and axe. "Let me through, goddammit," Hart says, his voice low. Dante clears his throat of a lump. "No." Hart renews his efforts to escape and pushes Dante hard against the back door so it slams shut, sealing them inside the kitchen. They wrestle in the dark, their feet skittering on the tiles where they are dry and occasionally sliding where they are moist. Coughing, Dante turns his head to the side to avoid the gusts of vomit breath that gush through Hart's beard. "I gotta get out," Hart says, panting from exertion, his strength peeking through his panic. Then he gets one hand under Dante's chin, pushing hard so his head cracks against the door behind. But the pain from the blow refreshes Dante. He drops the torch and axe, which clatter on the floor, and then knocks Hart's arms away from around his neck and face. "Cut it out! Hart, ease off! Just stop, you fuck!" he says through gritted teeth. But Hart continues to fight to get back through the door. With what mobility he can summon with one arm, Dante strikes out at his shadowy opponent. His fist stops short of his arm lengthening, but connects with a crispy beard, and he hears a muffled grunt across the narrow space between them. Then Hart's glasses hit the floor with a tinny clatter. Suddenly, the struggle stops. All they can hear is their own breathing, hard and trembling with emotion. "Sorry," Dante whispers. "We have to," he tries to say, but never has the air to finish. Hart falls against him, clutching handfuls of his leather jacket and sniffing into the lapels. Dante seizes the back of Hart's matted head and wants to cry to relieve the pressure inside him, the terrifying tension from seeing what has been done to Arthur Spencer and so many others too. This is Tom. So quickly he has the realization. So recently, Tom found the same end in this stinking cottage where foulness is worshipped and fed with innocence. "Burn it. We got to burn it. We got to kill it," is all he can say, quickly and repeatedly to his friend. Hart raises his head slowly, but it is too dark in the kitchen to see his face. "Get the fuel," the American whispers. Behind him, as he fumbles to reopen the door, Hart shoves the table aside, no longer worried by the noise he makes by scraping the thick wooden legs across the old floor tiles. Outside, Dante greedily sucks at the fresh air and then rearranges his scarf over his mouth. He drags the cardboard boxes, which make a glassy jingle as they are moved, inside the kitchen. We're still thinking too much, he says to himself as he does this. We need to just stop thinking and do this. If we don't, we'll die out here. God, we could die out here. As soon as the boxes are on the floor of the kitchen, Hart's small hands are busy inside them. The shock of seeing Arthur and the emotion of the fight seem to have given the American a new and decisive approach to his work. Using the torch by holding it between his teeth, he recovers his glasses from the floor and now pulls the rags from the top of some bottles. Staggering about backward, without a pause, Hart then splashes the fuel across the table and the thing upon it, over the kitchen surfaces, up and against the cabinets, down his own clothes and across the floor, so the petrol runs across the uneven tiles like olive oil in red wine. Careful, Dante says, gripping his axe in one hand while lighting Hart's clumsy progress with his torch in the other. We should light this room last, on our way out. We could get trapped. He isn't sure if Hart hears him, or even if he does, whether he's taking any notice of the precautions they must take, with so much fuel now sloshing around beneath their feet and evaporating into the already close air. He's about to repeat the warning when he hears something that stops him. Hart carries on wetting the kitchen, but Dante angles his head toward the inner reaches of the house, beyond the kitchen door. There it is again. A voice. No, more than one. Voices. Hart, he whispers. Hart, stop, he says in a desperate, hissy voice. Nearly there, Hart says. Hart! But Hart only stops and takes a step back from the kitchen door when he hears it too. Far away, outside of the cottage or inside it, for they cannot be sure of the direction of the voices or the distance from which they issue, they hear what sounds like an approaching crowd. Not a chorus, but a clamour of whispers and far-off shouts coming closer. No individual words can be deciphered in the growing but still distant babble, so they stand in the kitchen, looking about them at the dirty ceiling and the stained walls, dizzy from the suffocating reek of petrol, not moving or speaking, each straining his ears to get a fix on the sound. Until something strikes the kitchen door with incredible force. The crash of a charging weight on wood fills the kitchen to the foundations. Dante gasps, and Hart drops to a crouch. It's here, Hart says, his voice louder, but somehow empty of the strength required for shouting. A tremor begins inside the kitchen, shaking the glass in the cabinets and rattling the loose cutlery on the table. The walls vibrate in the dark, and the light from their torches flickers against anything it touches. A sudden drop in temperature follows. Jesus, the cold, Hart whispers. It's so cold. Too frightened to move, Dante feels his eyes well up with water, and his mouth freeze into a grimace he cannot relax. Fumbling in his pocket, he pulls his Zippo free and is ready to end it all right then, to save himself from what he remembers in the painting, and that which swooped and seized his body on the beach. He cannot see it again and survive. It is too much. What are they even doing here? Everything suddenly falls apart inside him. His resolve, his reason, his sense of himself. He begins to fidget on the spot, his movements fast and animal, as instinct takes over. Hart's face is wild in the torchlight, and his small arms are moving the crowbar in small circles out in front of him. Now, Dante! They're here now! Again, a tremendous force strikes the door. Both torches flash across the wood. It shakes in its frame, and then swings wide open and crashes against the kitchen wall. Hart shrieks, and Dante immediately feels himself afloat in the chaos that rushes through the door and into the room with them. Around his face, up near the ceiling, across the walls, things are swirling and screaming through the torchlight. Hart clutches himself and shrinks further into the ground. Shadows leap upward from the floor in long and thin shapes. Here he sees an arm, there a long-fingered hand, and over there by the table is the sound of many feet coming at him in haste. And with these footsteps comes a cold wind that ruffles his hair and makes him squint, as if he is walking face first into a snow blizzard. It pushes him back a few steps, until he is trapped against the sink. And there he waits for a blow to fall, for the end to come at him, to stop his heart with fright, or for a face to tear at his throat from the dark. But at the point where he can run no more, or flinch, or beg, he flings the axe up above his head and runs at the bellowing, hammering, scratching things all over the walls. 3 times he swings the axe. Glass breaks, wood splinters, refuse is swept up and into the angry air. With a triumphant and insane bellow that echoes off the walls, he drops the torch and runs for the box full of cocktails. Something dives into his face. He feels its energy rush through the electric blackness as he stands up, holding a sloshing bottle. Fleeting airborne screams break across his face with a force of air so thick and cold he is blinded by frostbite, but he keeps his feet and swats the lid off his Zippo with a crossways stroke against his thigh before running the flint back down the same leg to spark up a huge yellow flame. In the violence of the whirlpooling air, he dips the rag into the fire of the lighter, which is weakening, too full of gas and hit by moving air. Shielded by his body, first blue and then yellow at the edges, the rag becomes fire. He holds the bottle aloft and then throws it hard against a wall, where things are crawling and then spilling across the ceiling as if it were the floor. Glass and fluid explode high in the corner and throw droplets of orange through the undefined room. Half-glimpsed limbs and stretching faces with open maws race back across the walls, some of them carrying flames with them. Long ribbons of purple, their spines etched with orange, dash quickly across the floor in every direction and scurry up the table legs. Around the soles of his boots, a lake of liquid fire pools and ripples and stretches to the skirting boards, empty wall sockets, and the littered corners of the kitchen. Unseen hands bang the walls of the kitchen as if they are trying to break through from the outside or out from the inside. Dante jumps across the kitchen, flames falling from his heels, with another bottle in his hand. His torch is gone, and he runs into a wall, and then into the side of the open door. His insane leaping progress, lit by the floor-level splash and flicker of a growing fire, takes him out of the kitchen and into the long hall. Something sticky runs down his face from where he's banged his forehead, and one of his hands is numb from where it collided with a wall. And it's from here, in the hallway, that Dante hears the new sound, the new chorus, the low mutter of more tangible voices, rising as if from alarm and coming up the brick stairs into the house where the shadows and the cold fight a battle against the new light and heat of fire. "Hart! Quick, Hart!" he screams, and then runs to the cellar door to hold it shut. As Hart emerges from the kitchen, struggling with a box, he hears it too. A set of female voices, their pitch growing higher from the passion of their searching and calling. It is a wail from some forgotten corner of Jerusalem, a song from a dim street in Cairo as the sun sets, a chant from around smoky fires on dark nights in wet Scottish woods. Akera goiti, akera beiti, akera goiti, akera beiti. It comes up the stairs of the cellar and through the floorboards of the hall. Behind it, they can hear the scrabble of naked feet on brick, made fast in their ascent by the taint of the smoke that is here to destroy them. At the top of the cellar door is the thick bolt, and Dante's fingers scrabble to work it loose from the rusty mounting. It is a lock he's seen before, and guesses was once employed to keep captives down there. inside the brickwork of the basement where it all started, until the god arrived to banquet with its devotees. Maybe they kept Tom down there. Twice his clumsy hands slip off the latch, ripping his knuckles. They are so close now. Feet patter up the last few stairs, and the chatter of their frantic voices resonates through the thin shield of wood. But still he pulls, moaning as he tugs at the metal, because this is something Beth never expected. For them to crawl this far on their bellies, after all they know, and to continue after what they have seen propped up on the kitchen table, and still to light a fire after braving the rush and wind of the spirit guardians. When the door handle turns against his stomach, the latch finally moves, and the heavy bolt slides through its rusty fixture to hold the wood of the door firm at the top. Akera goiti, akera beiti. The chant diminishes from 3 voices to 1, and then none. The handle is turned again, frantically, from the other side, clockwise and then anti-clockwise. Then they hear the slap of ineffectual hands on the door and the mutters of a rising panic. Dante crosses the hallway. With all his might, he kicks open the door opposite the cellar, soul first, and watches it swing inward with a bang to reveal a void from which he expects something to come grinning out. Not waiting for it, he leaps through into total dark, shouting to maintain the oblivion in his head, where no thoughts must jostle and make him hesitate in the red and lunatic world he's chosen to reside in until he falls. And he does fall. Across a couch, which strikes both his knees to send him flying headfirst, arms outstretched, through the air, and then onto a suddenly animate mass of sliding things. At first, he thinks the surface beneath him alive, and retrieves his axe to attack it, cutting into it with long blows that begin above his head, and then whiz through the umbra until the blade strikes bales of damp newspaper. By the time he realizes his mistake, the walls of the room are lit up. Hart staggers through the doorway after him, holding his torch and dragging a box of petrol bottles. "Hold off!" he yells to Dante, shining his torch right into the white and insane face shown to him. "Don't let them get out! Watch the cellar door!" Dante lights a bottle and sends it smashing into the bookshelves near the fireplace. "You'll burn us too!" Hart yells, his face wild, his hair whipping around his face in the lowering air. But suddenly, from all around them, the wind and its voices, the sparse and fleeting and half-glimpsed guardians that chase them in a rout from the kitchen, coil into a slipstream and then flee the ground floor and the fire in it. In what was once a parlour, the air thins and becomes hot as the oxygen is greedily sucked into the growing fire. For good measure, Dante picks up another bottle and, without lighting it, hurls it at the corner of the room now ablaze. Glass explodes. Up go the curtains with a rip of fire to the brass rail. From the ancient furniture, thick grey smoke wearily sniffs at the air it will soon claim for its own. Old timbers and the loose sleeves of forgotten papers give themselves to the inferno. Dusty upholstery crackles and spits from the shock of its sudden ignition. A dark brown cabinet seems to have backed into a shadowy corner, its lower drawer bubbling and seared as the varnish evaporates and the wood blisters. Hart grabs Dante's elbow and drags him from the parlour and back into the hallway, their shadows gigantic on the murky ceiling as they stumble out. The hall runs the length of the house, from the closed front door to the oven of the kitchen, now flickering orange and spewing white caustic smoke across the hall and under the cellar door, a door ready to break open from the efforts thrown against the other side. Wood begins to splinter around the deadlock. But just as they watch the door with a growing horror, both fumbling for the axe, the box of gallon canisters they have left in the kitchen is overcome by the fire on the floor, walls and ceiling. Exploding upward, The box shatters glass and fires a hot bolus of air down the hallway to sear each man's lungs. They turn away with their faces covered, coughing in convulsions, struggling to clear their pipes of burning fuel and cindered wood. A woman screams. The word fire is shouted by another panic-stricken voice. "They're burning us!" it shrieks again. And then the handle of the cellar door is yanked until its mechanism snaps free from the wooden fixture. Squinting at the smoke and sucking air in thin slivers through the drenched wool of his scarf, Dante runs back through the heat and smoke to the cellar door and throws all of his weight against it. "Through the stairs, Hart, and the other room. Now!" Dante hears Hart throw 2 bottles into the front room, one lit, another unlit. There is a pause, and then the American flees from the room, chased by a ripple of fire, blue at its heart, gold on its skin, before slamming the door behind him. There is a whoomp from inside the room, and a sudden glow of orange light from beneath the door, as something flammable goes up like a truck full of straw. With the last bottle, the milk bottle, he raises his arm, preparing to hurl it over the banisters at the stairwell. But he pauses, and then flinches, when he sees Dante's body thrown from the cellar door he has tried to hold shut. The force of the door, blasted outward, knocks Dante across the hall and into the wall opposite. Winded, he barely keeps his feet, but staggers a short distance down the flickering hallway. He falls to all fours before he can reach Hart. Over his shoulder, he sees a stained hand with dark lacquer on its nails reach through and spread its fingers on the hot wall, preparing to pull the body after it. "They were in a trance!" Hart shouts, reaching for Dante. "But they ain't now! Oh, we gotta get out!" There is so much smoke in there now, pouring from the kitchen as the fire burns and splutters far quicker than either of them could have imagined, through rotted timbers and peeling paints, over pine cabinets and up neglected door frames. And from the cellar, a white body and contorted face come through the doorway. With arms still stained dark to the elbows, as if she's been pressing grapes in a wooden vat, the wild and beautiful thing they know as Beth comes coughing into the hallway. She looks at them and screams something unintelligible. It is a call, a summoning, a cry for help that Dante has heard before on a dark beach. Recoiling inside, he says, "No." And his voice sounds distant, and it breaks around the single syllable. From between Beth's legs crawls another woman, grey-haired and yelling like a hysterical mother, her mouth still smeared dark from what she has recently been feeding on. But the rapture of the trance is gone from her face. The words of the chant vanish, and she is nothing but a terrified creature on all fours, trying to escape the smoke and the sound of crackling flames. Another follows, tall, handsome, hideous and crimson-toothed, bellowing in fear. Beth staggers into the hallway ahead of her accomplices, no more than 10 feet from them now, lit up from behind by the backdrop of flames in the kitchen, which lick around the door frame as if reaching after her. A moment of disbelief passes across her face, which is now wet with tears from the black fumes. But when she sees them, huddled before the front door, cornered by fire and smoke and unable to unlatch the door, another sound issues from her open mouth. Deep and animal, it is nothing that any woman should be able to utter. "It's fucking locked! Oh, God, I can't open it!" Hart yells, taking quick glances over his shoulder at the parody of a young woman that runs to meet them. "Up!" Dante yells, snatching the last bottle of petrol from Hart's hand. Seizing the American by the collar of his jacket, Dante forces a strangled sound from his comrade and then yanks him away from the door. He lurches up the staircase, through the smoke, dragging Hart behind him, who twists and turns and loses his footing. Beth is upon them quickly. The animal sound warbles inside her. Her feet slap the floor. as she rounds the banister and comes up at them. Her mouth is howling and black, and her eyes are wide, like the face of a berserk thing pressed against the window of an asylum. Both of her fists fall against Hart's back. It sounds as if an empty barrel has been struck so hard all the air is forced from it. He collapses, face down on the bottom stairs. Her pale arms rise again and drum down against his back a second time, hammering Hart flat against the stairs. Her clenched fists rebound off his body with sickening thumps. In the split second in which Dante sees the pain pass from his friend's eyes to be replaced with a white and dreamy confusion, as if he no longer knows where he is, Dante ignites the last bottle with his Zippo, and then punches his fist over Hart and into Beth's wild head. Glass explodes. Her head snaps backward. She stares at him, numb with surprise. But then the liquid that covers his arm and her face and her hair runs with the red streaks seeping thinly from the tears on her skin, slits cut into the wet pastry of her face. She steps backward down 2 stairs, blinking, and clutches the railing for support. She sits down. Her hands go to her face. She screams. Sickened by the sight of the streaky and now howling face below him, cold with nausea at what he has just done, Dante wants to slump there, smoke-choked, his limbs spent. But his jacket bursts into flame. The fuel from the last bottle is splashed all over him, and Beth, and Hart. Mixed in with the stench of burning timber and furniture is the reek of singed hair and blackening leather. Rolling on the stairs, Dante begins to swat and bat at his sleeve, up which creep caterpillars of yellow fire on speeding blue legs. Blood flicks and drops between his fingers from where the broken glass has cut deep to sizzle in the fire on his jacket. Rising to his knees, Hart looks about groggily, feels the fire on his exposed neck, and then leaps to his feet. He howls in pain and panic, slapping at the flames on his body. Beneath them, at the foot of the staircase, Beth rises and smashes about between the banisters and wall, trying to knock the fire from her body. Her voice is deep, inhuman, incoherent. With what feels like the last of his strength, Dante whips his jacket from his body and smothers Hart's, dousing the large-tongued flame on the American's back, neck and head that his own small arms cannot reach. With his friend coated in stinking leather, he drags himself and Hart up the remaining stairs to the first floor, where the smoke has yet to steal all of the oxygen from the air. On all fours, as if now appealing for help, Beth follows them. With most of the fire gone from her skin, once milky but now dark, her body steams. And when she speaks again, her voice has changed. It is the voice of a confused and frightened child that now comes up at them through the smoke. As the light from downstairs flicks upward and across parts of her, Dante sees the blackened silhouette of something that looks like a mannequin caught in the blaze of a department store and found the day after amongst the ashes. The hair is gone. The head is now skull-like and smoking, and made all the worse by the whites of the eyes in the middle of it all. She is calling for her mother. Behind her, her 2 disciples slap and hammer their palms and fists against the locked front door, frantic in the smoke and reaching flames. To escape the voice and the sight of crawling Beth, Dante falls against and then through the first door he can find amidst the smoke of the landing, hauling Hart's smoking bulk on top of him. And there, on the rough carpet in the darkness, he rolls his friend around the floor, only stopping to swat at the last few flames that rear up from his jeans, burning the hair and skin off one shin bone. From his hand, the blood continues to pour, but at a faster rate now the gash has widened. Choking for air, his breath wheezing horribly as if he's been gassed, Hart struggles to his hands and knees. Dante runs to the door and slams it fast on the slowly moving thing that crawls after them, looking for a sanctuary from the smoke. Her hands scrape pitifully against the door. In between the sobs passing through a body traumatized by agony, from which it seems evil has at last been driven, he can hear her trying to speak. Dante tears his scarf away from his mouth and retches down his shirt, the terror of suffocation greater than it has ever been. God, we did that to a girl, Hart says, when he finds his voice. Jesus, Dante, we did that to a girl. Dante can only look about himself, bewildered, his head feeling like the aftermath of an explosion, dazed and strangely vacant, and unable to pull all of the bits together to form a reaction, a word, an emotion. And perhaps it is better that his mind remains fractured, and that he never comprehends the full horror of what lies smouldering and whimpering on the landing beyond the door, because the night has still not found its end. Despite the roaring pyre in the foundations of the house, and the swaying light it reflects up the stairs and through the thin curtains of the room in which their seared and hot lungs splutter and taste winter fire, its smoke thick from damp kindling, each man feels a darkness descend over the cottage and then creep through the very air. The night comes alive again, but not with the wind or the babble of voices from unseen mouths. It comes alive with the presence of a god. Below in the house, something cracks and then falls, and seems to go on falling for a long time. Smoke pours under the door of their room. Beth has fallen silent. The scratching sounds have ceased. We gotta get out, Hart says, from where he crouches on the floor in the murk of smoke and no light. Dante runs from the door, aware of the thinning of their air, alert to the only means of escape. He moves to the solitary window frame, where a band of silvery light parts the curtains. He yanks them off the rail and, without looking out, immediately steps back from the window as if he is afraid of being seen. In the traces of light from the moon and stars, he can see the smoke pooling in the top half of the room. Soon it will fill every space and then pour from the window. Their eyes smart and water. All over their patched and sore skin is a film of soot and grease and sweat. On the floor before him, he can see the shape of Hart's head in the thin, cloudy light. It has a misshapen outline from where the fire has burned into his hair. His glasses glint for a moment, and then the head bows. We gotta get out, Dante. I need help. Too much smoke. His voice is dry and hoarse. But how can he tell Hart about what is waiting for them down there? A woman screams from outside the cottage. The sound splits their ears. The shriek rockets skyward and then suddenly stops. They look at each other with blackened faces. It's down there, Dante says quietly. Hart remains perfectly still. Dante looks through the window at the front of the property. It's here, Hart, he says in a whisper, and then looks away. But what he sees remains deeply imprinted in his thoughts. One of the witches who escaped from the cellar did finally manage to break open the front door of the cottage, bathing the front lawn and garden path with orange light, around which thick shadows now spring forward and then retreat to the rhythm of the flames beating inside the cottage. In the movement of light outside, Dante has caught a glimpse of what became of her, down in the long grass. Her pale body lies still now, and it is mostly dark where her head once was. And something impossibly tall but wasted has now risen onto its hind legs on the grass, in the middle of the garden, to sway about as if bemused by the fire in the place it came out of and returned to when called. It lopes about the grass, an appalling thing in rags, its long shadow cast across the road and into the fields. It seems to know no allegiance now to those who summoned it forth and directed its activities with their ceremony and trance. One lies dead, and the second witch, partially burned, crawls through the front door and, despite the smash of things downstairs and the collapse of wood turning to charcoal, Dante can hear her coughing and pleading with it for mercy. Hart can too. I can't look, Dante. I can't see it. Not yet. Dante stays quiet, unable to stop himself from looking again. His eyes fix on the grim events occurring on the lawn. And what he sees makes the skin shrink all over his head, even under his hair, and something goes pop and then sizzles in his ears. God, he says, when the thing rushes for her as she tries to crawl away, slow in the long grass, her naked body stiff with the pain from so many burns. It swats at her. There is a thucking sound, and her body leaves the earth only to lounge soundlessly over 20 feet away. She lies on her back, not moving, only moaning. Her eyes are still open, and she watches the dark thing traverse the ground to her. Spare in limb but graceful in motion, it covers her up and becomes immediately active. Dante turns away and leans against the wall. His body, curiously, feels weightless. Her cries out there are faint and brief, stifled perhaps by the breaking and cutting of her parts as it goes about her like a big crow on bread cast out on a lawn. Dante looks at Hart, somehow shutting out the sounds of its business down there. Hart has covered his mouth with the stretched neck of his jumper and has begun to cough again with a muffled sound, as if he is coughing to himself in the way people talk to themselves. It's time, Hart. We can't stay in the smoke any longer. Hart nods. He never even looks at Dante, or speaks. Perhaps understanding, but made silent by what he has not seen but can hear down on the lawn. It doesn't care now, Hart. Without Beth, it's gone wild. Hart stands up, delicately balanced on his feet like an invalid rising from a wheelchair. Without looking out at what they will have to face, they briefly put their arms around each other's shoulders and then move apart. Dante pulls at the window, and it squeals upward through the runners in the frame until there is a gap wide enough for them to jump through. He hasn't realised how much smoke is in the room until it begins to drift under the raised window and into the cold air, where it disperses. Dante raises a leg to swing over the sill, when Hart puts a firm hand on his chest. I've taken in too much smoke, he says, his voice hoarse and whispery. I won't get far. Let me go first. When you hit the ground, run. Dante shakes his head, feeling cold all over and sick inside that it has come to this, that there is no mercy or justice in the world, no well-earned escape. But before he can react, Hart drops both of his hands to the sill, swings a leg through the window, and then lazily rolls his body out. There is a hand on the ledge, the gingery hairs singed down to stubs, and then it vanishes, dropping away with the rest of him. With the axe, crowbar and torches lost somewhere below in the burning house, Dante follows unarmed, taking in another mouthful of smoke through the scarf, which stings his gums. Feet first, his eyes streaming with tears, he falls for a long time before his boots hit the earth. Immediately, he rolls sideways to break his fall. When he opens his eyes, his ears alert to every sound, the world is a blur. He wipes at his eyes, and the glowing garden comes into partial focus, its edges and lines still hazy from his tears. Hart! He cries out, and then, coughing, struggles to his hands and knees. He feels the grass cold in his palms, until the shooting pain of 1,000 pins in his feet consumes him. He falls to his elbows. "Heart!" he shouts again, staying still because the agony in him will not let him move. There is no answer. "Jesus, no," he says, suddenly aware of something crawling so fast in front of him that no man could outrun it, even with it so close to the ground like that. Straight across the indistinct and glowering grasses it goes, moving spidery and bare-boned on the soft ground, with something hanging from its jaws. "You bastard!" Dante cries out, getting to his feet, more grief than anger in his words. "You son of a bitch!" He takes 2 steps toward where it now pauses and trembles on the garden path. The vague impression of sockets and forehead turn to him. It rises. In the flapping of its surround, the shanks tense. There is an explosion from within the house. A wave of heat hits Dante's back and pushes him tumbling forward. Fire snaps from the upstairs windows. At the back of the cottage, a window shatters. Orange sparks fall through the obsidian air and are doused in the long grass by his boots. The brown man retreats from the glare and the heat. But only for a moment. When the fire ebbs behind Dante and the shadows in the garden lengthen once again, and the lash of the flames pauses, it moves forward, discarding the reddish bits that swing from its wet mouth. For the 3rd time in his recent life, the brown man comes to claim Dante, and very quickly too. And it could be either a leg or an arm wrapped in winding that moves first with a feline tread. But then more of these steps follow, as if it is an animal that walks on 4 legs, until suddenly it is close enough for him to smell it. He flinches away with one hand held out, as if to fend it off. The sweep of brown rags, with the black and yellow ivory in it, and a pocked forehead emerging, turns the world to wind. Everything slows down in those final moments, and Dante thinks, this is me dying. It rears up before him, making him feel so light and so small, and then it falls at him. An arm swings fast, with longish finger things cupped, quicker than a boom across the deck of a racing yacht, to smash him like a box of eggs. There is a clack of bone. Air is punched from his body. The sight in his eyes remains in the place his body departs. Sky, earth, rolling around him in an upside-down world. And then a scream louder than amplified feedback pops his hearing and leaves a whine behind in his head. Everything goes black. Chapter 44. It is a hand on his shoulder that shakes him awake. Gently at first, but then the touch becomes vigorous. Although the impression of the fingers cupping his arm and the softness of the palm of the hand register in his concussed mind, he wants to stay in the warm and reddish peace that pulls like a deep sleep. But a sharp pain makes him recover, a severe stab of heat through his ribs on the left side, making his body suddenly feel as fragile as the thinnest glass. He takes a series of hurried but shallow breaths and opens his eyes. At first he thinks he is blind, but realises the dark and the damp all about is only flattened grass where he lies face down in the turf. Then he remembers how he came to be here. He gasps. Grass slips into his mouth, and all about him is the glow of heat from a big fire, keeping him warm and strangely comfortable on the ground. Flames rush upward and whoop through the cottage, close to him. The sound is loud and angry, and he smells smoke. It makes him cough, which hurts his ribs even more. The hand shakes him again. "Dante! Dante! Dante!" someone says, urgently spoken with an American accent. The tone of voice makes it immediately clear to him that he is not out of danger. "Dante! Dante, you're breathing!
You gotta wake up!
It is Hart, and he is wheezing as he speaks. He sounds asthmatic. Wanting to cry out with elation that his friend is still alive, but too scared to move quickly in case his entire body erupts in agony, Dante moves his head very slowly. His face drags through the damp grass. His head feels heavy, and he moans because his whole neck hurts too. Imagining his body is contorted, for a few seconds he is unable to feel his legs and is sure his feet are somewhere up above his head. Pulling his fingers into the palms of his hands makes him aware of where his arms are, and the sense of where the rest of his body is quickly follows. Carefully, he rolls onto his right side. Hart smiles, his small face reddish in the firelight. Half of his beard has been trimmed away by flames, and the frames of his glasses look orange, as if they are molten. It is only the reflection of light, he realizes. But then Hart turns his face, quickly, and looks away from the house at the front garden. Dante hears another voice too. It is raised and desperate, and the words are slurred. What little he can hear shocks him. He recognizes the voice. Elliot, Dante says, and tries to shuffle around to look in the same direction as Hart. He groans and has to close his eyes for a moment. Ribs again. Other parts of him fill with sensation too. One of his hands is numb, save for a throb. A shin bone smarts and makes him think of cold water, and he has a severe headache. It starts behind the skin of his entire face, like a thin layer of gum pain, and then stretches to the back of his skull, where there is a pain so great he has to squint to see straight. The wizened shape of a man is moving around the lawn. He staggers in circles and almost falls. His clothes are dark. The creased trousers and grey overcoat look as if they are wet with something. He showed up, Hart whispers, his voice tense, after it knocked you across the yard. I reckon he followed us out here. Where is it? Dante says quickly, but sees it before Hart says, over there, nodding toward the far corner of the paddock garden. What's happening? He mutters, with one eye closed on the pain. Hart coughs into the back of his hand. Elliot just came through the gate after we dropped out the window. He called it off you. It moved when he called it. Look, it's confused. It's not that smart, Dante. It's like an animal. Like a child, even. Dante can see no more of it than what appears as a large shadow as it moves against the front wall of the garden. It is as if it can blend into the dark and become invisible when it chooses, and it seems anxious to be away from the house now. Not so quick or savage anymore. It appears to be baffled. Tensing the muscles in his thighs and mercifully feeling no pain in his legs, Dante moves them behind his body and sits up, supported by his right arm. Every rib down his left side feels as if it is broken and poking into his organs. He thinks of a sausage on a wooden toothpick and moans.
You can't stay here!
Elliot roars. In one hand, he holds a bottle. Bowing his head to cough after his outburst, he looks exhausted, like a man all bent up and breathless after running a marathon. The shadow watches Elliot, but draws closer to him. It seems as if Elliot is unaware of its crafty swaying, which gradually moves it along the wall toward him.
She's gone now. There's no one to speak to you. You're lost. She's gone back.
Elliot's voice becomes gruff, and there is a loud crackle inside the cottage. Dante strains his ears, trying to catch Elliot's words, but he can only hear fragments.
I'm the last!
Elliot shouts, and then laughs like a hysteric.
I couldn't do it with a belt. but I'll go in there.
Elliot jabs a hand at the house. And then everything seems to speed up around Hart and Dante. Elliot dips his head and, with a burst of concentration, which they can see on his face when he passes them, he runs at a speed neither thinks him still capable of, straight at the burning wreck of the cottage. Recoiling in horror and shock, Hart says, "Jesus, no!" Dante stays quiet. It is as if his own shadow chases him when the thing by the wall leaps up and then pursues Elliot through the grass. But he must have soaked himself in something flammable. At the point where he is still 3 feet from the front door, from which a plume of black smoke funnels out, lit with orange sparks, he stops to allow his clothes to catch alight. Then suddenly, his head is masked with a yellow and blue fire that runs up his face and streams from the back of his scalp. Head first, he launches himself across the threshold of the burning doorway without even putting out his hands to break the fall. And when he falls inside, Dante and Hart hear nothing, as if he's landed on something soft. The shadow scuttles in after him. It never slows down, until it too vanishes inside the great oven of stone and cinders. And before Hart and Dante can comprehend what they have seen, the brown thing runs back out of the burning cottage, dragging a limp shape behind it. Chased by flames and smoking white inside its folds and wraps, it moves at an incredible speed across the grass and then up and over the garden wall, until it is gone from sight. They hear nothing more, and, with a sense of relief that in itself exhausts each of them, they see no more of it either, nor the blackened and twitching thing it carries, held by a foot. Still too scared to move in case his spine is injured, Dante lies on the grass and looks at Hart, who sits cross-legged beside him, wiping at his mouth and wheezing. Neither speaks for a long time. Part of them expects a return of the horror, for the night never to end until their hearts cease to beat. In the unreality of the night, in the intensity of its every second, they just stay huddled together, beside the burning cottage. Plumes of black smoke pour from the windows of the upper story, and in the roof, black timbers can now be seen peeking through the smoking tiles that cling to and then occasionally drop from them. From inside the building, crackles, snaps, and gusts of fire can be heard. And now the trees on the boundary of the property, closest to the house, are beginning to smoulder also. It is the sight of burning hedgerow that makes Hart speak. Wincing, the grease and soot stretching wide across his small mouth and incomplete beard, he says, "It's gone now. We should move." Dante nods, still squinting his eyes. "My ribs, I think they're broken." "Just take it easy then." Hart looks about the lawn and begins licking his lips. "I gotta think. My lungs are all fucked and I got burned on my neck. Feels bad too." He looks down at Dante. "Can you stand up?" "Maybe," Dante says, but feels his face go white under the smudges at just the thought of it. Hart stands over Dante. "Come on, we gotta blow. Like we started a fire and people died in it. Give me your arms." "Painkillers," Dante mutters, "in my jacket pocket. Give me some first, I'll swallow them dry." Gently, Hart removes the bottle from Dante's jacket pocket. He unscrews the lid, takes two himself, and then slips the last 3 between Dante's cracked lips. "The thing hit you so hard, buddy. I was sure you were dead. Oh, man, you flew right across the yard." Dante grins through his discomfort. "I thought it had you in its mouth." Hart closes his eyes and shudders. He points at something white in the grass near the path. "No, that was her. We were next. Elliot saved us." He was still a link to it. He... Hart pauses. He knew it. It was him and Ben Carter. And the thing in that girl. Hart looks away and blows out a mouthful of air. That girl. Dante swallows. We had no choice. I know. Hart says, softly, keeping his eyes shut for a moment. Shit. Let's get you walking, he then adds, his voice more urgent from his need to be active and not to dwell on what has been done. It's just my head and ribs, I think, Dante says, as Hart reaches for his arms. And some burns. Hart lifts him slowly from the grass. Stop! No! Slowly! Hart, go slow. Oh, Jesus, it hurts. But then he's on his feet, with his right arm held across his ribs and the numb hand hanging loose at his side. Hart has a limp from when he dropped from the window. We gotta go to the hospital. We need to, but what? Maybe we should hold off a while. If we go in stinking of smoke, we could get blamed for the fires in town. There might be nothing left back there. Jesus, it could be really bad. And they know about all that fuel from the garage. Should we go to Dundee or something? Say we crashed the car, maybe? Hart looks at the tottering figure before him. We'd never make it. We gotta go to town. Think I'll need grafts on my neck? Dante looks at the swollen skin on the back of Hart's neck. There are some blisters too. From the light of the fire, it looks like bad sunburn. Dante shakes his head, having no idea. No, it's just sore. Hart looks up slowly. He grins. We're alive, buddy. Don't you know it? We're here. Dante smiles, but suddenly feels a grief so profound his throat clots and he can't swallow. Hart leaves him standing there and begins the grisly business of throwing Beth's servants through the front door of the burning cottage. They have to go in the house, Hart says, with a dreamy expression on his face, as he drags something through the grass toward the snap and pop of the fire. In there. They have to go back in there. He's in shock, Dante thinks, and then turns away to face the dark road and the hills beyond it. Then we better split. They'll see the fire from Knoxville, Hart mutters in a methodical tone of voice, looking over the tops of his glasses as he huffs by, hauling a long and white thing through the grass by its wrist. But Dante can't think any more about what happens next. Tears fill his eyes, and then his whole body begins to shake. Chapter 45. Sitting on a long beach, in a spot where the sand is soft on the barrier of dunes that protects the golf courses, is a young man with the collar of his jacket zipped up to his neck and a red scarf pulled around his chin and ears. Even though the sun is bright and yellow, there is always a cold wind on this shore. But his long ponytail of black hair shines like a thin snake in the morning light and rests, occasionally twitching in a breeze, all the way down the worn leather of his coat. Hunched over, alone, he looks out at the horizon and tries to find that quiver of excitement at opportunities awaiting, of sights beginning to unfold in the imagination that are always engendered when one sees a giant body of water on which solitary ships drift across the horizon. But inside he is still, numbed, and only conscious of the gentle rise and fall of his chest from the shallow breaths that go through him. He lights a cigarette slowly, not even looking at the one unbandaged hand that fumbles with a lighter and the red and white packet of smokes. With the cigarette lit, he bends forward, closer to his knees, and if you happened to be walking past him, you would hear him gasp, and in his eyes you would see a glassiness, as if all of his concentration is suddenly focused inward. He inhales smoke and coughs. The cigarette drops from his hand, and for a long while he is occupied with suppressing these coughs and the pain they cause him. After the spluttering stops, he wheezes to get his breath back, and makes no move to retrieve the still smoking cigarette that lies in the sand at his feet. People are dotted about the beach, walking dogs, watching their children, some holding hands. Frequently, they stop and exchange words, and you get a sense that something important has happened here. Something significant that makes strangers stop and unite for a moment to discuss a common matter, an affair that has caused surprise and mystery and horror and grief in a confusion of equal amounts. "They see it's the saboteurs," a woman in a red coat says to a group of young girls who stop to smile at her little dog. She uses a hand to pat down her white hair, which is picked up and flopped about her head by the wind. "Even in our town, you girls be careful. Don't be fooled. Things have changed here." The girls smile awkwardly and walk off. One of them giggles, and the old lady looks sad as her little white dog trots back to her feet, holding a red rubber ball in its mouth. It looks up at her and blinks. "He's disappeared," another stroller says to his wife, who has her arm hooked around his elbow, resting against him as she walks. "This Caldwell chap. They can't find him. I didn't even know he was here in the first place. A man like that at the university, and we never knew. And to think of what they pulled out of his house." His wife shakes her head, and for a moment she closes her eyes. "All those bodies burned to bits," he says. And then they turn to each other and stagger a little when a strong gust of wind bashes into them. He puts his hand on his head to stop his hat leaving. Down at the shoreside, 3 young men look for stones flat enough to skim off the sea surface. Their feet splash about on the dark sand, sodden with water, as they wait for the next small wave. "No, no!" the taller one shouts at his 2 friends. All of their faces are lit up with excitement. "The cottage was arson. The places in town weren't." They don't know how they started. "I heard the copper talking. It was only the lecturer's cottage with the bodies in it that was burned deliberately." "Yeah, sorry, that's right, but there's so many versions," his friend says, and then whips a stone out to sea, which skims in 3 hops and sinks sideways. "They're saying it was a cult started by Caldwell. A suicide cult." "I heard that too. It was in the Telegraph," the third man says, looking at the silhouette of the town, up the beach by the breakwaters and cliffs, that now seems more interesting to him than it ever did before. "But that doesn't explain what people reckon they saw in the dorms. Did you read what those second-year girls said in The Independent?" Before his friends can answer, he continues. "After the fire started, they all saw something run down the scores. And it wasn't a man, they say." "Oh, that's crap," the first speaker says. "There'll be so many stories about the ghost. Loads of people claim they saw it. I even heard this morning that they called a priest out to the boarding school." "Yeah," the second man says. He nods his head. "A porter sounded the alarm after some nun was found with her neck broken, I heard. But they're keeping it quiet because of all the kids that were in there. They saw it happen. It was going for the kids, I heard. I heard that this black thing, or whatever, was trying to get into their rooms." And then they all fall silent, and, to distract themselves, as if uncomfortable with the thought, they look about on the sand for more stones to throw at the sea. Back up in the dunes, the long-haired man is coughing again, and his face looks even paler from a distance because of the red scarf he wears. With the bandaged hand, he dabs at his lips and then puts both of his hands under his arms. He left the hospital at first light. He checked himself out, against the wishes of the staff, but left his friend behind. He was too ill to leave. He was still asleep, with a plastic mask on his face. From behind him, he hears feet scuffing through the sand. Alert to steps and sounds in a way he never was before, he turns his head despite the discomfort it causes him. He frowns. He blinks with disbelief. Recognition dawns across his face, and he almost smiles. He swallows, and his jaw trembles from the emotion he appears to suffer.
"Oh, there you are,"
a breathless girl says. Her slender body is wrapped up in a green fleece jacket and blue jeans.
"I've been looking everywhere for you. Oh, thank God you're all right, Dante."
She talks quickly as she skids down the sand dunes.
"I got the train up yesterday when I heard about the fires, and I went to the address you gave me, at the flat. When I saw it all burned out, I panicked. I saw them cleaning it up, and I saw a bit of guitar. I broke down. And this policeman came over and said there were squatters in the flat, but nobody was hurt there. He said they were still looking for them. Then I came here just by chance to get my head together, and I saw the Land Rover."
In a daze, the young man watches her. She sits down beside him. When she sees the look on his face, the bandaged hand, and the way his body is cramped up, she goes quiet. His clothes are filthy, and he smells of smoke.
"The fire?"
she asks. He nods, but doesn't speak.
"Where's Tom?"
she asks. Her voice is quiet, almost a whisper. He looks at the sand and shakes his head. Then he covers his eyes by putting the unbandaged hand across his eyebrows. The girl puts her arm around his shoulders and rests her head against his temple. Puts his arm around her waist and begins to whisper in her ear. He whispers something that no one else on the beach or in the town will ever hear. Thank you for listening to this audio production of Banquet for the Damned by Adam Nevill, read by Luke R. Francis. Text copyright Adam Nevill, 2004. Recording copyright Macmillan Publishers International Limited, 2026. Published by Tor Nightfire, an imprint of Pam Macmillan, a division of Macmillan Publishers International Limited. Directed by Chris Barstow. Production, recording and post-production by the Strathmore Studios, Clerkenwell, London. Sound editing by Ross Berman. Check listening by Elizabeth Dyer. The right of Adam Nevill to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted